It is currently the year 2624 at the Second Academy of Lajiang City. The ceremony of promotion is taking place, which is extremely important for the students, but even more so for this young man. A year ago, he traveled to this world under the identity of Chou-Yi. Just as he was struggling to adapt to his new identity, his mother passed away. Soon after, his sister, Cho-Van, suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. The cost of medication was rising, and his part-time job earnings were not enough. Therefore, in this promotion, Chou-Yi had to switch to the combat profession. He needed to earn money in dungeons to take his sister to see a higher-ranking pastor. Heaven did not disappoint him. While performing the ceremony, Chou-Yi activated the system. Accordingly, he received a new player gift pack for a hidden profession, a super VIP pro profession in this world. After the goddess's blessing, Chou-Yi received 3 choices: Light Mage, Holy Pastor, and Holy Knight. The Light Mage is a purely transportation profession. Although it emits a lot of energy, its protective skills are limited. In this world dominated by other races, it is easy to get injured and lose one's life. The Holy Pastor has many protective skills and is well versed in the miraculous resurrection skill, but unfortunately its combat ability is too weak and overly dependent on others, making it unsuitable for him. The Holy Knight is a comprehensive profession. With absolute strength, it can endure attacks and also strike back. Although it lacks standout skills, it possesses divine light and talent. Here it is the most suitable for him. Thinking this, Chou-Yi decided to choose the Holy Knight profession. Congratulations on your promotion to Holy Knight Level 10. After Chou-Yi completed the ceremony, his classmates immediately rushed over, flattering the class leader. That's great! Can I join Team 5 for the university entrance exam? I want to cling to you. I am a summoner. Our team can definitely score high. I am a mage. Take me with you. Don't just gather here, disperse. A former student pushed the students aside. Then with shining eyes, he looked at Chou-Yi and said, Your performance is not bad. Today you should go back and rest well. Tomorrow come to the principal's office. Back in his room, Chou-Yi finally had time to study his personal stats more deeply. Strength 20, Physique 18, Agility 17, Intelligence 15, Unallocated attribute points 10. After the promotion, not only did his attributes increase significantly, but he also gained additional unallocated points. Prioritizing strength first, then physique sufficient attack power is necessary to effectively kill monsters. While thinking, Chou-Yi operated on the system. Accordingly, strength increased by 6 points, while the remaining 2 attributes of physique and agility each increased by 2 points. He could feel a surge of power boiling inside his body. This is the change brought by the attribute points. Check indicates that the class changer first divides the attribute points, activating the Paladin's mission. Daily missions will allow you to choose 2 from the rewards below. Reward 1 receives an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2 receives random equipment from the Paladin. Accept or decline. The reward is enticing, so, of course, Chou-Yi chooses to accept. Combine the random trial field fitting the rank. Successfully combined to defeat the E-level Gulabi monster. Please take this trial seriously. Being defeated in the trial will also cause you to disappear in reality. After the notification, Chou-Yi is teleported to another space. He remains alert, observing his surroundings. A mineral mine, so it seems. The textbook mentioned that the Gulabi monsters mainly live in mineral mines. Although they are not carnivorous monsters, they are similar to other monsters. When they see humans, they become violent and bloodthirsty. Sensing danger behind him, Chou-Yi quickly jumps high easily, avoiding the surprise attack from the Gulabi monster. Since it's his first time facing a monster, Chou-Yi decides not to use skills, to see if he can handle the monster without them. His body becomes much more agile. His jumping ability has also improved. It's due to the increase in his 4-dimensional agility. Just as Chou-Yi feels pleased with dodging the Gulabi's attacks, he is unexpectedly pierced in the abdomen by its sharp knife-like tail. At that moment, Chou-Yi quickly calms down and immediately uses a healing skill that restores level 1 C-class health over a period of 30 seconds in a certain range, allowing 2 teammates to recover a certain amount of life value. Even low-level monsters should not be underestimated. Looking at the monster once more, he charges in for an attack. Chou-Yi sequentially uses 2 skills, the White Blade Qian and Tiger Armor, to counterattack. The White Blade. Qian level 1. C-class condenses power using both arms to draw the number 10, forming a blade in the shape of the number 10, attacking surrounding enemies. After the enemy is hit by the attack, they will suffer damage from the light magic attribute and enter a stunned state. The level 4 D-class mask grabs an enemy in front and runs forward a distance, then throws it, causing more attack damage to enemies hit during the run. Finally, after Chongyi's series of punches, the Gulabi monster officially disappears, defeating the Gulabi monster and achieving an A result in the trial. Please choose a reward. Reward 1 receives an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2 receives the Paladin's skill. Reward 3 receives random equipment from the Paladin. Attribute points and skill points are the source of strength for the class changer. For now, he doesn't need to level up skills. The free attribute points are the best choice. A weapon that fits well also provides significant help for my future trials. Luckily, there is a weapon reward system. Otherwise, with my current financial ability, I wouldn't be able to buy a weapon. Choose attribute points with randomly received equipment to get a reward of 10 free attribute points and a basic single sword. Leaving the training ground, Chongyi returned to his familiar room just as the phone rang. The screen displayed a notification set for 5 p.m. to go to the hospital. In another scene, Cho Van was sitting on the hospital bed watching the news when the TV suddenly turned off. The head nurse holding the remote raised a bill and loudly demanded payment for the medicine. 1,000. Cho Van trembled as she took the bill. Why is it so expensive? Wasn't it always 5,000 before? Could there be a mistake? My brother works 3 jobs a month just to earn 5,000. Where am I supposed to get the rest? The head nurse angrily replied, This month you took a lot of medication, including inhibitors and stabilizers. The pastor had to be treated 3 times in the middle of the month, causing all the nurses to be busy taking care of you at odd hours. How can a girl like you speak so unpleasantly? If you feel there's a problem, you should check it yourself. Cho Van hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that. Please don't misunderstand. Let me tell you this. If you don't come from a rich family, don't get sick like the rich. The poor should just accept it. If you can't afford treatment, then don't. Before the head nurse could finish her sentence, a hand suddenly pressed firmly on her shoulder, making her jump and turn around. Nurse, I think I heard you cursing at a patient. Nurse with your sour tongue. I wonder if you can still say anything nice when you get to the director's office. A middle-aged man laughed without really smiling as he spoke. Beside him was a tall, dark bodyguard, causing the nurse to feel a bit wary. This person seems like he isn't good news. She thought to herself that she should leave while she still could. Before leaving, she reminded Cho Van that the medication bill must be paid today. Who are you? Cho Van asked warily, thinking they had come to collect a debt. The man pulled out a business card and smiled, saying, You are Miss Cho Van, right? I am a friend of your brother. A little while later, Chongyi entered holding the hospital bill. Van and I just went to pay the bill. The hospital system shows there is 100,000 in the account. Do you know what happened? Chongyi looked up from the bill to glance at Van. Seeing the 2 strange men, he asked warily, Who are you, gentlemen? Hello, Mr. Chongyi. My name is Van. I am the mayor's secretary. I would like to discuss a few matters with you. Saying that, he extended a hand forward. The mayor is the most important figure in Guangxi City, and the mayor's secretary can even represent the mayor at times. Why would someone like that come looking for me? Zhao Yi politely shook hands with Zhao Wenben. It's not convenient to talk in the hospital room. Let's move to another place. Zhao Wenben happily agreed. Before leaving, he carefully instructed the bodyguard to stay with Zhao Yun. The news Zhao Yi received indicated that the hidden profession was continuously reported by the media. So it's not hard to find people discussing you now. For example, 3 female students sitting in a cafe not far from Zhao Yi's table. Have you seen the hot search? The second academy has a hidden profession that seems to be named Zhao Yi. There are pictures of their school circulating here. He looks quite handsome. Zhao Wenben heard this and smiled at Zhao Yi. Mr. Zhao, congratulations on receiving the S-level talent, the protection of the Holy Angel, and being promoted to a Holy Knight. It's just luck. At the promotion ceremony, normally receiving an S-level talent cannot simply be due to luck alone. The mayor takes this very seriously, especially instructing the media not to disturb you. Speaking of which, he took out a box containing a key and continued. I have also arranged some training resources for you to prepare for the college entrance exam. The resources are stored in the Citibank safe. This is the only key to the safe. If you have any other requests, just let me know. It seems the mayor sees great potential in me, which is why he is willing to invest in me like this. It will only bring benefits, not harm. But in this world, nothing comes for free. The mayor clearly hopes that one day I can repay him. Seeing Zhao Yi silent, Zhao Wenbin pulled out the trump card. Starting today, a professional treatment team will serve Miss Zhao Yun 24/7. In addition, the mayor has contacted Pastor Tu to promote to level 36, who will come to Guangxi City for Miss Zhao Yun's treatment in a month. Hearing this, Zhao Yi immediately agreed to accept the mayor's support. After talking with Zhao Wenbin, Zhao Yi returned to Zhao Yun and told her everything. After hearing this, Zhao Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "So that means you've taken a huge step forward. Can I make jewelry for your feet?" Zhao Yi was bored, and Zhao Yun affectionately scolded him. "Stop saying nonsensical things. You need to focus on your recovery now." At this moment, Zhao Yun curiously asked, "Every profession has its specialized skills. What is your skill?" Hearing this, Zhao Yi remembered something. After promotion, 3 specialized skills of the Holy Knight appeared. They are White Blade, specializing in attack; Gradual Healing, specializing in healing and blessing a supportive weapon. Gradual Healing can restore life value. You can try it for my little sister. Chao Yi placed his hand on Chao Van's head, then tried to activate the skill, so comfortable, like being in a hot spring. He then massaged her whole body. "Little Van, do you feel better now?" Chao Van, immersed in the feeling of relaxation, suddenly came to her senses and excitedly said to her brother, "It doesn't hurt anymore and my hands are warm now. You're so good." Chao Yi looked at his little sister with affection, secretly pleased in his heart. Choosing the Holy Knight profession, aside from considering strength factors, was partly due to Chao Van's strange illness. After all, the Holy Knight is also a support profession. Although it can't completely cure Chao Van, it can help relieve her pain a bit, which is good enough. The next day, Principal La Hang personally took Chao Yi to the office. On the way, the teacher happily recounted, "Yesterday, several top 10 universities contacted me wanting to recruit directly. My phone was about to explode. Today, just a little while, and already 4 teachers from top 10 schools called me. You should perform well, take advantage of the best resources. These teachers are all level 2 transfer professionals, level 35 and above. If you can be directly recruited there, you will definitely receive top-notch training in the future." "Which schools does the principal have?" Chao Yi asked. "Vindong University, Xuannam University, anicap University, and Hantan University." Didn't the 3 top universities call? The 3 top universities have always relied on college entrance exam results as the standard. They don't consider talent and profession, so they don't arrange direct recruitment. As soon as they reached the office door, Chao Yi and the principal heard arguing from inside. Mr. Zhao was over 4,000 kilometers away from Guangxi City. Is he using a dedicated fighter jet or something? What is a fighter jet? I use a teleportation array. The extremely long distance requires consuming a level 30 mana core each time the teleportation array is activated. And yet you dare to use it. What is there that a genius wouldn't dare to use? Chang'e Xuannam University is definitely recruiting. Then let's rely on both parties' abilities. At that moment, La Hang pushed the door open proudly, saying, "The teachers are here to recruit the talented student Chao Yi." He then turned to introduce each person to Chao Yi. "This is Teacher Zhao, the talent from Vindong University. Teacher Li Bang from Xuannam University. Ms. Chu Ngok from Hantan University. Teacher Ngok Ween from anicap University." Chao Yi immediately bowed to greet the teachers. This action pleased them greatly. He didn't act arrogantly or impatiently despite his successful transition to a hidden profession. He was a well-behaved child. At this moment, Zhao Tianfu got straight to the point. "Let me explain the conditions of Vindong University. You only need to reach our school with 2 million Zhongha coins along with 3 specialized skill books from the saint." Zhou Yi was a bit surprised after hearing this. A normal family can only earn 6,000 VND in a month. Vinyang University offers 2 million in one go, plus the specialized skill books from the Saint Knight that ordinary people basically can't touch. Even the market doesn't provide resources of this level. Ha ha ha, is that all? Vinyang University is still as stingy as ever, huh? Li Bang laughed mockingly. Then she made a proposal. "Classmate Zhou Yi enrolling in Xuannan University will get you 3 million a year, 3 specialized skill books from the Saint Knight, personally taught by the Saint Knight of level 56. Level 56 is one of the closest existences to the pinnacle in Lanting. If you could become his disciple, your future would be incredibly bright." La Hang sighed inwardly. But as soon as he heard Chu Ngok speak, he was even more shocked. They still don't have enough sincerity. Enrolling in Hancheng University doesn't cost much, just 2 million. But once you enroll, I will immediately give you a portion of B-level training resources. B-level training resources. Lahong couldn't help but exclaim, then turned to stare at Zhou Yi as if to say hurry up and agree. B-level training resources cannot be bought just with money. Those talented treasures, with a single strike, even a pig can be trained into the strongest monster. Faced with the enticing direct recruitment offers from 4 universities, Zhou Yi surprisingly declined, because he wanted to take the entrance exams for the top 3 universities in the top 10. The status of the top 3 universities, Suhang University, Qingjing University, and Mado University, is the most supernatural, and they are called the top 3 universities of Zhongha country. They only enroll 1,000 new students each year, and the enrollment quota is not limited to humans. Other races like elves and giants can also take the entrance exams for the top 3 universities. The strength of other races is already stronger than humans, plus the vast land and abundant resources of Zhongha country. It's truly as difficult as reaching the sky for geniuses to try and enroll in the top 3 universities. Therefore, when he heard Zhou Yi's reason for refusal, Zhao Tianfu erupted with anger, scolding, "I thought you were a good seed. Turns out you're just someone who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. I've also looked through your materials. There was too much lacking 18 years ago, and you don't have good resources to make up for it." His strength is weak. Low attribute value. Not to mention relying solely on your abilities, it is now very difficult to get into the top 3 universities. Even if you do get in, you would just be the lowest-ranked existence. Without strong and precise training, this is all you will ever be in this lifetime. Zhou Yi tried to stand firm. He felt overwhelmed by the strong momentum. If it were the old me, I would have probably knelt down already. At this moment, Li Hang stood in front of Chong Yi, then unleashed her strength to counteract the pressure from Trio Tianfu. "Mr. True, what does this mean? Are you trying to bully my student right in my territory?" Chunguk stood by observing Chong Yi and silently assessing him. He could withstand the pressure from Trio Tianfu for more than 3 breaths. This child is indeed extraordinary. Trio Tianfu realized he was being a bit reckless, so he retracted his pressure and decided to leave. Admissions should consider not only potential but also character. With such a character, even if he were to be admitted directly, it would be hard for him to succeed. "I'll take my leave now. See you again." Principal Law, your classmate Chong Yi has great ambition. I also can't stay long. The 2 teachers followed Trio Tianfu out. Lahong saw this and hurried after them, speaking up for Chong Yi. Suddenly, only he and the teacher Chu Ngok were left in the room. "You have a lot of courage, but Mr. True is not without reason. In Zhongxia country, there are countless talents, and with the emergence of other races, their strength has surpassed that of humanity. Getting into the top 3 universities is indeed as difficult as climbing to the sky." Chong Yi confidently replied, "I will prove my strength with my college entrance exam results. There is still a month until the college entrance exam. With the system's support, you will definitely be able to elevate your strength to an unimaginable level. By then, the top 3 universities will be yours to choose from." It had been a long time since he had seen such a firm, deep gaze. It felt like he was back in those days of fighting on the front lines. Having been in a peaceful place for so long, his thoughts had become stable and conventional. As a result, he had created a generational gap with the younger generation. Chunguk looked at Chong Yi for a long time before turning to walk out the door. Smiling, she said, "All right, I look forward to your performance in the college entrance exam. See you again, classmate Chong Yi." Time flew by like a dog running across the field. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the college entrance exam had arrived. In the auditorium, the students were discussing nonstop, "This time for the college entrance exam. The one setting the questions is Dung Dai Ma Dao. We are doomed." A few years ago, he was the one who set the questions. "Our province's average score fell to the lowest in history. Have you all heard?" Chong Yi rejected direct admission, wanting to take the entrance exam for the top 3 universities. No way, right? He's being too boastful. Even the talents from the province or city wouldn't dare to claim they could definitely pass. What does he rely on? Is he so arrogant just because he has a rare, hidden profession? This time he's going to fall flat on his face. The tuition is over 100,000. If it were me, I would have accepted it long ago. What a pity. Just then, Chong Yi appeared. The young man who had been eagerly bad-mouthing Chong Yi suddenly froze and stared at him. Then he spoke in a somewhat unusual tone. Why does it feel like Chaoyi is different from before? He had an aura of a powerful being who had unlocked the dungeon. After a loud shout, information about the dungeon appeared. The secret dungeon deep in the dark forest, level 10 to level 13. Difficulty, easy, hard, and nightmare. Number of people required 1 to 5. Note: deep in the dark forest is filled with cat demons and bull-headed monsters. They have a vicious nature and enjoy eating humans. Damn, it's deep in the dark forest. Surely there isn't also a swamp terrain inside, is there? Cat demons are agile. Bull-headed monsters are tough and muscular. Jung Ma-do, this is clearly a death trap for us. The maximum number of people required for a dungeon team corresponds to the difficulty of the dungeon. Previous year's exams required a maximum of 3 people, but this time it's 5. Just as the candidates were complaining, Li Hung-jung stepped in front of them and loudly reminded, "Remember to act within your capabilities. If you encounter life-threatening danger in the dungeon, immediately use the scroll to return. Dying in the dungeon means you'll die outside as well. It's better to fail the university entrance exam than to lose your life. It's time all candidates prepare to enter the dungeon." As soon as he finished speaking, the candidates here turned into light and were teleported into the dungeon. At the same time, the large screens started displaying images of the candidates in the dungeon for everyone to observe directly. Class 1. Ton Kung. Profession Warrior Challenge. Level 0, Team Size 1. Class 1 Mo. Cam Profession. Assassin Challenge Level 0. Team Size 1. Class 1 Long Fi Vung Fung Ton Kin. Professions: Elementalist, Marksman, Underworld Sorcerer. Challenge Level So, Team Size 3. Class 5. Cho Ngi Profession, Holy Knight. Challenge Level, Nightmare. Team Size 1. Class 2 Trung Vi Vung Le Chio Tien Hong Zung. Hai Lang Professions, Archer, Fire Mage, Swordsman, Alchemist. Challenge Level Kong. Team Size 4. No wonder it's a rocket line. Besides teams of 2, basically everyone else is soloing the dungeon. Soloing means getting all the experience points. The higher the exam score, the higher the risk of death. Only the seniors of the rocket line dare to do that. While everyone was discussing excitedly, suddenly a girl excitedly pointed at Chongyi's screen and shouted, "Everyone, quick look, that's Chongyi soloing the nightmare level dungeon." At the same time, in a row of VIP seats, the director of the education department, Jia Dao, was gaping at the screen. He slammed his hand on the table, turned to shout at Hang sitting next to him, angrily exclaimed, "The support ability of the Holy Knight is incredibly strong. No matter who they cooperate with, they will dominate. Why does Chongyi have to solo the dungeon? If you choose the nightmare difficulty, there's a death rate of over 40%. The principal yelled this month. The city has provided Zhou Yi with a lot of resources for him to achieve the best results. If he dies in the dungeon, the reputation of the entire Lijiang city government will be severely affected. His actions basically show that he does not value the government's training at all." Lahong hurriedly smiled to make amends, opening his mouth to reassure Director Jia. "Don't worry, Zhou Yi is not an irresponsible person. He must have some trump cards." Returning to Zhou Yi, he was moving when he suddenly noticed a shadow darting quickly among the tall branches. Zhou Yi, with a serious expression, took out his weapon ready to wait. One blade axe after being equipped with a long-handled axe, strength +7, agility 2. Very quickly a monster pounced down from a high branch, extending its claws toward Zhou Yi. Just in time. Die. With a loud shout, Zhou Yi swung the axe down, splitting the monster in half. Strength 45, physique 51, agility 43, intelligence 52. Zhou Yi was satisfied, closing his personal panel, thinking, "In just 1 month. Even though I'm only level 10, the average value of each attribute has reached 47 points, equivalent to a level 13 profession. Looking across the entire Suhang province, I can also be among the top candidates." Then Zhou Yi smiled and said, "Are you too scared to come? Then I'll launch an attack." He proactively charged toward the group of monsters hiding behind the bushes. The weapon in his hand was now covered by a layer of golden aura. Level 4. Blessing Weapon Grade C. Condensing. Holy Light can increase strength, physical attack, and critical hit rate of weapons for teammates within a certain range. Zhou Yi looked like a tiger among a flock of goats. Each swing dealt with a monster without exception. Under the effect of S-grade talent, the protection of the Holy Angel, and the effect of the Blessing Weapon, the exclusive skill of the Holy Knight was also enhanced. The strength of the one-blade axe increased by 21 points. Such a strong buff, if the other candidates knew, they would definitely admire it. After all, the university exam dungeon has a weapon usage limit of 3-star bronze and below, while the one-blade axe in my hand after being enhanced can be equivalent to a 5-star bronze weapon in the university exam. Every attribute is incredibly valuable. This is enough to create a huge gap between myself and others. At this moment, another group of monsters ambushed Zhou Yi from behind. Zhou Yi withdrew his weapon, turned around, and softly murmured. The white blade of the Tuyen emitted a beam of light shaped like the number 10 from his hands, slicing the monsters into pieces which fell to the ground. The white blade of Tuyen has been upgraded to level 5. It already had strong light attribute damage, and with the protection of the Holy Angel's buff, it could directly annihilate low-level monsters. Whispering Chong-Yi casually grabbed a severed limb full of claws from the monster and forcefully threw it towards the distant creature, which was the one that had narrowly escaped death from his skill attack. The severed limb with sharp claws shot towards the monster, piercing its belly and pinning it against the tree behind. At the same time, outside the dungeon, through the large screen, the audience watching Chong-Yi's performance erupted in excitement. Oh, that was really dangerous! The timing of Cho's skill release was just perfect. It seemed that the moment he was attacked, he unleashed the white blade of Tuyen. This is beyond abnormal. That was a blow. It got crushed, so satisfying to watch. Chong-Yi is truly imposing and powerful. I've seen this axe in the shopping mall before. It's so heavy. Why does it seem like Chong-Yi is playing with it? Could it be that he has allocated all his free attributes to strength? Hearing this, Dung Tin-Kun frowned. As a teacher, his observational skills were better than those of these students, allowing him to see many things that were off. Everyone looked closely. Chong-Yi's speed is even faster than that of a cat demon. Not only is the speed of his skill release extremely fast, but the power of his magic is also incredibly strong. Among the free attributes, his intelligence is definitely not low. The angle of the axe swing, the control of the attack distance, and the force of the blows are all extremely well controlled. He is truly a fighting genius. After saying this, Dung Tin-Kun shot a jealous glance at Li Hung-jung. He silently thought, such a good seed? Why was he initially placed in the 5th class? In another place, the fake sword expression was serious. Speaking up. Chong-Yi has a very strong sense of combat, but what he is doing is not wise. Dealing with the first wave of cat demons is just wasting energy. The Nightmare Dungeon not only has strong monsters, but also an overwhelming number of them. Even the best mages can fail due to depletion of their magic. The weight of the battle axe is a huge burden for the profession itself. If he only swings the axe once or twice, he might not feel it yet. But continuously swinging the axe hundreds of times, he won't even have the strength to hold on to his battle axe anymore. Eventually, he would be torn to pieces by those cat demons. At this moment on the screen, the audience saw a new wave of monsters rushing towards Chong-Yi, and they immediately buzzed. It's already the next wave of cat demons. There's not even a moment to catch his breath. This is too ruthless. At least over 100 cat demons can Chong-Yi handle it this time. All the audience focused their attention, eagerly awaiting Chong-Yi's performance in the dungeon. Chong-Yi did not disappoint them. He skillfully combined his weapon and skills, quickly dispatching this monster. When the last monster fell, a small vortex appeared before Chong-Yi and gradually expanded. This is the entrance to the next level, he whispered. Chong-Yi decisively stepped into the new vortex. Exiting the vortex, Chong-Yi was faced with a large group of monsters waiting outside the instance. The host Kaka pointed at Chong-Yi's screen, providing live updates to the viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of Ava. I am Kaka, your favorite MC. Currently on air is the competition of the most outstanding students from the 2 academies. The one with the brightest S-tier night talent, Chong-Yi. He completed the first level of the Nightmare instance with an astonishing performance. It took only 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Everyone. What does that mean? 3 minutes and 17 seconds. That's 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. Due to his enthusiasm, Kaka nearly pressed his face against the lens, prompting a colleague to reluctantly say, "Please don't block the lens anymore." Nearby, a female audience member exclaimed in adoration. Running and slashing all the way, he only took a light breath at the very last monster. What is the physical score of this senior after all? Tung Fi shook her finger, continuing the words of the substitute instructor. It's unwise to exhaust too much stamina during the first wave of monsters. Looking at it now, we can't say for sure. In the front row, Li Hung-jung reminded Tung Fi, just watch the competition in silence. The substitute instructor's words could also be a joke. Tung Fi covered her mouth, teasing Teacher Li. I think it's nice to see you smile. Don't say nonsense. Even so, Li Hongjung felt a bit uncertain. He pinched his own face, whispering, Is the smile on my face that obvious? Senior Chang'e has entered the gate, someone shouted, causing everyone to stop discussing and focus on the big screen in the instance. Thanks to the information detection skill of the monsters, it was clearly visible in Chang'e's eyes. Bull-headed monster, level 14 silver quality skill, Savage Rampage. Charge War stomped down on the masses. Cat monster Huang Guang, level 12, copper quality skill proficient healing technique. Cat monster Fiery, level 13, copper quality skill proficient fire magic fireball. Cat monster Cursed, level 11, copper quality skill proficient shadow magic curse. Looking pensive, the common cat monster Huang Guang holds the position of a pastor, while Fiery and Cursed hold the position of sorcerers, and the silver bull-headed monster with extremely high damage. The 5th battle team's coordination is classic. If the first level faced scattered soldiers, then the second level is facing a trained army, a deadly threat. In the blink of an eye, they leapt hundreds of times, not giving Chang'e much time to think. The group of monsters had now begun to organize their attack. The melee fighters immediately charged forward while the mages stood in place casting spells. Suddenly, black arms burst from the ground, grabbing onto Chang'e and immobilizing him, forcing him to face the swarm of monsters along with the fireballs that were about to strike. Outside, some spectators gasped at the scene. Senior Chang'e has been cursed by the cat demon. Oh my gosh, it's dangerous. In the dungeon, Chang'e faced this perilous situation with a smile, speaking up. The warriors charge in, the priests enhance their state, the mages cast support spells, and they coordinate perfectly. Chang'e waited until the claws of the leading monster were just a short distance from him before raising both hands and shouting, Holy Light level 10. Instantly, a large glow in the shape of a 10 appeared, radiating golden light and engulfing the entire swarm of monsters. Holy Light level 10, level 4 grade B. The Church of Light condenses a cross in the shape of 10 behind him, causing enemies within a certain range to be continuously burned by the holy light for several seconds. The cries of agony rang out. When the golden light faded, what lay before Chang'e was no longer a swarm of monsters, but a forest of corpses on the ground. Outside, Jiadao gasped, so powerful. All low-level monsters were instantly killed. Who on earth is he? Tell me that the Holy Knight is a support class. Thus, the wide area attack skill of grade B, like the innate skill, is also divided into 7 levels from low to high. The higher the level, the more powerful the effect, and the rarer it is. Additionally, Jiadao felt a bit suspicious. The government's resources mostly provide skills of level C. How could he have a skill of level B? This kid, Chang'e, is not simple at all. Back to the situation in the dungeon, all the monsters were dead, leaving only one bull-headed monster still standing. Chang'e pointed his weapon at the monster and taunted, You're the only one left, come on! Immediately, everyone saw the bull-headed monster. It promptly used 2 skills, Berserk and Body Enhancement, on itself. Then it used the War Charge skill, stomping its foot down hard, creating a fissure that led straight to where Chang'e was standing. Chang'e reacted quickly, jumping high to avoid it. While Chang'e was in midair, unable to evade, the bull-headed monster used its Rampaging Charge skill, barreling towards Chang'e. Since it was in the Body Enhancement state, no damage could break its charging state. Chang'e had no intention of dodging either. He used the mid-air slash skill, clashing directly with the bull-headed monster and successfully knocking it back. Then Chang'e crossed his arms. He used the white blade skill, drawing a light shaped like a 10 towards the bull-headed monster while simultaneously rushing forward. The white blade pierced into the bull-headed monster, causing it to cry out in pain. The massive body fell backward. Shortly after, Chang'e appeared in front of it, raising his weapon high. His rough skin and thick flesh, he spoke softly. Without hesitation, Chang'e struck down, slicing the bull-headed monster in half. The bull-headed monster was not dead yet. It lay in a pool of blood, staring at Chang'e with wide eyes. Chang'e, with a cold expression, approached, lifted his foot, and stomped directly on the head of the bull-headed monster. This time, Chang'e could be sure that the bull-headed monster was defeated, as he saw the familiar vortex appear beside him. Looking at the vortex, Chang'e thought to himself, the next challenge is the boss level. Outside the dungeon, the audience was also in an uproar. Many people couldn't contain their excitement, standing up and shouting, What a powerful axe that severed the head of a 4-meter-tall, bull-headed monster. It's so shocking. Don't forget this bull-headed monster is in a frenzied state. This power is unbelievable. Continuous attacks so handsome. Senior Chong-yi, I love you. MC Kaka looked at the clock and exclaimed. The second challenge took only 59 seconds. Even Jia Dao had to stand up and applaud. Well done, well done. Aiming the skill precisely and controlling the power absolutely. It's hard to believe this is just a student who has just changed classes for a month. Oh. Then Jia Dao turned to smile at La Hang. Principal, congratulations. Our 2 academies are about to have a genius appear. La Hang also responded joyfully. Rivers have bends, people have their moments. It's time for our 2 academies to have a talent emerge. He was full of anticipation, thinking to himself. Since the establishment of the school, the best university entrance exam student from the 2 academies ranked 72nd in the whole province. Perhaps this time Chong-yi could elevate the 2 academies to a new height. Suddenly someone pointed at the screen and shouted, "Why is Senior Chong-yi not resting a bit longer before entering the boss level?" Everyone hurriedly looked at the screen. When they saw that Chong-yi had indeed not rested and had entered the vortex, Jia Dao became angry and scolded, "Foolish. If he hasn't recovered to his best state and loses the advantage when fighting the boss, that would be a huge loss." La Hang quickly spoke up to advise, "Chong-yi must have his reasons for doing this. We just need to be patient and wait." La Hang speculated, the province of Tohang is densely populated with many talents. Those who want to stand in the top 100 students in the province generally choose to clear the nightmare-level dungeons alone at the same difficulty level. To become the champion, one must clear the challenges in the shortest time. Back in the dungeon, as Chong-yi entered the 3rd challenge, he spotted the boss monster sitting not far away. So he used the identification skill on the boss Bullhead King level 16 golden quality. Skills unknown, the level difference is too great to probe. Note: the monarch of the Bullhead tribe. Anyone who dares to set foot in my palace must be prepared to die. As he spoke, the Bullhead King charged forward, raising his weapon to strike at Chong-yi's position. Layman Truk bestowing blessings, courage bestowed by the gods, sheltering blessings. A series of skills were simultaneously used by Chong-yi. After that, Chong-yi appeared behind the boss, fully armored, waving his hand and saying, "Hear my son here." Increase buffs the entire shape of a primary holy knight. The boss angrily turned around and Chong-yi also rushed in to attack. The Bullhead King simply raised his hand to block. Even with 4 types of buff skills, he could not touch his physical body. Feeling unbelievable as Ngi leaned forward, the Bullhead King struck him again, but he felt like it hit a metal sheet, sparking with showers of sparks. The Bullhead King roared in anger, swinging his weapon down towards Chong-yi, creating a tremor dust flying high. Chong-yi was fortunate to dodge that attack in time. Just as he escaped from the dust cloud, he saw a flash of purple light. A second later, the Bullhead King suddenly appeared in front of Chong-yi and swung his weapon down. Chong-yi couldn't dodge in time. His body was knocked away, crashing through 5 large pillars before stopping. Fortunately, he had the protective armor of the Holy Knight. Otherwise, his bones would have been shattered. "Great, it's my first time fighting to know what to do." "The previous attack was not in vain," he said softly. Chong-yi slowly raised his right hand, calling forth the Spear of Victory. In an instant, numerous small golden whirlpools appeared around Chong-yi. Following that, sharp, golden tips emerged from the whirlpools, shooting straight towards the distant Bullhead King. The level 3 Victory Spear, composed of divine power, launched its spear at the enemy. If hit, the enemy would suffer immense damage. Seeing this, the Bullhead King waved his weapon to block. Regardless of how many spears Chong-yi launched, he couldn't harm it even slightly. A moment ago, a warning notification appeared before Chong-yi mana levels were low. "Please replenish mana." Chong-yi glanced at it and then ignored it. He continued to maintain the skill while rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. The Bullhead King was indeed strong, with superior physique and strength compared to him. It was impossible to suppress him with sheer strength. Normally, people would choose to loosen the kite string to kill him. However, doing so would not guarantee victory. Considering the purpose of the examiner, they surely wouldn't let students be in danger. Therefore, there must be many ways to resolve this. During my battle with the Bullhead King, I sensed that its agility attribute was very low. If you attack continuously from multiple angles, it will be difficult to defend. Thinking this, Chong-yi directed the spears to attack from various directions. The effect was immediate. Several spears successfully pierced the knees of the Ox-Head King. Warning, mana levels are low. Please replenish mana. Chong-Yi clenched his fist, detonating the spears, causing the Ox-Head man to kneel on the ground. Besides having poor agility, the Ox-Head King has a weakness against attacks. The Ox-Head King has high stamina and health, but when faced with attacks, he can be negatively affected and seriously harmed. Therefore, for a short period, one must continuously use high damage skills, but to do that, timing and the number of releases must be precise. Otherwise, before defeating the Ox-Head King, all mana will be exhausted, losing the qualification to participate. Calculating everything, Chong-Yi knew his opportunity had come. He took advantage of the fact that the Ox-Head man was still kneeling on the ground, fully controlling the spears from all directions to launch at him, and then detonating them immediately. Warning, mana levels are low. Please replenish mana. Wanting to unleash a big move, unfortunately, there is no more time. Softly speaking, Chong-Yi rushed towards the Ox-Head King, pulled out his weapon, and delivered a finishing blow, splitting its body in half. Congratulations on clearing the Sumlum Yudong dungeon at nightmare level. Time taken to clear 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Your exam time has been saved. Your score for this dungeon is SSS level. Congratulations, you have been confirmed as the top scorer in this dungeon clearance. Hearing this announcement, Chong-Yi was a bit stunned. Whispering the top scorer, could it be that I have been confirmed as the valedictorian of this county exam? But very quickly, Chong-Yi reacted. He joyfully clenched his fist and softly exclaimed, "Great, I did it." In his heart, Chong-Yi told himself, in a year of being transported here, my mother passed away from illness, and my younger sister is seriously ill. The treatment costs for little Vaughn have weighed on me so heavily that I can hardly breathe. But in that harsh circumstance, I did not choose to give up. With no way to increase attribute points, I chose to risk my life to practice combat skills and hone my fighting will. The appearance of the system has brought me a second chance to change my life, but it also holds my destiny in its hands. I must seize this opportunity and strive harder than anyone else. I have resolved to be unwavering. So returning and finishing his words, Chong-Yi adjusted his mood. He removed the armor from his body and walked towards the system vortex. Congratulations. You have gained 121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and 20 skill points. Level up to level 11, level up to level 12, level up to level 13. Congratulations on receiving the Tropical Rainforest Belt equipment. 4 physical attributes plus 10 strength plus 7. Required level 10. The equipment set effect during combat in the jungle will receive continuous buffs based on one's physical condition. Resurrection speed, X3, stamina recovery speed, X3, mana recovery speed, X3. Congratulations on receiving the Tropical Rainforest Ring equipment required level 10. The equipment set effect during combat in the jungle will receive continuous buffs based on one's physical condition. Resurrection speed, X3, stamina recovery speed, X3, mana recovery speed, X3. Strawberry item X10, note that after use it will restore a certain amount of mana. Bullhead King card. Item X1. Gold level, note that the material for enchanting. After successful enchanting, the strength can use equipment plus 20. When Chong-Yi stepped out of the vortex, he was greeted with a series of cheers. Senior Cho is back. I love you, Senior Cho. You are my god. Senior Cho is so great. You are too strong. God. Cho too was startled. He hadn't even adapted when he heard the sound of clicks ringing in his ears. Turning around, he saw a group of reporters pointing their cameras at him. The flashes kept going off. Next to him, there were 2 people approaching Principal La Hang and Director Jia Dao. La Hang took the lead and said with a smile, "In 10 minutes, going through the nightmare-level dungeon alone is something that hasn't happened in the last 100 years. With years of experience in competitions, Chong-Yi can definitely achieve the position of top student in the Tohang district. The future is bright." Chong-Yi smiled in response. "You're too kind." At that moment, a car arrived, causing a stir among the crowd. Whose car is that? Why is it driving directly into the examination hall? Isn't that the S-400's creation? The magic can switch to flight mode? Huh. This is the S-400 car that can be exchanged for a house in the capital. Why does it have to be that the car stopped not far from Chong-Yi? Jia Dao actively opened the car door and said to him, "The results will be out within 3 days at the latest. By then we will immediately inform you." "Thank you," said Director Jia. Under La Hang's guidance, Chong-Yi walked towards the S-400 car. La Hang also spoke, "Go back and rest. Wait for our good news. Not long after Chong-yi arrived at the hospital to visit Teo-vun. After their last conversation, Teo-vun quickly fulfilled his promise. Teo-vun was placed in the hospital's most luxurious medical room with a team of 5 professional medical staff monitoring her condition 24/7. As soon as Chong-yi stepped into the elevator, a nurse smiled and greeted him. "Mr. Cho, you're here." Chong-yi nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm here to visit Teo-vun. I have good news to share with her." "I heard that you must have done very well in the exam today, right?" As she spoke, the nurse pressed the button for the 26th floor and the elevator ascended. The 2 people inside the elevator suddenly felt the temperature dropping rapidly. The nurse stammered, "That's strange. Why is it so cold today? The air conditioning is set too low." Then Chong-yi noticed the cold air seeping in through the door crack. His expression became serious. When the elevator reached the 26th floor and opened, the scene before the nurse made her scream in fear. What is happening?" The entire long corridor was covered in a layer of ice. Even the people here were no exception, turned into ice statues with terrified expressions. Teo-vun silently gasped. Chong-yi worriedly rushed to Teo-vun's side, leaving the nurse behind. "Chong-yi!" The nurse tried to call out to Chong-yi, but before she could finish, she too was frozen into an ice statue. As for Chong-yi, he shattered the ice wall in Teo-vun's room and rushed in, calling out Teo-vun. A second later, he was stunned by the sight before him. Teo-vun was lying on the hospital bed in pain, with cold air continuously escaping from her body, condensing into a large ice dragon in the air. Beside the bed, someone was maintaining a spell seemingly healing Teo-vun. Seeing Chong-yi about to attack the ice dragon, the girl maintaining the healing spell suddenly shouted, "Chong-yi, stop! Don't attack!" Hearing this, Chong-yi had no choice but to abandon his intention to attack the ice dragon. Chong-yi walked towards the girl and said, "Sister Tin, explain. If you injure it carelessly, Teo-vun's heart channel is very likely to be shocked and rupture." Chong-yi asked, "Why is there a dragon?" Sister Tin replied. Teo-vun's cold illness suddenly flared up. Everyone will be frozen into ice columns by the cold air. Right now, I can only suppress the cold air in this floor. "You should leave quickly," Chong-yi anxiously exclaimed. "What about Teo-vun?" Sister Tin interrupted. "Chong-yi, without a high-level pastor, what I can do is extremely limited." Chong-yi calmed down slightly. "I understand." Saying this, Chong-yi quietly commanded the system. "All skill points for leveling up, gradually heal, gradually heal. Level 4 enhancement, gradually heal, level 10. Allow team members within a certain range to gradually recover while also increasing stamina and mana, with effects lasting for a certain period." Immediately afterward, Chong-yi used the skill Gradually Heal on Teo-vun. Tri-ting exclaimed in amazement. "The mana contained in the healing skill of the Holy Knight is so powerful. It even surpasses my level 23 pastor stance." Chong-yi maintained the skill while saying, "Sister Tin, I will hold this place. You quickly inform Secretary Trio that he must invite a high-level pastor here." Sister Tin replied, "The schedule for the high-level pastor is already full. Secretary Trio has already scheduled a time for next week with her. Even if we hurry now, it won't be in time." Chong-yi turned around and said seriously, "You tell Secretary Trio. We just need to invite the senior pastor. In the future, Chong-yi will always unconditionally respond to him. It's a truth I absolutely won't lie about." Sister silently looked at Chong-yi for a moment, and then agreed, turning to run off to find the secretary. In the conference, I continued to return to treat little Vaughn. The cold air outbreak is something little Vaughn has had to endure every night for a year now under the influence of the cold yin energy. Her whole body is in excruciating pain, living worse than death. Recently, the cold yin has become increasingly severe. I just didn't expect that the cold air could affect the outside. Thinking silently, Chong-yi gritted his teeth and continued the treatment, even though his hands had begun to show signs of being invaded by the cold air. Time gradually passed and night fell. Just as Chong-yi's magical power was about to run out suddenly, a green orb flew into the room. It bounced like a rubber ball, hitting Bang Long and causing its body to crack slightly. Seeing little Vaughn's painful expression, Chong-yi shouted, "Wait, don't touch her!" Suddenly, the green orb struck Chong-yi, sending him flying backward. Then a girl carrying a pen as big as a staff appeared in the room, waving her hand provocatively at Bang Long. "Come on," Bang Long roared, taking the initiative to pounce on the girl. The girl swung the pen like a club, striking Bang Long on the head and continuously waving the nib to draw special characters on its body. After that, the girl's eyes suddenly sparkled with blue light. She swung the pen down hard onto Bang Long and a formation appeared. Bang Long was struck toward Little Vun. Its body shrank until it finally transformed into a ball of ice, merging into her. Seeing Little Vun's expression relax no longer in pain. As before, Chong-yi silently thought, "It's okay now." At this point, the healing girl turned to look at Chong-yi and said, "You are Chong-yi, right? I've heard about your reputation for a long time." "I am Thoi Liet Na, a level 35 pastor from Kanvan City," Chong-yi greeted her. "Thoi Liet Na said that the headmaster urgently requested me to come treat your sister." Before observing Chong-yi, Thoi Liet Na silently thought, "If it weren't for the headmaster saying this name could be a provincial top scholar, I wouldn't break the rules. Being able to withstand the cold air for so long, the headmaster wouldn't deceive me." Chong-yi asked, "Miss Thoi, what illness does my sister have? Can it be cured?" Thoi Liet Na replied, "The cold air has spread out, solidifying into shape." "This is a sign of bloodline awakening," Chong-yi exclaimed in shock. Bloodline awakening. He knew that when the Eternal Game appeared, many players chose various races like elves, giants, and demons. And after the game merged with reality, players of those races also exhibited characteristics of their corresponding bloodlines. For example, those with elven blood have blue eyes and longer pointed ears. Those with giant blood can reach a height of 3 to 4 meters. Over 200 years, players of different races intermarried with humans, and through generations their bloodline diluted, causing the distinctive appearance and abilities of their race to gradually fade away. Except for one special situation, Bloodline Awakening. At this moment, Thoi Liet Na explained, Bloodline Awakening can bring both calamity and fortune. Once successfully awakened, holding the power of different races' skills will level up, and learning will require less effort for greater results. But failure can lead to paralysis or worse, death. Your sister has been tormented by cold energy. It's because she is too weak to withstand the power of the bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, she has awakened the ice bloodline, a rare type of bloodline. To endure this rare bloodline, one must change their physical constitution. As far as I know, only a type of extraordinary talent, the extreme ice lotus, can change a person's physical constitution. However, this is very rare. The last time it appeared was at an auction. 35 years ago, it was auctioned off by a mysterious person for 1.3 billion. 3 months later, the cold energy in your sister's body will fully erupt and become uncontrollable. Another way is to use a major sealing technique to directly seal the bloodline of different races. After you make a decision, use the token to contact me. However, the price to pay is the future. Your sister will not be able to level up anymore. After Thoi Liet Na left, Chong-yi held the token in his hand, lost in thought. 5 days later, after just finishing his daily mission, a system panel appeared. Squat 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 200 weapon swings, 200. Complete the daily mission, please choose your reward. Chong-yi spoke up attribute points. I mostly choose free attribute points for daily mission rewards. For a holy knight, physical and intelligence points are extremely important, but other attributes cannot be neglected either. Normally, attribute points are distributed using a 2-3-3-2 method. Only balanced development will have fewer vulnerabilities. While pondering, a system panel appeared in front of Chong-yi, the test results were announced, and the achievement of the mission had been completed. Congratulations, you have ranked first in the entire province of Tohang in this exam. Based on your performance, rewards will be distributed. Congratulations, you have achieved the divine skill of the divine beast S. Congratulations, you have obtained the divine item level S10 for resurrection. Congratulations, you have received a one-time divine level secret technique, the S divine technique. Congratulations, you have obtained the rare skill, Light Field A. Congratulations, you have earned 30 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have earned 30 free attribute points. Since the end of the university entrance exam, news about Chong-yi has flooded all newspapers and media. When Chong-yi was promoted to become a holy knight, I knew he definitely had a bright future. That's why I recommended to the city mayor to enhance the training for Chong-yi. It's all thanks to my keen eye. A group of students was amazed to hear Jia Dao answer an interview on television. The provincial champion actually held the position of a holy knight. Isn't that like being equipped with heavy-duty support? I don't study much, so don't deceive me. Holy knights play dungeons very slowly. Level 10 playing nightmare dungeons. Are you kidding? Is there cheating involved? A female student hearing this immediately pulled out her phone, showing Min to Cho-Ngi. I recorded that moment, saying it with proof. At that time, even the students who were skeptical about Cho-Ngi's strength had to exclaim in admiration, his power is too fierce, suffering damage from Holy Light level 10. Why does it feel even stronger than a high-level fire magic from a wizard? The weapon of the divine courage is the bamboo blessing. Can someone help me count how many buds this provincial champion has in total? In another place, a red-haired young man sat in a luxurious apartment intently watching Cho-Ngi's performance, then commented the time to clear the level was 9 minutes and 24 seconds, 20 seconds faster than me. This guy looks interesting. However, speaking of this, the red-haired man pointed to a spot not far away, causing it to explode, then flashed a sinister smile, daring to steal my glory. There's only the path to death. The next morning, while on his way to visit his sister, Cho-Ngi suddenly received a message on his phone stating that his bank account had just received a large sum of money from the government and the Lijiang Education Bureau. Cho-Ngi immediately called Secretary Tru and received the response. Mr. Cho, due to your outstanding performance in the exam, the government will reward you with 5 million in cash and a luxurious villa. Do you have a preferred neighborhood, or should we choose for you? It seems they also received news that I am the provincial champion. Thinking to himself, Cho-Ngi replied, please help me choose. I heard that the recruiting officers from 3 top universities are coming soon. Do you need me to send a car to pick you up? No need, they have arrived already, Cho-Ngi replied. Then looking at the man in front of him, he smiled warmly, handed over a business card, and introduced himself. I am the recruiter from Vindung University. Vindung University. Cho-Ngi was a bit surprised when an unfamiliar voice spoke up. I remember initially, Vindung University said that student Cho-Ngi was too arrogant and criticized him for not knowing how high the sky was. Now how come the recruiting teacher from Vindung University looked up at the strong man standing on the helicopter's rope ladder and said this? Indeed, he was blind to the mountain's height. He has been dismissed and expelled from the school. Saying that the teacher from Vindung looked confused at Cho-Ngi, student Cho-Ngi, if you want to attend our school, Vindung University is willing to offer 4 million. No matter what conditions Vindung University is willing to offer, Mado University will match it double. Mado University, I'm sure I can get Cho-Ngi. Everyone, it's still early. You should head back. The muscular man landed and spoke confidently, making Principal Vindung furious enough to want to slam the table. Just then, a girl's voice rang in Cho-Ngi's ear. Have you asked about Thankin University yet? Right after that, the girl with purple hair and angel wings hugged Cho-Ngi and flew up into the sky just before the muscular teacher could grab him. After monopolizing Cho-Ngi, the purple-haired teacher whispered in his ear, Classmate Chao Thankin University may not have much else, but it has plenty of cultivation resources. Each year of the 4-year program will provide A-grade cultivation resources. As soon as the purple-haired teacher finished speaking, a sudden formation unexpectedly appeared behind her and pulled her in. At that moment, a female teacher dressed entirely in black stood in front of Cho-Ngi, and the other female teacher slowly threatened, to steal the top student, one must be willing to risk resources, finances, and the prestige of Thankin University, which I can also provide at Suhang University. Directly stealing someone, what is that? If you don't let go, don't blame me for being rude. The muscular teacher also flew up to join in. That's right, ripe melons aren't sweet. Cho-Ngi at Bado University. Not only do I provide A-grade resources once a year, but I also offer a complete set of golden-level equipment for you. Although the purple-haired teachers were furious, they sensibly slowly let Cho-Ngi down, then smiled friendly. I'm not kidnapping you, you know. I just wanted to have a private close exchange with classmate Cho-Ngi for a bit. Classmate Cho-Ngi, you choose. Classmate Chao, I am to me Ni, the recruiter from Suhang University. Suhang University believes in strength being paramount. As long as you can rank in the local and heavenly boards in school, let alone A-grade resources, even S-grade resources can be yours. Moreover, Suhang University has maintained the top rank in the new student exchange competition for the past 4 years, which shows that Suhang University's ability to train students is also the best. The purple-haired teacher said unhappily, To me, what do you mean by that? Just winning a few competitions and you're already so proud. It's a fact that Suhang University wins and it can't be denied. Ms. Tan should encourage the teachers and students at Thankin University to work harder. While the two teachers were passionately arguing, Chao Ni was seriously considering which school to choose. The special enrollment benefits offered by the three schools were all roughly equal. Choosing any of the schools would lead to limitless prospects. However, I want to gain stronger practical combat abilities. In the university, that suits me best. After some consideration, Chao Ni finally chose to attend Suhang University. Ni immediately pulled out a scroll. This is the special enrollment contract from Suhang University. Take a look. If there are no issues, please sign. The muscular teacher regretted missing out on the talented student who was snatched away by Suhang University first. Ms. Tan still insisted, if you don't find it suitable at Suhang University, you are welcome to transfer to Thankin University. Koto Minyi immediately shot a bullet-like glare at Miss Ton. The one with ill intentions has not refrained from using forbidden spells. This is a skill only high-level sorcerers possess. Chong-yi was reading the contract astonished, then confusedly asked To-mi-ni, "May I ask what level is Ms. To's profession?" "Sorcerer second transition level 42. Chong-yi was even more bewildered, but she looked no older than 30. The outside world is very vast. Once you enter Tohang University, you will be able to see many younger, powerful individuals. That would be great, Chong-yi replied excitedly. After all, lately you basically have no peers your age. Once you get into Tohang University, if you can find someone to spar with, you'll be able to improve much faster. After the signing was completed, To-mi-ni took back the contract and instructed, "All right, I'll give you a week to pack your things. A week from now, I'll come to pick you up for enrollment." "Huh, is the enrollment period for Tohang University already that soon?" To-mi-ni winked and replied, "Of course, specially recruited students need to arrive early for training. A higher level means your abilities will also improve faster. Then you will have a better performance in the National College Freshman Exchange Competition." A week had passed since Chong-yi and Cho-van moved to the new villa. It was also time for Chong-yi to enroll. Before leaving, he asked Secretary Trio to take care of his sister while he was away. Then he rambled on instructing Cho-van about everything under the sun before climbing into To-mi-ni's car, looking at Chong-yi, who turned back to glance at his sister. To-mi-ni smiled and asked, "Is this your first time away from home?" "That's right. You should prepare well then." Before Chong-yi could understand To-mi-ni's meaning, the car passed through the Annin University spatial gate. The city of Annin immediately appeared before him. "We're not in a hurry. There's no need to use the teleportation magic circle," Chong-yi said, looking around. He was amazed to see vehicles coming out of the teleportation magic circle everywhere. Teleportation magic circles are usually controlled by the military. Just like the small teleportation magic circle that Pastor Thor uses, one needs to request approval from the city government. Tohang University has a partnership with the military district. Therefore, they built a large teleportation circle near the school. It's extremely convenient and safe, To-mi-ni explained. Then she tilted her chin forward. "We've arrived." Chong-yi couldn't help but exclaim at the sights unfolding before him. This is too extravagant. "Let's go. I'll take you to check in," To-mi-ni said to Chong-yi. While Chong-yi was still looking around, he suddenly felt something brush past him. It turned out to be a young man who had just been kicked away by a girl. The white-haired girl warned the young man with a fiery glare. "I told you! I don't want to get to know you." That kick was a warning. "Don't provoke me. I won't hold back next time." With that, the white-haired girl walked away. The crowd gathered around to watch the young man who just got beaten and laughed mockingly. "Dang you, this time you've met the female demon." Every year during the opening ceremony, he tries to entice the younger female students. Finally, he has encountered a tough situation. Heaven has eyes. Chong-yi looked at the white-haired figure and thought to himself, demon lineage. She has the bloodline of a demon clan. To-mi-ni recalled Chong-yi's background. She looked at his expression at that moment and felt it necessary to kindly remind him, "There are quite a few students and teachers in the university city with mixed bloodlines. If you encounter them in the future, you must not show any unusual expressions. Don't worry. Even if they are all of mixed blood, as long as they stand on the side of humanity, I won't hold any hatred. I won't lose my mind to hate the entire demon clan because of my father's death." "That's good. Here's your student ID." To-mi-ni conjured up a card and handed it to Chong-yi. Chong-yi skimmed through the information on the card. Order of progress. I will briefly explain the rules in the school. First is the ranking system. Each academic year will have a corresponding ranking level. The higher the strength, the higher the ranking position. The ranking of freshmen is based on the results of the college entrance exam. You ranked first. Hence, you are the strongest freshman. But it's only a temporary ranking. A month later, there will be a competition among the freshmen. The rankings will be rearranged based on the results of that competition. Starting today, you will become a target for attacks. Everyone will want to take your position. If I am already at the top, then I won't let go of this position, Chao-Ngi replied proudly. Tamini smiled and continued to lead Chao-Ngi around for a tour. While walking, she guided him. Next is the credit system. Freshmen will earn basic credits based on their series number. Credits can be used to buy meals, equipment, medicines, skill books, and so on. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy all the items you want, including skills and S-grade resources. In addition to the ranking, there are also 2 other ways to earn credits. One is through credit missions. You can use your student ID to register for missions on the website. Accept suitable missions. Completing missions can earn you corresponding credits. The second way is to earn fixed credits based on your monthly rankings on the local and global boards. This university has about 1,000 students wanting to make it onto the local board. The global board is as crowded as an army. You cannot be complacent. In addition, this university has 3 secret dungeon instances. The first dungeon is Goblin Underground City with a level cap of 17. The second dungeon is the Twisted Forest with a level cap of 23. The third dungeon is the Hell Training Ground with a level cap of 28. Besides meeting the level requirements in the dungeon, you must also spend a certain amount of credits to enter. Before reaching the required level, you can practice in the training area. The training subjects can be real people or fight against robots. The strong possess absolute freedom of speech and the most resources. This is the path to survival here. A group of students walked against the flow with Chao-Ngi and Tomi-Ni. The young man leading the group saw Tomi-Ni and greeted her, then continued to lead the students onward. As they passed by Chao-Ngi, a few students stared at him and whispered, "Who is he that the teacher is leading him around?" "Yeah, we're all being shown around by our seniors. In groups of 10, could it be a backdoor pass?" "Vung Loi," a young man in the group said knowledgeably. "Then you guys don't know." The top student of the entrance exam is specially taken care of by the teacher handling the enrollment procedures. 1 is to help him quickly familiarize himself with the learning environment. 2 is to attract the top student later when choosing schools in the future. Speaking like that, he must be the top student of this admission round. Bak Hyo-sin. What's his background? Please elaborate. The new students, including the girl with white hair, eagerly awaited the answer about Bak Hyo-sin. Chao-Ngi, the top student of To Province, a level 13 Holy Knight. Just like the others, when they first heard Chao-Ngi's profession, they were astonished. There's no mistake, right? The Holy Knight is just a supportive job. I remember you said the second place was Tam Lin Fong, a level 14 Berserker. How can someone who is a support like him surpass a Berserker? Hey, what are you guys talking about? Don't you believe me? The reputation of Bak Hyo-sin is not just empty talk. A female student, unable to restrain her passion for beauty, exclaimed, "He's so handsome he could be a movie star." Hearing the impressive profile of Chao-Ngi, the girl with white hair couldn't help but look at him, recognizing he was the top student among the new students. Lukin, just in time to see his crush with white hair intently looking at Chao-Ngi, felt a surge of jealousy and deliberately spoke loudly to criticize, "I think this top ranking is just for show." Chao-Ngi indeed heard this and immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. Lukin stepped out in front of the students and challenged, "Chao-Ngi, Lukin, a level 13 Punisher ranked 38th. I doubt you have the strength to be first. I want to challenge you, classmate." Setting up a challenge is a personal matter. Don't waste everyone's time. The male student leading the group patted Lukin on the shoulder as a reminder, secretly cursing him for being foolish. "Freshman orientation, I will earn 1 credit. What are you causing trouble for here?" Lukin pushed his hand away and replied, "Sorry, I'll keep my distance." The male student leading the group became even angrier. "This idiot." The ranking is determined by the deans and teachers from the 5 major academies coming together to make a decision. It can't be wrong. The group of freshmen hearing Lukin's challenge began to chatter in anticipation of a good show. "There's a good show to watch, just wait a moment, and then let's move on." Does Liu Qin want to use this challenge against the top to boost his reputation? The Holy Knight is not a strong profession. It's not surprising to want to take his position. Chong-yi crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking indifferent, and said to Liu Qin, "So what should I rely on to agree to your challenge? 100 credits if you win against me, they will belong to you. If you lose, you won't lose anything." Chong-yi looked at Liu Qin's anxious expression, then at the group of freshmen, thinking to himself, "For the peace of the future, I have to agree to this challenge. However, I just want to scare him a little so the price he has to pay will be heavier. Only then will they remember clearly. So Chong-yi set the bet at 300 credits and I will fight you." Hearing this, Liu Qin's face immediately changed. The students began to whisper again. "I'm ranked 40th, only have 400 credits. Liu Qin is ranked 38th. Probably not much better. If I lose that many credits, it will be terrible. He dares to show up right at the start of the semester. He can't be the kind of brainless side character in a comic, right?" At this moment, Liu Qin felt a bit anxious, but when he saw his crush still looking intently at Chong-yi, jealousy clouded his judgment. He finally accepted the price that Chong-yi set. 300 it is. "Let's go to the arena. You do have a bit of courage. But you don't need to go to the arena. In 3 moves, if you don't kneel, then consider me defeated." In the end, everyone still went to the arena. Tomini personally acted as the referee. After a 3-second countdown, Liu Qin immediately charged to attack. In his heart, he calculated that punishing a knight and a holy knight was similar, both belong to hidden professions. Punishing knights lean towards explosive strength, while holy knights lean towards support. As long as he can take down quickly, without regard for the holy knight's use of skills, he can easily defeat them. At that moment, Liu Qin inadvertently glanced at the white-haired girl standing under the arena. She would be watching him. Regaining his focus, Liu Qin swung his sword using the blood slash skill to strike towards Chong-yi. However, Chong-yi easily dodged, then kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Chong-yi felt a bit disappointed in his heart. I thought he had something interesting, but he fell without even a move. The student leading the group went to check on Liu Jing's injuries and reported to Tomini. "Miss Liu Jing has 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and is in a comatose state." "Okay, bring the pastor to treat him," Tomini said while using Liu Jing's and Zhou Yi's student IDs to operate the system. After a while, he returned the ID to Zhou Yi. 300 credits have been transferred to his student card. The swift battle left the new students in awe. The blood-cutting power of the punishment knight is hard to stop, yet he only needed 1 kick to break through. Is this the power of someone ranked first, completely at a different level? The strength attributes of the two must be at least 20 points apart. The white-haired person could no longer sit still. She stepped up to propose a match with Zhou Yi. When I saw her at the door, I realized she not only has the bloodline of the demon race, but also possesses inherited equipment. Seeing inherited equipment for the first time, I wanted to see its power. Zhou Yi used the identification technique to check the information about the opponent. Weapon Shadow Moon. Ancient sword inheritance quality. 3 stars requires human race, requires occupation. Swordsman effect unclear. After a while, Zhou Yi replied, "All right, another match is about to take place." Considering the opponent was not to be underestimated, Zhou Yi decided to use the Mystic Light War hammer to deal with the white-haired person. Mystic Light War. Hammer quality. 3 stars, gold. Physical attribute. +18. Intelligence. +24 effect. Increases all B-grade light system skills by 1 level. This reward system attracted even 2nd and 3rd-year students to come and watch. Look, a conflict has broken out as soon as the new students entered the school. It's just a bunch of chickens pecking at each other. Li Dongsheng, one of the ministers of the Extreme Light Society, a level 29 marksman, happened to pass by, saw Tu Mi and approached to greet her, subsequently staying to watch the match. 3-2. One began to signal, and at the same time both sides rushed at each other. While the white-haired person used the skill Extreme Shadow Slash to charge at the enemy with lightning speed, Zhou Yi used the skill Methodical Pursuit, lifting the giant pillar, forcefully slamming it down, causing wide area damage and pushing back the enemy. As soon as the 2 skills made contact, a loud explosion occurred. Afterwards, both were affected by each other's skills, pushing them back. Impressive, truly a monster, I thought to myself. The white-haired person then intensified the use of demonic energy slashes, infusing darkness attributes into the weapon, simultaneously creating a powerful dark slash directed at the enemy to confront Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, seeing the opponent's strike, was not afraid at all. He was even excited, shouting, "Awesome, finally there's someone who can face me head-on. Go on, lift him up to launch an attack from below." The enemy is lifted, the enemy enhances and strikes. While attacking forward, he delivered a second attack, Flame Slash. Strike a powerful attack forward at the enemy and unleash a barrage. The barrage will deal multiple attacks to the enemy, knocking them back. Ice Mountain Strike, jump a short distance forward and slam the weapon down to the ground. There are many phases of attack determination. The final attack can make the enemy fall. Both sides skillfully utilize their abilities to attack each other, yet they still cannot determine a winner. The audience below the arena watches the battle, staring in amazement at the two figures moving at the speed of light. Is this really a battle between two students? After a moment of contemplation, Li Dongsheng spoke up. The Spirit Swordmaster without a trump card will quickly lose the match. The male student leading the group expressed some doubt. Really? I think it looks like they are evenly matched. Li Dongsheng analyzed, strengthening block absorbing all the enemy's attacks. Initially, the 3 strikes of the Holy Knight, she only needs to block 1. Now the Holy Knight is throwing 2 strikes. She must use her sword to counter both in defense and attack. When using a large weapon, one usually swings the weapon at a certain level to conserve stamina. When he seizes the opponent's opening, Zhou Yi will suddenly take action to suppress. Moreover, he has no intention of conserving stamina or absolute confidence in his own strength. From start to finish, the warrior was restricting the movement of the Spirit Swordmaster, forcing her to use her sword to block his attacks. Every strike Zhou Yi makes is of high quality. One person in the crowd exclaimed, "A beauty like that strikes without mercy. This Holy Knight is truly ruthless." As the initiation concluded, Zhou Yi activated the blessing of the Divine Courage weapon, the blessing of the Trukfuk Lamin weapon. The Trukfuk Guardian blessing immediately created a huge aura surrounding him. This feeling of oppression is very strong. Is this his best state? While the white-haired one was somewhat cautious, Zhou Yi used the victory spear and pointed a hand. Seizing the opportunity, the white-haired one needed time to adjust skills, so he used the Demon Shadow Slash to close the distance to the enemy and struck to defeat. Zhou Yi unexpectedly smiled smugly and said, "I knew you would use this move." With that, he swung his mace down toward the white-haired one. At this moment, the white-haired one could only helplessly close her eyes and wait to be hit. Who would have thought that after waiting for a long time, nothing would happen? "Do you want to continue?" The white-haired one slowly opened her eyes, only to see Zhou Yi had retracted his skill, standing there with the mace choosing not to strike. The offensive was almost overwhelming. Continuing to fight would yield the same result. She hasn't used all her strength. Seeing Zhou Yi exposing him, she knew that in this battle her powerful swordsman skills and the dark attribute power within her body had not been used. The white-haired one smiled brightly and replied, "Have I been discovered? I just wanted to test my limits once. I will not use my trump card. Furthermore, you didn't use your full strength. I've watched your exam video already. Let's be friends and compete again later." After both exchanged WeChat, Tomini continued to show Chongyi around the school. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. On the first day of school, not only did she earn 600 points, but she also made all the top students selected through special admission wary. This first-year semester seems to be getting lively. The dormitory for freshmen is located at Little Mountain Peak. The dormitories for regular students are at the foot of the mountain and halfway up. The dormitory for specially admitted students is at the top of the mountain. Furthermore, the dormitory for specially admitted students is a private villa. Depending on the ranking, the level of luxury and amenities available varies slightly. You will live here from now on. Tomini pointed her chin towards the enormous house in front of them. As she swiped her card to enter, Tomini suddenly remembered something and said to Chongyi, "By the way, I heard you're looking for the Extreme Cold Lotus." There was a small team that claimed to have seen the Extreme Cold Lotus at the Frantic Mountain Range, but at that time, there were high-level magical beasts guarding it, so they abandoned the idea of picking it. This information is from 6 years ago, and I cannot guarantee its authenticity. Based on the information Tomini provided, Chongyi spent the following days diving into research related to the Frantic Mountain Range. It is known that this is a large mountain range that appeared after the game Eternal and Blue Star merged, covering a vast area filled with countless treasures, rare flowers, and monstrous magical beasts. Even someone who has changed professions for the third time wouldn't dare to venture deep inside casually. With Chong-Yi's current strength, if he encounters a high-level magical beast, he would have to run for his life to survive. Fortunately, after completing his college entrance exam achievements, the system rewarded him with a method to save his life. Even if he dies, he can still survive. There's nothing to hesitate about. He just needs to buy a few more skills and equipment and then set off. Chong-Yi operated the computer to search for suitable skills. At the same time, he received a notification. Seeing that you are a student ranked first in the special admission process, skills of a holy knight below level A can be learned for free, immune to all high physical damage. Buying ranged skills for free was truly amazing. Accordingly, all the powerful skills that were free were secured by Chong-Yi. It's a pity that there is one item he still has to use points from his college entrance exam rewards to collect, which is the jungle gear. With preparations complete, Chong-Yi immediately headed to the frantic mountain range to find the extreme cold lotus to heal his sister. While he was wandering in the frantic mountain range looking for the extreme cold lotus, he saw a massive explosion not far away. With curiosity, he immediately ran over to check the situation. In another development, Kung Sonyin, after adding Chong-Yi on WeChat, took the initiative to message him to get acquainted. However, since Chong-Yi messaged that he would go to the frantic mountain range, he went silent, making Kung Sonyin feel bored and call her best friend to share her youthful troubles. I met a very special boy. Yesterday I went to challenge him, and during the fight I released a bit of demonic power, but he was completely unfazed, not even a fascinated glance. My friend couldn't help but exclaim, "So his will must be terrifyingly strong." "Yeah," Kwang So-nan casually replied. After that, I decided to go to the Storm Mountain just like my crush. In a certain area of Storm Mountain, a fierce battle was taking place between a demon and a team of 4, including mechanical engineer Chu Neo, summoner On Tien Tuan, gunmaster Chu Dan, and swordswoman To Tan Lin. First, while driving the tank, Chu Neo launched several small discs attached with bombs towards the demons. As soon as the demons stepped on the discs, they exploded automatically. A few managed to escape and continued to rush forward to attack the tank. On Tien Yuan used her Ice Spirit summoning skill to create an ice wall to block the demon's advance, not noticing that another one was quickly jumping on the broken tree trunks approaching their vehicle from behind. Hearing the warning at 9 o'clock, Chu Nyu immediately fired his gun, obliterating the monster behind them. Once that was done, she continued to sweep with the machine gun while shouting. At that moment, To Tan Lin immediately utilized her superior swordsman skills to successfully handle the remaining demons. Then Chu Nyu laughed joyfully, and when On Tien Yuan turned to look at Chu Nyu about to celebrate, her face suddenly turned pale. She then pushed Chu Nyu aside and quickly cast a spell to create an ice shield by the driver's window of Chu Nyu's tank. However, the fire magic from the forest had too much destructive power, and On Tien Yuan's ice shield was immediately shattered. The tank flipped over as well. "Are you guys okay?" To Tan Lin worriedly ran over to check, and On Tien Yuan shouted a warning, "Watch out behind you!" The other 3 looked behind To Tan Lin and saw a group of demons rushing towards them like raging beasts preparing to use fire magic to roast them. Our team barely managed to take down 4 demons using all our trump cards. Could it be that we really have to die here today? Just as the 4 girls' team was resigning themselves to fate, Chong-Yi charged in on a white wolf from the forest using a divine wind blast to sweep the demons away. Light gathered and the windstorm descended. Light converged and the storm had arrived. Just as Chong-Yi finished speaking, a gigantic sword flew down from the sky, piercing directly into the center of the vortex, annihilating the demons. The entire area was suddenly engulfed in flames. At this moment, Chong-Yi gently patted his pet's back, and the white wolf understood immediately, opening its mouth and extinguishing the fire in one breath. Then Chong-Yi approached the group of 4 girls who were still in shock, using magic to heal them. To Tan Lin held On Tien Yuan, who was still unconscious, and looked up with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Junior Cho. I didn't expect you to know me." "The Thanlon team is the second best team in the entire school, of course I know," Chong-Yi replied. "That makes me feel even more ashamed," To Tan Lin replied with an awkward smile. Then with a serious expression, he suggested, "Although your light attribute skill can counter demons, demons are very dangerous. Why don't we go back to the base together? I've explored the entire outer area for a month, but still no news of the frozen ice crystal." 3 days from now is the new student competition. We can only wait for the competition to end and then continue searching for the frozen ice crystal. Thinking this, Chang'e replied, "All right." To Tanlin turned to look at Chunyu, who nodded in understanding. Then he began to chant the spell, "Metal screams, speed of the soul, eerie roars, fierce machine spider shines gather together." As soon as the spell ended, a giant spider robot appeared from the magic circle created by Chunyu, much to the admiration of Chang'e and the White Wolf. "No time to explain, get in the car quickly," Chunyu urged. To Tanglin saw her teammates making colors and said nothing, secretly admiring, "You're really performing at your best." On the way back, Chang'e asked To Sr., "Is this stormy mountain range originally a place where demons live?" To Tanlin replied honestly, "Our team has been in the stormy mountain range for more than 2 months now. This is also the first time we've encountered them." Upon hearing this, Chang'e speculated that these demons might come from deep within the stormy mountain range, or that there has been a recent rift from another dimension, allowing the demons to escape. "That's right, we need to quickly return to the base to inform the military district." Chang'e was a bit startled. "Doesn't the military district have mages monitoring the entire area?" Briefly regarding this place, the stormy mountain range has many magical beasts. To guard against beast attacks, there is a supply trading base built by the military at the entrance of the stormy mountain range. Moreover, there are mages from the military base constantly monitoring the movements of magical beasts in the mountain range. Hearing Chang'e's question, To Tanlin frowned and replied, "There are, but these magical beasts are of too low a level." After hearing this, Chang'e became even more confused. The silver-blooded evil beast is level 30, that's still not a low level. As if understanding Chang'e's thoughts, To Tanlin explained, "The mages mainly monitor the deeper areas of the stormy mountain range. The movements of high-level magical beasts, level executioners, legends, and the aura from other dimensions on them are lower than the concentration threshold set by the mages. So perhaps the mages are not monitoring them either." At this point, To Tanlin also had some questions in her mind. But if it is a rift from another dimension, why would it allow low-level demons to come here? As long as the military base discovers the presence of demons, they will immediately eliminate them all. If the rift from another dimension can accommodate level 30 beasts, it could also allow level 50 beasts to come through. In that case, it would not only be a matter of offering lives, but also revealing the location of the rift. Let's not think about this any longer. Just bringing back the news is enough. At that moment, the group suddenly heard many demons shouting loudly, "Food, food!" At the same time, a beam of light appeared in the sky, piercing straight down to the ground, causing an explosion not far from Chang'e's convoy. There were demons over there surrounding someone. This aura suggests something is amiss. Chang'e hurriedly said, "Everyone go ahead, I'll go and come back." Then, regardless of everyone's advice, he rushed to ride off to the explosion site alone. This aura was something he could never forget. Why is she here? Not only Chang'e's group, but another small team also knew that someone was in trouble. At this moment, one of them hesitantly spoke up, "A level 20 white silver beast. That girl won't last long. Should we help?" Everyone fell silent. After a while, someone spoke up, "It's better not to. We are trapped here and can't even take care of ourselves. If she can escape on her own and she defeats the demons, she will definitely be a genius in the future." But unfortunately, all of them looked worriedly towards the explosion site. Kung So-nyen, covered in wounds, was struggling against the monsters. As she fought the monsters, Kung So-nyen gritted her teeth and thought, "It seems they have realized that my state has a time limit. They are only surrounding me and not attacking, trying to force me to death. These demons, 10 of them, are scattered across the plain. Even if I eliminate the 8 in front of me, the surrounding demons will immediately rush in. There's basically no chance to escape back to the base. If the power of the spirit disappears before breaking through the encirclement." Thinking of this, Kung So-nyen's eyes turned icy. Just as she was about to use her skills, a bolt of lightning came down from the sky, causing the white-silver beasts surrounding her to instantly disintegrate. Kung So-nyen quickly turned around to the sound of footsteps, Chang'e riding the white horse. Riding the white wolf, charging in like a god while shouting at Kung So-nyen, who was still dazed. "Kung So-nyen, get out of the way." The demon behind Kung So-nyen was roaring, creating a deafening sound that made Kung So-nyen unable to bear it. She immediately had to use both hands to cover her ears. The evil spirits used their skill of frenzy fire and all screamed as they rushed to attack Kung So-nyin. She shouted a warning, "Chao-nyi, go now, that's the frenzy of the demon race." In her heart, she worriedly thought, the power of the evil spirits has increased exponentially. Chao-nyi is definitely not a match for it. If I self-destruct, I would have a 9 in 10 chance of destroying it. I might be able to protect Chao-nyi. Suddenly, Chao-nyi riding the white wolf appeared behind Kung So-nyin, slipping his arm around her waist and lifting her onto the back of the white wolf. Kung So-nyin exclaimed in surprise, "Chao-nyi!" At this moment, a demon rushed in and threw a punch. Immediately, the white wolf leaped forward, dodging. Chao-nyi, sitting on the back of the white wolf, turned his head and raised his hand, shouting, "Kwang-chi, set the boundary!" In an instant, a large amount of lightning struck down from the sky, devastating the area in front of him. Chao-nyi smiled and said, "No wonder everyone wants to change their class to mage. The feeling of destroying monsters from a distance isn't bad." It's just that Chao-nyi's previous move created too much noise, attracting all the evil spirits in the field to come over. They quickly formed a large circle. Surrounding the two of them were a total of 180 demons that could use group attack skills to deal with them. It's just that now they are scattered. Thinking to himself, Chao-nyi placed 2 fingers on Kung So-nyin's forehead. "Kung So-nyin, you go attract the demons to the left. Don't be aggressive." Kung So-nyin asked in doubt, "Chao-nyi." Chao-nyi said nothing and began to perform a series of gestures for Kung So-nyin to delay the dance of the elements. "Lei Min, bless the weapon, bless the divine grace." Kung So-nyin was startled and thought, it's the Legion adding buffs from the Holy Night. She quickly opened her personal panel to check. Level 16, Class Swordsman Status 2, Demon Body. Looking at the stats, Strength, Speed, Endurance, Intelligence all increased by 25%, leaving Kung So-nyin astonished. Chao-nyi did not have time to pay attention to Kung So-nyin's reaction. Before she could finish speaking, he jumped off the wolf's back, took out his weapon, and aimed at the nearest group of monsters. He charged in, swinging his hammer down, causing the entire area to explode. Behind him, Kung So-nyin also jumped off the wolf. She looked at Chao-nyi and thought to herself, "Awesome. The attributes increased by 25% are equivalent to my strength doubling. As far as I know, there's no level 16. No, even a level 20 Holy Knight can't do that." At this moment, a portion of the monsters had also approached Kung So-nyin's position. Without anyone giving orders, the white wolf lunged at a monster, opening its mouth to bite. Now is not the time to think about these things. I have to follow his instructions. Reminding herself, Kung So-nyin's expression became serious. She took out her weapon and began to fight. As for Chao-nyi, he was moving at high speed. Each swing of his hammer could destroy one or several monsters. Suddenly, a monster successfully sneaked up behind Chao-nyi and raised its weapon to strike at his head. Just as the slash was about to succeed, a purple ROI unexpectedly hit the monster's hand, causing its weapon to fly away, resolving the threat to Chao-nyi. When he turned to look back, he saw Kung So-nyin controlling the purple ROI, attacking the group of monsters. Summon the spirit, gather the magic energy in your hands to form a ROI. Strike the enemy, dealing heavy damage to them and adding dark damage. According to the Holy Light profession, it can indeed attract demons. Countless demons have gathered here on the plains. This skill can be used. Then quietly saying, Zhou-yi casually cast the Holy Light shield skill towards Jiang Shuonian and the White Wolf, creating a protective barrier around them. Then instructed Jiang Shuonian, wait in here. The Holy Light Shield B class brings the team members into a certain range within a sacred halo, making them immune to all physical damage. The effect lasts for a certain period of time. Next, Zhou-yi shouted, Holy Light 10 summon! Holy Light 10 summons Holy Light. Gather Holy Light 10 behind you, causing enemies to continuously receive fire damage of the light attribute every second within a certain range. Level 7 range of effect 200 mils. One can see the enormous cross that Zhou-yi summoned suddenly radiating golden light towards the group of monsters. The next second, a yellow flame erupted, engulfing them, continuously burning and making them wail in agony. Jiang Shuonian's eyes sparkled, staring blankly at this scene. After the attack passed, most of the monsters had been eliminated, leaving only the large monsters with high resistance still alive. All darkness will disappear under the illumination of the light. Light gathers, storm descends. Divine light. Storm summons a storm condensed by holy light at the designated location, causing light magical damage to all enemies within a certain range. And as soon as Zhou-yi finished speaking, many huge holy light pillars condensed in the sky. Then these holy lights fell to the ground, forming a large circle surrounding the group of monsters. A second later, at the center, a vortex quickly formed, sweeping up the monsters, tearing them apart into many pieces. In the nearby bushes, a group of people were gaping in shock. The battle scene outside is terrifying. Who is this? Is he human? Boss, should we go say hello? Hearing a team member ask the captain's name, he pondered for a moment. Our squad besides me is level 26. The other 5 are all level 24. Don't even talk about 1-on-1 6 against 1. It's impossible to fight back. This person is truly terrifying, and he's still so young. In the end, the captain decided to lead the group to meet Zhou Yi. He thought to himself that they must establish a friendship. But before this group could move, they saw a machine quickly rush towards Zhou Yi from a distance. Once the machine stopped, Zhu Dan, along with 3 others, Chu Niao Wen Tianruan and Su Qing Lian, appeared on the back of the machine. Zhu Dan raised his hand to greet his juniors. Zhou, we came to help you. However, upon seeing the situation around clearly, the 4 of them were stunned frozen for 5 seconds. Chang'e turned around to glance at them and took out a recovery potion. He tilted his head back and drank it all. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have reached level 17. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Congratulations, you have reached level 18. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Name, Chang'e. Level 18, 1324 out of 42,000. Strength, 160. Stamina, 162. Intelligence, 172. Chang'e thought to himself, 180 demons, 60,000 experience points. Unfortunately, the experience gained from the fake class is limited level 0. This battle should yield more. Looking at the empty recovery potion bottle in his hand, Chang'e murmured, "The mana has increased quite a bit, but the high-level skills are still too many and not enough to use. After returning to school, I need to ask the teacher about it. I'm sure she has a solution." At that moment, a few people from Chudan finally came to their senses, jumped off the mechanical spider, and walked towards Chang'e. A young man spoke up. "Chang'e, you did all of this." Chudan also chimed in. "Chang'e, your strength is beyond what I imagined." Before Chang'e could speak, Kwang Sonyin suddenly sat down heavily on the ground. The girls asked with concern, "What's wrong with her?" Chang'e replied, "I guess it's because she overexerted herself, so she entered a weakened state." The girls went over to help Kwang Sonyin. Thanlin was intently watching Chang'e, asking, "When you were defeating the demons, did you encounter any that were particularly difficult to deal with?" Chang'e raised his chin, pondered for a moment, then replied, "The strongest demon I defeated was a golden one, level 23. There wasn't any that was particularly difficult to deal with." "Is there something wrong?" Thanlin frowned and explained, "The demon army and the human army both have leaders. If there are no leaders here, then most of the demon army is not present. This place isn't suitable for staying long. We need to return to the base immediately." Chang'e immediately agreed. In the bushes behind, seeing Chang'e and the others leave, a member spoke up. "Captain, it seems they are about to leave. Should we go out now?" The captain appeared hesitant. Let's go." Before the captain could finish, they suddenly felt their bodies weighed down by an invisible force, causing them to feel fear. "Captain, what's going on?" The leader looked outside, his face filled with fear, exclaiming, "That dense concentration of demon energy is from the demons." The sky had turned blood red as a large area was covered by a layer of mist. Soon after, a gap opened in the mist, allowing a dragon to enter. On its back, it carried a humanoid creature exuding a massive amount of demon energy. Through the appraisal skill, the basic information of the 2 creatures appeared before everyone's eyes. Demon Monster Level 34 Legendary Quality. Fire Dragon Monster Level 24 Golden Quality. Skill, Fiery Blaze Impact. At the same time, at the military base, the monitoring screens turned red. "Warning, warning, warning, state of emergency. The concentration of interdimensional gas exceeds the limit. Analyzing data. Data analysis complete. Level 4. The interdimensional invasion has locked the position east of the Kuangfang mountain range. Longitude, 111.454 latitude, 15.305. The monitoring staff, upon encountering this scene, immediately took out their walkie-talkie and reported to the entire military zone verification of interdimensional invasion level 4. I request all members of the Legion to assemble immediately and prepare for battle. Verification of interdimensional invasion level 4. I request all members of the Legion to assemble immediately and prepare for battle. The Night Squad of the Snow Dragon Legion, please quickly complete the training. Move to the square. Assemble the pastor team of the Snow Dragon Legion. Prepare well for rescue. Ensure that your body is filled with magical power. The logistics team of the Snow Dragon Legion is distributing resources. Magic Core Magic Essence. The sorcerer team of the Snow Dragon Legion locks the position. Longitude 11454. Latitude 15305, forming a large transportation magic circle. Very quickly, the members of the Legion were neatly arranged in rows within the large golden formations on the ground. A soldier stepped up to the platform. Reported to the commander of the Snow Dragon Legion, Tu Vu Chu. Reporting to the commander, all personnel have assembled and are waiting for orders. Tu Vu Chu withdrew his sword. Pointing forward, he shouted loudly like a sword overcoming all obstacles, like a shield protecting a direction. The soldiers below also shouted in unison, like a sword overcoming all obstacles, like a shield protecting a direction. Tu Vu Chu was satisfied, ordered to set off. A few minutes earlier, at the lair of the evil demons, the demon lord sat on the throne, looking down at the numerous evil demons. Spoke. Each evil demon in the Legion is a member chosen and filtered by me over half a year. Since arriving in Lam Tin, we have not lost more than 10. But in the last joyful moments before returning to the Holy Realm, 100 members were chased and sacrificed. In half a day, we will return to the Holy Realm. Before leaving, we must be arrogant for a moment. The evil demons below excitedly shouted, "Thank you, my lord, for your grace. Thank you, my lord." Returning to the present, the demon lord rides on the head of the fire dragon. Looking down at the crowd, Chang'e said that I will not forgive. I will seize your souls, then burn them with hellfire. Next, the demon lord began to summon his legion. Olympus, son of the demon, using the skill to summon demons. Silver has been summoned. The golden demon has been summoned. Than Lin immediately used the appraisal skill. Scanning the group of demons, legendary level demons, golden level demon knights, silver level demon priests. Her expression became serious, took out her weapon. Go forward. Chang'e then turned back and said, Chang'e, wait a moment for the Thenlon team to protect you. If there is a chance, you must quickly break through the encirclement. Leave here, that's right, Chang'e, you must continue to live. Chudan said and also went forward with the other two girls. In their hearts, they thought that Chang'e was the most talented genius they had ever encountered. With his talent, he is worth us using our lives to protect. At this moment, a large golden magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky. It attracted everyone's attention. That is the Snow Dragon Legion. The Snow Dragon Legion consists of those who have advanced to level 30 and above. The Legion commander is a level 51 warrior. We are saved. Contrary to the joy of Chudan's group, Chang'e frowned. He silently doubted if they are teleporting here, why not locate and teleport to there? Chang'e's doubts were immediately resolved. Because on the opposite side, the demon lord suddenly burst out laughing. He said, "Ha, you humans can rest assured. The magic circle is covering us. Your legion cannot enter." Than Lin was astonished. She exclaimed, "What, no way?" She looked up. Looking at the sky, she then discovered that there were many soldiers standing on the large golden magic circles. They were blocked by a red barrier outside. Outside the red barrier, Tu Vu looked at Vuong Nung. He asked, "What's going on? Why is the teleportation point so far away?" Vuong Nung placed her hand on the red barrier, feeling it for a while. Then she seriously replied, "This is the forbidden magic circle of the demon tribe, the dark black flame barrier. Once deployed, the space inside cannot be transmitted, and attacks from the outside will also be blocked. At least we need to gather the strength of 2 more legions. Only then can it be broken, otherwise we can only wait for it to dissipate. Then it will self-dissipate." Tu Vu frowned and asked how long they had to wait for the magic circle to dissipate. Vuong Luong replied, 5 minutes. Hearing this, Tu Vu closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and heavily ordered, "You gather all the information about those people and keep the records. Wait for the battle to end, notify their families to come and collect the bodies." Vuong Luong responded, "Yes." At the same time, inside the magic circle, the dark black flame barrier system reported the appearance of a legendary level demon. A new mission has been issued. Mission achievement: please eliminate the demon. Failure will result in punishment, no S-level talent reward. Kong Duk Tae Fuk Ling looked at the system board. Chang'e smiled secretly and said, The new achievement mission has finally arrived. Then Chaoyi radiated a golden light weaving through the crowd of Chudan to move forward. Tuthanlin quickly grabbed Chaoyi's hand, exclaiming, "Chaoyi!" On the opposite side, the demon lord focused his gaze on Chaoyi. "Such dense holy energy, it seems you have made a move against my kin. To show my respect for you, I will personally chop you into 100 pieces so you may leave in endless pain." With that, the demon lord rode the fire dragon and flew forward. Chaoyi brushed off Totun's hand and prepared his weapon to fight back. At that moment, the fire dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spewed a wave of magic towards Chaoyi. Below, Totun shouted anxiously, "Chaoyi! Chaoyi!" With a calm expression, he swung his hammer, creating a beam of golden light that soared high. The attacks from both sides immediately collided in midair. One could see Chaoyi's attack tearing apart the fire dragon's strike, then continuing to soar up and sever one of the fire dragon's wings. The fire dragon, now wingless, could no longer fly and fell straight down. The demon lord also fell freely as a loud crash echoed. The massive body of the fire dragon hit the ground hard and lay there motionless. The demon lord landed safely but still felt some impact. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chaoyi appeared behind the demon lord and swung his hammer. The demon lord sensed danger and swung his weapon backward, but only managed to strike Chaoyi's shoulder armor, causing it to fly off. Immediately after, this demon lord saw a beam of golden light about to make contact with his face. He quickly raised his weapon to block and used the momentum to jump back. Seeing the ground where he had just stood being shattered by Chaoyi's hammer, the demon lord couldn't believe it, silently shouting in his heart, "What cage is this? How can a human of level 18 have the strength to confront me?" Chaoyi did not rush to attack again. He placed the hammer aside, cracked his knuckles, and said to the demon lord, "You held up pretty well." "Oh, right, you are the first legendary monster I have encountered." The human insulted him, and the demon lord lunged forward, thrusting a sword at Chaoyi. Chaoyi grabbed his weapon, jumped high to dodge, and simultaneously struck a large figure of 10, pressing down on the demon lord below. The pure white chi received an additional stun status and successfully determined. Secretly saying, Chaoyi raised his hand high and shouted, "Radiant chi stun." The stun duration did not last long. Before the wave of thunder struck down, the demon lord managed to regain his composure and shouted, "Flame demon shield!" Looking at the shield before him, the demon lord was able to block all the thunder strikes. Chaoyi murmured even radiant chi stun couldn't deal with him. It seems that ordinary methods are simply not enough to eliminate this legendary demon with tough skin and flesh. Then there is nothing left but to use the system rewards from the great trial. As for the demon lord, he commanded his troops, "My dear warriors, destroy him. For us." The evil spirits received the command and immediately began to howl, shout to attack, shout to slash, charging towards Chaoyi. Chaoyi didn't pay any attention to them. Around him there was a lot of holy light appearing. His body gradually floated higher, releasing waves of golden magical power. Everyone was focused on Chaoyi, not taking their eyes off him. They only saw Chaoyi raise both hands high. A large vortex immediately appeared from within, and a gigantic hand reached out. Why does it feel like something terrifying is about to exist? Lum's figure, as the evil spirit leader finished speaking, the whole space was dyed yellow. The gigantic hand came crashing down on him and his subordinates, causing the ground to shake and crack. A whirlwind swept around. A bewildered young man murmured, "I must be dreaming, right? Is this Chaoyi's skill?" Kung So Nyin felt the bloodline of the demon in his body trembling in fear. Outside the red screen from Wu Chu spoke, "This power is on par with the demon star cannon. Find out who the people trapped inside are." "Not yet," Vung Lung replied. "They are all students of Tohang University. The one who demonstrated that skill just now is this year's valedictorian Chao Ni." The holy knight from Wu Chu sighed regretfully. "The valedictorian, what a pity the level gap between the two sides is too great now. If Chaoyi had a little more time to grow with just that one skill, he could have eliminated that evil spirit." Indeed, Wu Chu was not wrong. After Chaoyi's recent attack, the evil spirit leader was still alive. His whole body was now emitting an even more terrifying demonic aura. The evil spirit leader roared in anger, "How dare you insult the great existence of Olympus! Flame Demon Legion charge!" The Flame Legion's spellcasters immediately came from all directions. The demons surged to attack Chaoyi. Meanwhile, the evil spirit leader turned to the demon, treating him, and said, "It's just a level 18 holy knight. The healing demon confirmed. That's right, after many battles, the magical power within him has surely been exhausted long ago. Without magical power, facing our 300-man legion, just relying on numbers alone can render him half dead. Right Satisfied said. The evil spirit leader looked once more at Chong-yi at the center of the attack. Chong-ai, with an unchanged expression, thought to himself, the divine guardian has caused the magical power in my body to be almost depleted. The rate of magical power recovery of my equipment is too slow. I have no choice but to rely on myself. A skill panel appeared before Chong-yi. Holy Technique, a one-time secret technique of the Holy Night Sanctuary. Releasing this secret technique does not require the consumption of magical power, and it is also unaffected by silence skills. After using this secret technique, one will receive a portion of the power of the divine radiance. Depending on the body's endurance, the corresponding 4 attributes will be increased. The levels of all divine and light skills will temporarily increase by 5, and the recovery speed of HP, stamina, and magical power will be multiplied by 20. The effect will be maintained for a period of time, after which the skill will fall into a state of weakness. Then, a second later, a column of light descended from the sky, piercing through the red veil, shining down on Chong-yi. What the hell is going on? He thought suspiciously. The demon lord looked up and saw Chong-yi surrounded by a goddess with 3 pairs of wings in the golden column of light. Feathers fell from above, and whenever they touched any demon, they would ignite and turn to ash. Tu Vu Chu reached out to touch a feather and involuntarily exclaimed, "So it really is the divine form technique." Wang Liang, the deputy commander of the Snow Dragon Legion, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, "Commander, what is the divine form technique?" "It is the ultimate skill possessed by the divine class professionals. It can harness all the energy and divine faith of the divine spirit. I once saw a priest use the divine form technique. Just one move could restore the state of the Legion to its peak. Also, since the divine form technique can only be sustained by our army, we can endure until reinforcements arrive under the siege of 3 demon legions. The divine power of the divine spirit is as abundant as the sea. Without us, he could still defeat the demons below." The demon lord, startled by this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted, "Impossible!" Clearly, this is a high-level secret technique. He is an 18th-level holy knight. How could he use the energy of the divine spirit? The wizard standing behind him quickly reminded, "Your Highness, once the divine form technique is used, only matching divine spirit energy can sever it. The ritual could mean the end of our entire legion, and it's just one skill." Both sides immediately exchanged obstacles in the valley, establishing a magical array. "How long will it take to return? 1 minute." The wizard replied, "I understand now. It's time for you to prove your loyalty." "Yes," the wizard responded. Then he declared loudly, "All demons heed my command and offer everything you have for the great demon lord Olima." Immediately, he was the first to sacrifice his soul to the great demon lord Olima Roskin. "I pledge to give all of myself in honor of you, great demon lord Olima, Bacta. I pledge to give all of myself in honor of you." Thus, hundreds of demons shouted the slogan and willingly sacrificed their souls. After that, their souls were all absorbed by the demon lord. Seeing the dark power emanating from the demon lord growing stronger, the goddess disdainfully said, "You lowly, ugly, pitiful creatures. Holy Knight, I grant you the divine energy." As the goddess spoke, she raised Chong-yi's hand and pointed at the demon lord. Chong-yi's eyes immediately lit up, and then a beam of light shot from his hand directly towards the demon lord, who was absorbing the sacrificial souls. The ground trembled and a tremendous explosion occurred, sending dust flying everywhere. But just as the dust settled, everyone saw the demon lord could still get up, and he even gathered a huge fireball. The power of the fire demon is the strongest innate skill, condensing the fire element to its limit with a surface temperature that can reach 15,000 degrees Celsius. If it weren't for the sacrifice of my kin, I wouldn't be able to use this skill. Thinking to himself, the demon lord shouted, "Die, Holy Knight!" Then he threw the fireball straight at Chong-yi. Unfortunately, he was left disappointed. Just as the dust settled, he still saw Chong-yi standing there with only a bit of injury. At that moment, he realized that he and Chong-yi were not on the same level, so he didn't dare to delay, and immediately ran toward the magic circle to return. But Chong-yi obviously wouldn't give him that chance. Heretic, I, as a god, sentence you to death." With that, Chong-yi waved his hand, causing a beam of light to descend from the sky, directly taking the life of the demon lord. "Return. I have completed my mission. My glory returned to the holy realm." The demon lord mumbled a few delirious words before taking his last breath. Witnessing that scene, the remaining demons were like headless snakes, fearfully crying out, "What do we do now? The demon lord has sacrificed himself. The return magic circle has been destroyed. How can we go back to the holy realm?" "Finally, it is over," Chong-yi said one sentence before falling into a weakened state, losing consciousness. Following that, his body fell freely downwards. Chong-yi and Kung So-nyeon, along with the Tainlon team, rushed over anxiously. The vice captain of the Snow Dragon Corps hurriedly instructed, "Priest, quickly check Chong-yi's physical condition. Team 1 and Team 2. Quickly search for any surviving professionals in the surrounding mountain area. The remaining Corps members follow me in an assault. It's too heavy, I can't breathe. It feels like something is pressing down on my chest. I can't move. Is it sleep paralysis? Am I about to die?" Thinking of this, Chong-yi suddenly woke up. At that moment, he realized he was lying in a hospital room, and indeed he was being pressed down by a 50-pound weight. Kung So-nyeon was rubbing her sleepy eyes and said, "Chong-yi, you're awake. You have been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Let me go tell everyone." "Right, thank you for saving me." Kung So-nyeon unexpectedly kissed Chong-yi on the cheek. Then she shyly turned around and left. "This girl," Chong-yi said with a helpless expression. Just then, the system interface suddenly appeared. Daily task of 200 push-ups not completed, 200 squats not completed, 200 sit-ups not completed. I slept for 2 consecutive days and missed the daily rewards for those 2 days. Let's see if the achievement task completion can make up for it. The demon slaying achievement task has been completed and the corresponding rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, you have received the S rank innate skill, resistance to death. Wow. Your body can resist death and can quickly recover from any damage. Congratulations, you have received the S-rank magic potion, the Fortune Elixir. After drinking it will increase the drinker's luck for 12 hours. The innate ability can recover damage. This kind of innate ability exists in every profession, but the effects vary. However, being an S-rank innate ability that is also called death resistance will definitely be very special. Thinking of this, Chong-yi excitedly conjured up a knife. Without hesitation, he directly stabbed lightly into his chest, then pulled the knife out and waited for the result. Seeing the wound heal at lightning speed, Chong-yi couldn't help but marvel. Healing in 2 seconds, that's impressive. In this situation during combat, he wouldn't be affected by normal damage. Survival ability is also enhanced. But what if it were a serious injury? Thinking of this, Chong-yi conjured up an axe. However, after a moment of consideration, he ultimately didn't dare to play recklessly and put the axe away, continuing to study the reward, the Fortune Elixir that increases luck. Luck, huh? How much does it increase? Will I just find a legendary weapon when I go outside? Or maybe I can help an old lady cross the street and get a third transition profession. Or suddenly buy a superb piece of equipment on the roadside. A vial of miraculous medicine can unlock infinite possibilities in the future. What a great deal. Just as Chong-yi was about to close the system, a notification caught his attention. A rank Holy Flame Wheel. Condensing a holy flame wheel around oneself, granting the ability to manipulate the fire element, increasing fire and light damage for oneself and surrounding teammates by 20%. The effect lasts for a certain period. Holy Flame Wheel. What is this? A divine skill recalling moments of battle with the demon lord. At that moment, the protection of the S-rank divine angel, the holy angel bound to the user. Your light attribute is enhanced, and all effects of light and divine skills are multiplied. A rank Holy Flame Wheel. Condensing a holy flame wheel around oneself, granting the ability to manipulate the fire element, increasing fire and light damage for oneself and surrounding teammates by 20%. The effect lasts for a certain period. The Holy Flame Wheel belongs to the light skill type, which can be enhanced by the protection of the Holy Angel. Once using the Holy Flame Wheel, it can increase the damage of light and fire skills by an additional 40%. If while using the Holy Flame Wheel, I also use Radiant Punishment, won't I turn into a mage of both lightning and fire elements? While Chong-yi was lost in thought, a knock on the door pulled him back. At that moment, a stranger young man came to visit Chong-yi. After settling into his seat, he introduced himself. I am the Deputy Commander of the Snow Dragon Corps Mage Wang Liang classmate Zhao Yi. Thanks to you, we were able to eliminate the monster that disrupted the teleportation array in time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to capture so many evil prisoner souls. Zhao Yi humbly replied, "You're being too polite. I was just doing my part. Is there something you need from me?" The commander should have come to thank you himself, but he is busy right now, so I have to do it for him. The final strike from classmate Zhao Yi, although it destroyed half of the shadowy valley, the traces of the evil demon in the shape of Lin were still perfectly preserved. The Corps has discovered the secret of the evil demon. The commander has already reported the matter to the higher-ups. Saying this, he took out a sphere. As soon as the sphere was activated, the whole room transformed into a virtual space, with all kinds of items appearing before Zhao Yi's eyes. The resources of the Snow Dragon Corps have been accumulated here for hundreds of years. Don't be polite, just tell me what you like, Wang Liang said generously. Chongyi looked around in amazement. Is there really a high-grade S-level Earth treasure? After a moment of searching, Chao Ngi asked, Deputy Team Leader Vung, does the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse have a S-level extreme cold ice lotus? Just a moment, let me check. Vung Lung did a few operations and then pointed at the screen asking if it was this item. Exactly! Chao Ngi exclaimed excitedly. All right then. Wang Liang tried to appear calm on the outside, but deep down tears were welling up. 100,000 contribution points is equivalent to my 3 years' salary. I guess I will have to ask the commander to cover the cost. The extreme cold ice lotus is in the headquarters warehouse, so you'll need to wait here for a few more days. If you're feeling bored, I can help arrange for some people to accompany you to hunt monsters in the Wind Mountain. Wang Liang said this while appearing indifferent as he moved toward the door, but just out of Zhao Yi's sight, he couldn't help but smile. To have the kids in the Corps go with Zhao Yi to eliminate monsters, strengthening their bond. Once Zhao Yi becomes a top-tier powerhouse, the Snow Dragon Corps will also gain some glory. My maneuvering here can be considered perfect. Just as Wang Liang was feeling pleased with himself, Zhao Yi's next words felt like a cold bucket of water was poured over him. Sorry, I have to go back to school tomorrow to participate in the freshman competition. You can send the extreme cold ice lotus to my dormitory. He forgot that he was still a student. Wang Liang sighed and replied, The extreme cold ice lotus will be delivered to you at Su-Hang University Dormitory number 01 in 2 days. If you encounter any unsolvable issues in the Wind Mountain, you must contact the Snow Dragon Corps. After saying this, he left. The two of them plopped down on the sofa, unable to hold back their happy smiles. Xiaowun has been saved really should thank that ghost or whatever it was. Without it, I wouldn't have the chance to get the frozen crystal from the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse. Glancing at the clock, Chongyi thought to himself, It's almost 12 o'clock. I need to complete today's daily mission first. In the Thanloan squad, To Tenlin had just stepped out of the shower when she was surrounded by her teammates pleading with her. Captain, we want to invite Chongyi to join the Thanloan squad. What do you think? The indifferent young man said. I don't think he would agree. With his strength, he would be more effective taking down monsters alone. Chudan smiled and said, How would we know if we don't try? Moreover, didn't the captain also want him to join us just like we do? On Tianyun chimed in. From what I've seen, the captain has secretly visited Chongyi a few times. To Tenlin did not respond, but silently recalled her visit to Chongyi, during which she had indeed hinted at inviting him to the team, but he had skillfully declined. Although To Tenlin felt regret, she didn't want to press the issue. Just before leaving, she couldn't help but say, By the way, to thank you for saving us at the Fengshan Rift, this is a special thank you for you. Saying that, To Tenlin placed a kiss on Chongyi's cheek and smiled brightly as she left. Chongyi couldn't help but remember a similar action from Kung So. Seeing it made him feel a bit shy. A special reward, a special thank you. Girls these days are really bold. In another development, Tu Vu Chu was reporting to superiors. According to the investigation results during this demon invasion compared to 3 years ago, they appeared alternately at the Mad Wind mountain range. The investigation showed that the demons have mastered the method of moving through medium-sized rifts. Are you sure? Do you know what this report means? Tu Vu Chu affirmed. Until now, interdimensional creatures could only invade Lam Tin through large spatial rifts. Because there aren't many large spatial rifts, the threat of interdimensional invasions is also not high. But the medium-sized rifts on Lam Tin are countless, If interdimensional creatures can enter Lamtin through medium-sized rifts, we will face a crisis of extinction. Therefore, this investigation result has been verified many times. Fortunately, we discovered that only interdimensional creatures below level 30 can pass through the medium-sized rifts. The man with horns on his head said, "If that's the case, we need to quickly formulate a strategy to deal with this issue. Senator Dung, please inform all the legions across the country. Immediately investigate all the medium-sized spatial rifts within their garrison areas. Senator Trung should attend this International United Nations session to report on this discovery and observe the reactions of other countries." At this time, Vung Ui, the principal of Tohang University, asked the head of the intelligence team, "Did we get this from an 18-year-old boy?" "That's right," said Vu Chu, displaying a picture of Cho Ngi on the screen. "This heroic teenager is named Chao Ngi, a rising holy knight, the top scorer in the university entrance exam for Tohang Province, the top freshman at Tohang University casting divine spells defeating demons, and has also destroyed the teleportation array. This action has brought us immense benefits." The others were taken aback upon hearing this. The holy knight becoming the top scholar of the province is quite rare. In Tohang Province and with the surname Cho, could he be a descendant of the Bangsung Cho family? At this moment, the senior official turned to Vung Ui and said, "Mr. Wang, after returning to school, please help me assess Cho Ngi. If he is a good seedling, please let us know and don't keep it a secret." Someone teased Vu Chu, secretly admiring Cho Ngi. "Everyone here is a top expert in the country. If we can win their favor, the future will surely be bright." 2 days later, the freshman competition officially begins. A robot flew around Tohang University announcing, "Attention students, the freshman competition will start promptly at 10 a.m. Please make your way to the gymnasium and gather close to the designated time." The dean of the War Academy representing the judging panel stood up to speak. "I am Ngo Mang, the dean of the War Academy. Welcome to those who chose Tohang University. This new student competition is divided into 2 phases. The first phase is a replica challenge of the secret realm with rankings determined by difficulty and completion time. The second phase is a free challenge where each person has 3 opportunities to challenge. Those who rank high can change the rankings." While Ngo Mang was speaking, Tomi Ni beside him was increasingly anxious. Why haven't Cho Ngi and Kung So Nyan shown up yet? If they don't arrive at the exam soon, they will lose their qualification to participate in the freshman competition. It really shouldn't have been mentioned to him without certain news about the extreme ice cold. Otherwise, now he's in trouble. It's not just Tomi Ni who is concerned about Cho Ngi's absence. Other students not seeing Cho Ngi around began to chatter. "Have you seen Cho Ngi yet?" "Haven't seen him. Did he forget about the freshman competition?" "That's definitely possible. After all, he hasn't returned to school for a month." "That's great. We can directly eliminate a competitor." Tom Lin Fong, standing in the crowd, secretly laughed at these words. "Chao Ngi, you haven't been at school to practice wasting a whole month. Now you don't even have the courage to participate in the freshman competition. An opportunity right in front of you and you can't seize it. That's really pitiful." Next, the first phase of the freshman competition, the replica challenge of the White-Silver Secret Realm, opens. Ngo Mang finished speaking just as the gate leading into the secret realm was opened. A dark flame surged forth, engulfing the vast space. The scale and strength of this year's new students are the strongest in history. In order for everyone's strength to be maximized, this time's secret realm replica not only has levels of easy, hard, and nightmare, but also specially increases the difficulty of the abyss. One student hearing this couldn't help but get excited. "So they've already opened the abyss difficulty. No wonder the gate to the secret realm is ablaze like that. Unbelievable. I remember the difficulty of the abyss model being 10 times more terrifying than the nightmare. There will be fun ahead. I, the little master, will definitely sweep through the abyss-level replica later." As he spoke, the students began to prepare their gear to enter the secret realm. Bring along everyone's best magical equipment and weapons to set out. As Ngo Mang finished speaking, information about the secret realm appeared. The replica secret realm of the Fubong Lair ranges from level 12 to level 19 with difficulty options, simple, hard, nightmare. Abyss number of participants required from 1 to 6 people. Beware in the dark and gloomy forest home to a group of fierce Fubongs. It is said that a human's body can't even fill the stomach of a small Fubong. After that moment, all the new students were teleported inside the secret realm. Ngo Mang looked at the screen which displayed the choice of nightmare or abyss difficulty. He whispered in admiration, "Not bad, not bad. They are all lively children actively moving forward." Just then, Ngo Mang noticed something unusual. "Why can't I see the numbers 01 and 03? To me, Ni hesitantly replied, "Report Director 01 and 03 have not yet returned from the Fengshan Vein for training." Ngo Mang angrily shouted, "How can they be late for such an important event that determines the direction and resources for future cultivation? Being young and relying on their high ranking, they become arrogant and act recklessly." Director Chong-gi is not that kind of person. He realized it was because Tomini was trying to speak up for Chong-gi. Before he could finish explaining, Ngo Mang waved his hand to interrupt. "Students like that need to temper their character. If they don't show up, there's no need for them to participate anymore. They should just be ranked last." Just then, Chong-gi rushed in carrying Kung So-nyin. "Sorry, we're late," saying that he and Kung So-nyin directly chose the Abyss difficulty. Then both were quickly teleported into the Secret Realm replica. "You have arrived at the Fubong Lair. You have chosen the Abyss difficulty. You have arrived at the Fubong Lair. You have chosen the Deep Abyss difficulty. Beware the monsters in Deep Abyss. Difficulty are extremely ferocious. Please pay attention to use the opportunity to rotate back." Hoping the difficulty is as rumored, Chong-gi said, while activating a series of blessings: Dawn Gift of Courage, Gift from God, Protective Gift. He simultaneously pulled out his weapon, ready to fight. Fobong Warrior Monster Level Li Bane, Silver Quality Skills, Guardian Hair, Berserk Attack. Sa Fobong Warrior Monster Leveled 18, Silver Quality Skills, Resilient Aura War Stomp. Chong-gi glanced at the information about the roaring monsters preparing to charge towards him, hoping to unleash his full potential. Chong-gi eagerly said before jumping high and swinging a hammer. Elsewhere, Kung So-nyin was using Skill Level B Flash Shadowbreaker, continuously wielding weapons, releasing sword energy to create a powerful impact that pierces through the enemy's defenses. Meanwhile, Tamlin Fong was condensing fiery power, unleashing a maximum fire punch at a single target, causing significant damage to deal with the monsters. Another academic chose to use Skill Level C, Total Wind Shatter, spinning around and jumping up, kicking the enemy down to the ground, temporarily knocking them out. However, being attacked simultaneously by 16 Fobong still overwhelmed him. The judges monitored the students' performance through screens, beginning to give their first comments. Overall, the performance of this year's new students is not bad. The Fobong replica is the most difficult replica our school has. In the past, new students entering the replica would be beaten to the point of being unable to react, thus getting eliminated from this year's competition. Yet they all persevered. At this moment, Ngo Mang ordered the technical team to show Windows 01. "I need to see what spending a month with Fong Sonmak has resulted in." The screen immediately displayed Chong-gi's image. At this time, all around him, smoke and flames were billowing. Simultaneously, the system announced, "Congratulations, you have passed the first gate, defeating 16 Fobong in 5 seconds. The result was so surreal that the dean of the Element Academy, Chu Hua-jung, exclaimed in astonishment, "5 seconds to clear the level." Why was Chong-gi able to achieve the most powerful effect of fire by only using the supporting skill Holy Flame Wheel to directly eliminate the monsters? Tong Kai, the dean of the Weapon Academy, was somewhat bewildered, speculating, unless Chong-gi's intelligence attribute is extremely high. Ngo Mang had never seen such a scene before, so he didn't dare to make a strong conclusion, but had to cautiously analyze the reasons why the high-damage skills have many intelligence attributes. The strong increase in talent is just a battle that cannot be determined yet. Even someone with many years of combat experience like me cannot discern what that strange Wheel of Light skill is or what its effects are. Chong-gi did not waste this month of time at all. This kid is interesting. Chong-gi had no idea that he was causing the judges to buzz with excitement. A fan who was still very focused on the match. The punishment of light as Chong-gi finished speaking. Thousands of lightning bolts struck directly at the beasts, sending them to meet their ancestors. Following that, a notification board appeared congratulating him for passing the second level, defeating 200 Fobong time, 1 minute and 23 seconds. Taking advantage of the momentum, Chong-gi continued to use the spear skill, successfully overcoming the third level with a time of 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Through the deep, complex copy time to pass was 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Rated SSS, you have been recognized as the top player in the 6th copy. Level up rewards. B+ skill book, Gray Repentance Hammer. 13 212 experience points, 25 free attribute points, 25 skill points. The Gray Repentance Hammer swings with divine power towards the enemy, causing them to suffer tremendous damage. As the first to pass the level, you have unlocked a unique achievement. Choose one of the following three. Focused. Radiance reduces neural reaction speed by 30%. When using skills, there will be a 30% chance of not being interrupted. Steady protection. After entering combat state, movement speed will continuously increase up to a maximum of 50%. Firm defense while using the shield as a weapon, resistance strength will increase by an additional 30%. Chong-yi was surprised by the notification. Can you really gain a new talent through the copy? A professional's strength is greatly related to their talent. Initially, I relied on the S+ talent to be able to participate in the promotion meeting, activating the transfer to a holy knight. This must be a privilege of the silver level copy, right? After all, my records from the bronze level competition didn't come with rewards like this. 3 choices for 1 is quite humane. There is no need to worry about picking a useless talent. Thinking of this, Chong-yi began to calculate the consistent guardian tactics suitable for the holy knight when traveling by tank, but he did not have much room to utilize. The reverse action is not bad either, only that compared to the focused Guanghuan, it is slightly lacking. In actual combat, from the moment one sees the enemy and begins to launch a counterattack, a significant amount of time is required. The stronger the enemy, the faster the attack, so the speed of nerve response is naturally more advantageous and precious. The fighting is ever-changing. The focused Guanghuan can reduce danger due to interrupted skills and can be utilized as a pivot for the battle situation. At this moment, another gate filled with a dark aura opened. At the same time, a notification line appeared on the gate stating that the deep-level copy had been passed. Do you want to activate the auxiliary gate card? An aura that makes others feel disgusted emanated from the teleportation gate. I hope the auxiliary gate card can bring me a bit of joy. Chong-yi was full of anticipation and stepped through the gate without hesitation. Outside, Chong-yi's recent performance made the judges once again amazed. Each person provided comments based on their expertise. The combat technique was quite fierce, perfectly controlling elemental forces, quick thinking, and strong adaptability. The difficult deep-level copy was indeed not a waste to open. Moreover, Chong-yi was very versatile. Not only did he master extremely powerful attack spells, but he also considered the ability to enhance strength. Even close combat left others equally astonished. However, Chong-yi's holy knight skills were too comprehensive. Just leveling up combined with a huge expenditure, the results could appear mediocre. Ngomang listened to Zhang Ling. The dean of the Institute of Tactics nodded in agreement. This is indeed a problem. After the new student competition ends, I will personally speak to him. Tongji and Zhou Huayang immediately exchanged banter. It was said that Dean and Go had not yet decided which academy Chong-yi would attend. As for which academy he chooses, it is more reasonable to let the principal over there handle it. That's right. Everything must wait until Chong-yi chooses an academy before we can discuss it. Chong-yi is very proficient in elemental magic. Very suitable for the elemental academy. This is starting to recruit people. The words just spoken immediately attracted everyone's attention. It seems that the principal is quite satisfied with Chong-yi. Unfortunately, I arrived late and did not get to see him showcase all his strength. Wang Hui smiled and said, returning to Chong-yi. As soon as he stepped into the auxiliary gate, a grim and deadly scene appeared before his eyes. He looked at the pile of bones, stacked like a mountain not far from that. Chong-yi wondered if this situation was where a dark deity ceremony had been held before. He stared intently at the skeleton on the throne situated atop the pile of bones and silently answered. In this world, there has been the light god, so of course there will be corresponding evil gods. The term evil god not only refers to dark gods, but also to a general name for chaotic and mad deities. These two have a significant difference. Worshipping the light god or the dark god only requires loyalty and devotion. However, worshipping the evil god requires pure life and soul. The infamous Blood Abyss event a few years ago was caused by a third-tier professional who worshipped the evil god. He secretly planned to sacrifice a medium-sized city. Tens of thousands of lives were lost in just one night. In an instant, he leveled up from 54 to 89. Although he was eliminated by the Legion and the patrolling envoy, the tens of thousands of souls swallowed by the evil god could not be resurrected. Since then, the Central Lower Kingdom has strictly prohibited the worship of evil gods. Once discovered, the penalty is immediate execution. However, the forces that worship the evil god continue to grow. Many people willingly venture into danger. Of course, it's not just human beings who worship the evil god. Beastfolk, elves, and angels all have the capacity to worship the evil god. Zhuo Yi thought as he stepped onto the red formation on the ground. Immediately, a thick purple mist surrounded the skeleton on the throne, and then the monster awakened. The level 19 Soul Eater monster. Pay attention, the leader of the Fong Yulin tribe is evolving after the evil god ritual. Pure flesh and blood. It's been a long time since I've encountered a human. You smell really good. I didn't expect you to be an immortal creature immune to physical damage. If the fighters saw this final boss, they would surely be stunned. Losing focus. Yi carried the hammer on his shoulder, speaking to the boss with an excited tone. Very tasty. Come and eat. Then he used the Divine Light Storm skill to summon a storm condensed with holy light at the designated location. It dealt light magical damage to all enemies in a certain range, to express his intent, like throwing eggs at a rock. As soon as the boss finished speaking, it was sucked into the vortex. Then it was crushed. But just a moment later, the boss recovered to its original state. At the same time, it opened its mouth to praise humanity. I admit your holy light is indeed very powerful. But against the immortal strength granted to me by Lord Exia, everything is just like throwing eggs at a rock. Seeing the aura surrounding Zhuo Yi becoming denser, the boss speculated. With such a rich holy light, it seems you intend to use a killing move. It won't work. Everything you do is just a futile struggle. If you use all your killing moves, how much strength will you have left in your body? Wait until I revive next time, that will be the moment you must sacrifice. Oh, is that so? Zhuo Yi sneered. Then he raised his hand towards the boss. Immediately, a gigantic ball shot straight at the boss, causing it to wail miserably. But before fading away, it still spoke defiantly. I have already said it, you cannot destroy me. Nonsense. After speaking, Chaon Yi stood in place, continuously firing energy spheres at the boss, causing it to leave without returning. Congratulations, you have completed the instance. The completion time is 1 minute and 12 seconds. Reward for clearing the level. Congratulations, you have received 7113 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 19. Congratulations, you have received the gold level Hung Kwai Hao Jack. Indeed, one can be revived countless times. It's just a fantasy. It seems that as long as its power is exhausted, it can be destroyed before leaving the secret realm. Chong-yi turned back, feeling a bit contemplative. Upon first entering this space, he immediately sensed a vague, violent force. This source of power is not elemental, but when using divine techniques, it feels similar to that power. Thus, it was speculated that this is the residual power of the evil deity. When the Yuhan Hung Kwai first revived, that strange power diminished somewhat. Therefore, it was speculated that the number of revivals of the Yuhan Hung Kwai is limited. The correct way to clear the level is to destroy Yuhan Hung Kwai one by one, causing it to continuously draw energy from the evil deity in the space, until the energy is completely exhausted. While Chaon Yi had completed the task, other students were still struggling to pass the exam. Among the students defeated by the boss, there were also those who defeated it, like Tam Lin Fong, as an example. The side quest is indeed the most challenging part of the instance. 10 Yuhan Hung Kwai must be defeated to completely eliminate it. Fortunately, not long ago, he leveled up twice, allowing him to control the clearance time within 8 minutes. Thinking of this, Tam Lin Fong felt secretly pleased, and then quickly left the instance. Tanchitu Chong-yi can use S-level skills. Director Ngo Kak of the Logistics Academy was surprised and smiled happily. Other teachers began to discuss when Chong-yi stepped out. Did Chong-yi just randomly fight and take a shortcut? Haha, let's see if a new student can try a shortcut like this. That's true. It seems this holy knight has his own secrets. An S-level skill is not something a student from a barren area could access. Could it be that the teacher hadn't finished speaking when he heard the meaningful cough of the principal, so he understood the hint and immediately fell silent, though he couldn't help but feel confused inside? The principal again came to the rescue for a student. At this moment, Tomi Ni, who was intently watching Chong-yi, let out a sound of delight. There's something off about his level. Why is he at level 19? Hearing this, the others began to discuss. Level 19. Really? When the exam ranking was announced, Chong-yi was only at level 13. Even if it's a Thumb Yuan level dungeon, it can't possibly help him level up 6 times like that. This person is truly terrifying. I know some of the internal details about this, Vung Hui explained. After reporting, Cho Ni left school to hunt monsters for leveling up. Cho Ni gained quite a lot from his trip with Fong Son Mok. Upon entering the dungeon, he had already reached level 18 and could personally wipe out the VM-Tree Akma army. The freshman competition is currently as easy for him as flipping his hand. If the freshman competition weren't a basis for resource distribution confirmation, he probably wouldn't even show up. As Tom Lin Fong stepped out of the dungeon, he was surprised to see Cho Ni standing outside. Why is he here? Did he complete the dungeon before me? Thinking of this, he began to delude himself. No way, he must have failed the challenge in the side quest and retreated early. Carrying the glory of the 8 major families of Jiangnin, I absolutely cannot lose to a poor guy from the north, Tam Lin Fong told himself, then retracted his skills and returned to his normal appearance. After that, his resentful gaze swept past Cho Ni without even greeting him, leaving Cho Ni feeling confused. Are you really that angry? Is it because you couldn't clear the dungeon? Just then he heard a scream not far away. Cho Ni immediately looked towards the scream and saw Kung Sun Yin falling from the dungeon entrance. Be careful, Cho Ni shouted, then quickly ran to catch Kung Sun Yin. Cho Ni, you really cleared the level faster than me, huh? Kung Sun Yin sighed while naturally hugging Cho Ni. Cho Ni looked at Kung Sun Yin with a puzzled expression. You're a few months older than me, so shouldn't I call you brother? Kung Sun Yin replied nonchalantly. Fine, since it's a small matter, Cho Ni went along with Kung Sun Yin's preference. Just at that moment, a series of students like Kung Sun Yin fell from the dungeon entrance. But they weren't as lucky as Kung Sun Yin to be caught by a hot guy. Moreover, it seemed like they had a tough time inside the dungeon as well. As soon as they emerged into the real world, they continuously cried out in pain and begged for help. The healing team quickly provided treatment. Hurry up, To Mi Ni urgently instructed while running to treat a severely injured male student. An hour later, all the students were finally safe outside. Ngo Mang closed the entrance to the secret realm and announced the first stage officially concluded. Now the rankings and the final clearing time will be announced. I'm about to lose my patience. Tom Lin Fong smiled smugly, but when he read the results board, his face immediately fell. Top 1 Chaongi dungeon clearing time, 4 minutes 57 seconds, side quest time, 1 minute 12 seconds. Top 2 Tham Lin Fung dungeon clearing time, 13 minutes 35 seconds, side quest time, 7 minutes 42 seconds. Top 3 Khương Sơ Nhiên, Top 4 Tổng Hạ Lan, Top 5 Tấn Phong. Did he really clear the dungeon before me? Furthermore, he was 15 minutes faster. I can't accept this reality. Tham Lin Fung seemed to go crazy, climbing up a dragon-carved pillar, secretly cursing Cho Ni. You took away my top scholar position, and now you're taking the title of top newcomer. No matter how you did it in the next second stage, Tham Lin Fung glared at Cho Ni with a look full of bullets. I will definitely crush you underfoot. Cho Ni had no idea about Tham Lin Fung's thoughts. He was just drawn in by the exaggerated actions of Tham Lin Fung. Why climb up so high? Next, the second stage of the free challenge officially begins. Ngo Mang clapped once and a series of aerial arenas appeared. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge. After each challenge, there will be a 5-minute rest period. The second stage has finally arrived. I want to challenge rank 754. My profession is not suited to deal with monsters, but it is very suitable for competing against others. I want to challenge rank 86. I want to challenge Cho Ni. Tham Lin Fung shouted loudly and directly jumped onto the stage. A challenging gaze at Cho Ni. Come on, Cho Ni. Let's see who is stronger. Kung Sun Yin provided some information to Cho Ni. He is Tam Lin Fong, ranked number 2 from the Jiang Nin family, possessing the incredibly rare Veem Long bloodline. Because of your appearance, his aspiration to be on top has shattered, which is why he harbors such hatred towards you. Clearly, he is far from my level, yet he doesn't realize it. I know him, what a guy blinded by hatred. Thinking to himself, Cho Ni jumped onto the stage. I hope you can give it your all. Come on, Cho Ni, the Holy Knight versus the Berserker. Let's see who is truly stronger, Tham Lin Fung arrogantly stated. As soon as the referee shouted to start, he immediately unleashed his power and used the Shik Veem Queen and Huit Chi Quang Bao to attack Cho Ni. Below the stands, Vung Hui realized Tam Lin Fong's intentions. The signature skill of Berserker Tam Lin Fong is to achieve a quick victory. Ngo Mang agreed. He immediately activated Huiet Chi Kwang No and Sik Vim Quyen to launch the first attack, aiming to cut off Chong-Gi's enhancement ability. Chu Hua-dung exclaimed. Tom Lin Fong truly lives up to the legacy of his family. His fighting strategy is extremely decisive. Although Tom Lin Fong has good combat thinking, he is still a step slower than Chong-Gi. As soon as he realized his attack had no effect on Chong-Gi, Tom Lin Fong couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy Light Guardian. When did you activate it?" Holy Light Guardian is a B+ level skill. It can resist damage to parts. This is the skill I least want him to use. In the end, he was still a step too late. Tom Lin Fong secretly regretted. A wise choice. Your attack is indeed very fast, but I activated Holy Light Guardian in just 0.1 seconds, Chong-Gi triumphantly said. At the same time, he took out the gray hammer. I was hoping you could give me a match unlike this, so I deliberately didn't attack first. Sorry you can't get me excited. After finishing his words, Chong-Gi raised the hammer high and then struck directly at Tom Lin Fong's face, causing him to fall from the air face first into the ground, shattering his VM Chi Ho Thuan in an instant. How can he have such strong energy? While Tom Lin Fong was distracted, he suddenly realized that Chong-Gi had approached him without him noticing. The hammer in hand is about to swing up and there's no way to avoid it. No, I can't lose! Just as Chong-Gi's hammer came down, Tom Lin Fong was once again knocked off the stage. Unlike the last time, this time he used Vim Long Chi Ku. After blocking one of Chong-Gi's hammers with one hand, he rushed in using lightning speed to punch towards Chong-Gi. The fiery dragon. Chi Ku seems to be the energy hidden within your bloodline. Chong-Gi moved like a gentle breeze, evading the high-speed attacks of Tom Lin Fong. Meanwhile, he had some thoughts. With someone like Kung Sun Yin and Tom Lin Fong as well, it seems that every profession with power can hold a strong trump card from their bloodline, which truly makes me a bit envious. Even if he activated the Chi Power bloodline, he still wouldn't be my match. Chong-Gi caught Tom Lin Fong's wildly attacking arm. Then he swung the hammer again, but unlike before, Tom Lin Fong actually dodged this strike, surprising even Chong-Gi. My fiery dragon bloodline is not limited when fighting at close range. Today I will show you the power of fiery dragon Chi Ku, dragon breath, after saying that Tom Lin Long opened his mouth and breathed fire towards Chong-Gi. Oh, it's dragon breath, the bloodline skill of the fiery dragon. Tom Lin Fong is forced to use his trump card. That said, Chong-Gi didn't use any special bloodline which might put him at a disadvantage. Chong-Gi is losing. Kung Sun Yin is worried. Hearing the crowd say that only makes her more anxious. On the arena, Chong-Gi was now using the Holy Flame Wheel, absorbing all the aura from Tom Lin Fong's dragon breath. This made Tom Lin Fong suddenly have a bad feeling. Chong-Gi's gaze made him feel like a subject facing a monarch. It was impossible not to accept the reality laid out before him. Tom Lin Fong stubbornly breathed dragon breath towards Chong-Gi. It's useless, your fire can't escape my control. Chong-Gi used his hand to pull back all of Tom Lin Fong's dragon breath. Then he swung the hammer, pushing the fire back towards Tom Lin Fong. Since the battle has come this far, it should end now. To defeat me using my own fire dream on, watch me take back control of the fire. Tom Lin Fong used a skill to dispel it. Who would have thought that the fire would still reach its target and hit Tom Lin Fong, directly knocking him to the ground? Tom Lin Fong lost consciousness as soon as the referee announced the result. It was also the moment when the rescue team immediately rushed to treat Tom Lin Fong. Tom Lin Fong, the reckless and self-conceited berserker, was completely overwhelmed and defeated throughout the process. Moreover, his true strength had not been fully unleashed. If he were to show all his power, it would be terrifying to an unimaginable extent. With his rank and combat understanding being incredibly strong, it was completely normal to overpower Tom Lin Fong. It's reasonable. Who would have thought he could reach level 5 in just a month? While everyone was discussing excitedly, Ngo Mang tilted his chin towards the arena and said enthusiastically, "Look, another contestant has come to their senses." A petite girl dressed as a Taoist priest challenged Chong-Gi. "I am Tong Ha Lan, a level 17 spiritual Taoist. I hope to learn from you." The spiritual Taoist is a special class in Ha Kwok, extremely rare, specializing in using various talismans and sealing techniques. After confirming that the strange illness of Tu Van was due to an awakened bloodline, the priest suggested using sealing techniques to control it. Unexpectedly, there was a chance to meet here. Chong-Gi assessed his opponent and replied, "Level 19, Holy night! Chong-yi, you must not have used all your strength just now. When we start fighting later, can you give me a feel for the breakthrough state of your full power? Don't worry, I won't interrupt you while you release your enhanced skills. Below the stands, many students suddenly understood, incredible, when did Chong-yi reach level 19? No wonder I couldn't use the identification technique to investigate him. So it turns out he is 3 levels above me. Indeed, when Chong-yi fought Tom Lin Fong, he didn't use any enhanced skills. This is really hard to believe. Isn't Tong Ha-lan from the prestigious Song family in Kweevan province, the only family certified to practice external evasion? Chong-yi smiled with interest upon hearing Tong Ha-lan and said, "No need to hold back. I'll fight according to your wishes." Then it's settled. Tong Ha-lan clasped her hands and smiled. After that, their battle officially began. Chong-yi sequentially activated the skills Lei Min Chu Fuk Dung Ki and Un Tu Tu Ho. Un Tu, leaving Tong Ha-lan in shock. This is my prosperity state. Now let's enjoy our battle together. With that, Chong-yi waved his hand, causing a beam of light to fly towards Tong Ha-lan. Since it's come to this, I will have to fight with all my strength. Tong Ha-lan, her expression becoming serious, began to activate the spell Sam Hoi Chi Chui. A series of talismans flew in the air, forming a barrier circle separating her from the beam of light shot by Chong-yi. Then she took a talisman, recited a spell, causing the beam of light to explode. Taking advantage of the dust cloud obscuring her vision, Tong Ha-lan fled, only to discover that Chong-yi was no longer in his original position. While she was on guard, looking around for signs, she heard Chong-yi's voice coming from behind. "Do you think just changing your position will let you escape my pursuit?" As he spoke, Chong-yi swung his hammer. Tong Ha-lan reacted quickly, immediately turning around to use a spell to create a shield, successfully blocking the surprise attack from Chong-yi. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. When did he get here? Damn it, even though all the automatic defensive equipment was activated, it could only barely hold up. Taking this risk, she silently made a decision. Tong Ha-lan shot several fireballs towards Chong-yi to buy some time. Then she read a spell to summon a legion of Tando Tanbin. Seeing this, Chong-yi smiled with interest and said, "Interesting, I didn't expect it to be the Tando Tanbin of Taoism." Following Tong Ha-lan's command, the Tando Tanbin charged forward all at once. Chong-yi was able to take down the legion of Tando Tanbin with just a few martial arts moves, but they quickly revived and continued to attack him. These soldiers themselves were not hard to deal with, but they possessed a recovery ability similar to that of the Hong Kwai U Hon. This is a bit troublesome. It seems the only way to truly eliminate these soldiers is to cut off their source of magical power. While thinking this, Chong-yi continued to fight amidst Tong Ha-lan's bewildered gaze. This is really absurd. My soldier formation should be enough to hold back a level 30 fake profession yet. Chong-yi can counter freely. Just when Tong Ha-lan fell into contemplation, Chong-yi once again, like the wind, swept behind her, swinging a hammer. Tong Ha-lan immediately raised her hands up, surrendering. "I admit defeat, Chong-yi wins." Chong-yi retracted his movement, looking puzzled and asking, "Don't you want to have a proper match with me? The two of us are fundamentally not on the same level. I lose and accept it willingly." Tong Ha-lan chuckled in response, adding in her heart, "Don't joke around, free matches are not just about one round. If I stubbornly rush in, I will only meet the same fate as Tam Lin Fong. Next time I have the chance, I will ask for your guidance." With that, Tong Ha-lan jumped down from the stage. At this moment, Chong-yi twirled the hammer in his hand and looked down coldly, asking, "Is there anyone else who is not convinced? I am here waiting for everyone to challenge me." Of course, no one wanted to get beaten, so they made 77-49 excuses to justify not challenging Chong-yi. Hung So-nyeon looked up at Chong-yi, grinning. "No wonder you're Chong-yi." To-min-yi also looked up at Chong-yi. The more she looked, the more pleasing he seemed. Overwhelming physical strength, agile warriors, and superior intelligence. Chong-yi's powers as a mage are completely beyond my imagination. At this moment, a skeptical teacher asked a male colleague standing next to him, "Is he really from an ordinary family in the north, lacking resources, or not from a prestigious family? He topped the freshman rankings. 2 words genius are no longer enough to describe him. This is definitely a monster." At the same time, Ngo-mang observed the tense expressions of the deans from the academies, thinking to himself, "The second round is about to end. It's time for the schools to recruit students." It's obvious that Chou-Yi will definitely become the target of competition among the academies. To-Mi also recognized this issue, so she turned to Ngo-Mang and asked quietly, "Dean, can we be assured? I have been prepared for a long time. I must have Chou-Yi." In another development taking advantage of the opportunity that Tom Lin Fong was injured after the match with Chou-Yi, many students successfully challenged him, increasing their rankings. Meanwhile, Tam Lin Fong's ranking continued to plummet. Though Tom Lin Fong was frustrated, he could do nothing but silently curse in his heart, "Once my injuries heal, I will make you all regret it." Half an hour later, the second round of free challenges finally ended with the top rankings being Chou-Yi Kung So-Yin and Tong Ha-Lan. The entire freshman competition officially came to a close. Now everyone has been rearranged in order, and then the accommodations and credit points of the candidates will also be redistributed. Even if ranked lower and having fewer points, there is no need to worry. The school has many ways to earn points as long as everyone puts in the effort. Next is the introduction of the academies. First, our 5 deans will briefly introduce the educational philosophy of their respective academies. Ngo-Mang spoke first, introducing his academy. The War Academy. Although the dark era of massive invasions by otherworldly creatures has passed, countless professionals still sacrifice themselves on the battlefield each year. The goal of the War Academy is to cultivate students' combat abilities to enhance their survival rates on the brutal battlefield. That is the motto of our War Academy. The Elemental Academy only recruits those schools that focus on elemental magical strength. I will guide you to explore the truth of elemental power. The Weapon Academy is aimed at enhancing the effective use of weapons. Instead of relying on a series of skills, come to our Weapon Academy. With just your body and a weapon, you will possess supreme power. The Tactical Academy is designed to train students with effective command and combat abilities. No matter what profession you pursue, join our Tactical Academy. Surely everyone knows that in war, top tactical warriors can significantly reduce the casualty rate of the entire legion. A strong logistics system is the foundation for the success of all operations. Hello everyone, lifestyle professionals, please choose our Logistics Academy here. Although we are not famous for our combat abilities, you will learn specialized knowledge about lifestyle professions. Once we mature, who knows, the warriors may even have to beg us. Ha! The head of the Logistics Institute laughed heartily while patting his belly, making the other institute heads want to refuse to acknowledge acquaintances. Ngo-Mang cleared his throat and summarized all the information related to the institutes that had been introduced. Now students can log into the system to choose their preferred institute. Brother Chou-Yi. "Which institute do you want to choose?" Kwang So-Nien asked. But Chou-Yi remained silent, focusing intently on his phone screen. At this moment, Ngo-Mang addressed Chou-Yi. "Classmate Chou-Yi, if you come to the War Institute, I will become your personal tutor." A personal tutor, Chou-Yi asked curiously, and Ngo-Mang explained that each tutor could personally mentor an outstanding student. The resources that a personal tutor holds will also be prioritized for that student. Additionally, I have prepared some welcome gifts for you, including 3 A-level skill books and a resource exchange order of A-level. The other institute heads also began to join the race for the unicorn. Look, choosing a personal tutor is not a small matter. You need to consider it carefully. If you come to our Element Institute, I guarantee I will equip you with a legendary set of gear. The head of the Weapons Institute, standing next to the head of the War Institute, used teleportation to appear in front of Chou-Yi, suggesting that as long as he becomes a member of the Weapons Institute, everything outside that is beneficial for enhancing his strength will be freely chosen and used. "I came first," Ngo-Mang said dissatisfiedly from upstairs. How could this be about who came first or last? The key is in the sincerity. Chou-Yi felt a bit awkward, scratching his chin, thinking that this situation felt like it had happened in the past. The other students witnessing this scene couldn't help but feel envious. 3 institute heads personally came forward to compete for Chou-Yi. Is this a special treatment for the top candidate in the entrance exam? It really makes people envious. The position of a personal tutor student is equivalent to a direct disciple in a family, and they also enjoy the privilege of using their tutor's resources. However, the conditions that the 3 heads proposed seem quite generous. A-level skill books are already rare, but the head of the Element Institute is even more generous, offering a full set of legendary gear. Old Chu. Old Song really intend to play big here. The Weapons Institute is one thing, but why is the Element Institute snatching the Holy Night? While Ngomong was silently condemning his two old friends, he heard the principal say something shocking. "Chaoyi, come and be my direct disciple." The principal, all eyes turned to Principal Vuong Hui. "I will perform the bloodline fusion technique for you once." What is the bloodline fusion technique? The bloodline fusion technique is a forbidden magic that requires the blood of another race to be executed. This magic can grant you a special bloodline. This technique will significantly enhance your physical condition. Every time you upgrade, you'll receive more free attribute points and skill points. The event where Principal Vuong wants to take Trong Yi as his student immediately makes the other students gasp. Just after making a move, he already used a forbidden spell. That's too much, isn't it? You must know that the most senior apprentice of Principal Vuong Hui is the president of the Tianvu Guild, the top guild in Central Hakwok. If Chong Yi becomes Principal Vuong's apprentice, he will be able to use Principal Vuong's connections to instantly rise to the top. Tham Lin Feng, standing in front, felt even more envious upon hearing this. That bastard is really lucky. If it weren't for Chong Yi, I would be the top freshman. I would also have a solid backing like Principal Vuong. Hui Chu Huazung knows he can't compete with Vuong Hui, so he can only smile bitterly. Who would have thought Chong Yi's charm would be so strong? Even the principal couldn't resist making a move. There are still many surprises from Chong Yi. Vuong Hui replied and took out something to give to Chong Yi. This is the reward that the commander of the Snow Dragon Legion specially sent a teacher to give to you. Tham Lin Feng immediately recognized what it was, just by looking at it. A gold medal. How could that be? Even the Tem family, one of the 8 great clans in Nin An, doesn't have a gold medal. What could be so special to merit such a rare medal? Oh my, I can't be seeing this wrong. That's the honor medal, Tong Ha Lan exclaimed in surprise. Kung Sonyin excitedly said, "It's even the gold contribution medal. My dad fought on the front lines for many years and only earned the silver contribution medal. To honor the outstanding contributors who have overcome all obstacles to advance for the civilization of Central Hakwok." Chong Yi read the information about the medal, feeling puzzled. Since when have I made such a significant contribution to Central Hakwok? As if reading his thoughts, Vuong Hui spoke up to explain. The performance you showed in the Kung Fong Mountains is known to the teacher. This gold contribution medal is something you deserve to receive. Kung Fong Mountains, but even defeating the Dark Legion wouldn't grant a contribution medal. Could there be something more to it? Thinking to himself, Chong Yi still accepted the gift. He didn't forget to say thank you. Principal Chu Huadung laughed teasingly at Chong Yi. Is it really that distant? Still calling me Principal. Chong Yi understood his intention. He bowed his head and called out to Vuong Hui. "Teacher, I am very honored to become your student. There is no time to lose. Please take me with you." Saying this, Vuong Hui used his spiritual power to take Chong Yi away. Hung Ngomang smiled as she approached Kung Sonyin. But just as she began to speak, Tongki interrupted her. "Kwong Sonyin, if you agree to become my personal disciple, I promise to treat you the same way I treated Chong Yi before." "Old Tong, you are intentionally trying to hinder me, aren't you?" If Chong Yi has already been invited by the principal, then naturally Kwong Sonyin cannot let you return to the male lead Chong Yi. Vuong Hui brought you to his private villa, which he mainly uses to preserve some extremely valuable items. If anything happens in the future, you can come here to find the teacher. First, the teacher will take you to choose the necessary materials for the bloodline refinement technique. Chong Yi silently thought that this villa must be the private storage of Principal Vuong. Coming and going must involve teleportation. It could be located outside of Suhang province, perhaps even outside of the Central Ha country. At this moment, a magical array appeared before Chong Yi. Vuong Hui condensed elemental power and then reminded, after using the bloodline refinement technique, it will fundamentally change your bloodline. Moreover, most people will be attracted to the forbidden level magic. But they ignore the crucial point that the original blood of the transformed bloodline is essential. The core potential of the bloodline of ordinary people is extremely limited. Along with the benefits gained from each level up, it will gradually weaken. Because many people change jobs after leveling up in vain. They took advantage of the choice to fuse with alien blood to enhance their strength. After hearing this, Chong Yi could not help but be surprised. What could it be that even with the teacher's rank like this, he is still worried about the difficulty of leveling up? Of course. After a person changes jobs and enters the third transfer each time they level up, requires a large amount of experience. And now the teacher is at level 64. Creatures of the same level from other realms are usually Lord-level warriors. It seems they cannot be easily defeated. The teacher has prepared 3 types of original blood for you, divided into the Angel Clan, the Titan Clan, and the Giant Dragon Clan. They are all divine races. The bloodline refinement technique can entrust you with a special grade bloodline. Therefore, you only need to choose one of the 3 original bloods. This angel original blood is the essence extracted from the bones of an angel. The Angel Clan is the divine race of the God of Radiance. If you fuse with the angel material, you will gain attributes to interact with high-level radiance. The Titan Clan believes that the God of Thunder was born with the ability to master thunder and lightning. Combining it will enhance the power of any thunder skill when you use it multiple times. The Giant Dragon Clan is a descendant directly related to the Dragon God. It has the purest bloodline of the Dragon Clan. After fusion, it will have the ability to suppress all the Angel Titan and Giant Dragon Beast clans. These are all high-level races, at least level 60. Even with a system to help, I still don't fully understand this world. Does not dare to make arbitrary decisions. He thinks that Chong-yi is a bit hesitant. He asked Voong Hui, "Teacher, in your opinion, which one should I choose? Which one is more suitable for my current situation?" Faced with these 3 extremely rare bloodlines, an ordinary young man might be swayed. He would only rely on instinct to randomly choose one type. The ability to maintain rationality and seek advice at this critical moment is enough to prove the calmness and stability of this young man. Voong Hui quietly admired him. Then he offered his advice. The Titan bloodline and the Giant Dragon bloodline are both very powerful, but after fusion, it will primarily enhance your energy and magical abilities. Considering your close relationship with the God of Bright Light, the Angel bloodline will be the best choice. Perhaps you will achieve upgrades beyond your imagination. After a moment of consideration, Chong-yi finally decided to follow Voong Hui's advice and choose the Angel bloodline. It seems that the Angel bloodline is very suitable for you. You are my 5th student. Before you, there are still 4 other siblings with opportunities. I will introduce you to them. Teacher, I have one more question. Why did you give me that outstanding contribution medal? Surely such a valuable medal cannot be obtained just by defeating the demon army. Voong Hui, with a serious expression, replied, "Then I won't hide it from you anymore." The fact that you defeated the demon army in the Furious Wind Mountain has exposed their plans. The military discovered that otherworldly creatures could invade through medium-sized cracks. Upon hearing this, Chong-yi immediately understood the seriousness of the issue. So does that mean there are many otherworldly creatures hiding in the central and lower nations? That's right. The initial investigation of the entire central and lower nations revealed hundreds of otherworldly creatures coming from different spatial cracks. Fortunately, those otherworldly creatures are all of low levels. The army can handle them. The whole nation has dispatched numerous armies to eliminate the otherworldly creatures. In the future, the school system will also issue related missions. As your teacher, I hope you can be as strong as the previous siblings. Contribute your strength for the country. Chong-yi clenched his fist, his expression determined as he replied, "Yes, sir." Voong Hui handed a cube to Chong-yi. At the same time, he instructed, "The bloodline fusion technique also requires preparation of a few things. You should go back and rest. Take this transport device with you. Use it to come to me at 9 a.m. tomorrow." The next morning, Chong-yi opened the system board and looked over the rewards. Which one should I choose? Earlier, the teacher mentioned that the effectiveness of bloodline fusion depends on one's physique and fate. That is also luck. Thinking of this, Chong-yi chose the Fortune Spirit Medicine, the S-grade Fortune Spirit Medicine item. The effect after consumption can make a person lucky for 12 hours. I hope to obtain the S-level elixir after defeating the monster. This Fuck-Lin medicinal solution will take effect. Saying that, Chong-yi immediately used the elixir bottle. Then he proceeded to open the random treasure. Congratulations, you have received the S-level Heavenly Talent Earth Treasure Long Gung Fruit, a type of strange fruit. It is grown from the remains of a giant dragon and can enhance one's physicality and increase magical damage. After eating it, Ngi looked delighted and jumped up. Yet it turned out to be an S-level Heavenly Talent Earth Treasure. The random treasure chests opened before were all just trash. After drinking the divine elixir, it felt like I stumbled upon a fried fish. It was already time to meet with Teacher Wang Hui. Chong-yi quickly used the transportation device to go to the teacher's house as scheduled. When he arrived, he happened to hear Chu Huaduong talking to Principal Wang Hui. "Teacher, can you really do this? The remains of the divine descendant of the angel clan are extremely scarce. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky to obtain the original blood of the angel. A portion of the original blood left outside can cause the army to fight over it. I have always waited for someone who makes me willingly give up the original blood. Chaoyi is the person I have chosen. I am very satisfied with him. Of course, there is nothing to force." At this moment, Chaoyi acted as if he didn't hear and spoke up, "Principal." Chu Wanghui looked at Chaoyi and then smiled, saying, "Good. It seems you have successfully adjusted your body to its best state. Come here. This is the bloodline fusion technique that I have prepared for you. Take off your shirt and sit in the center of the magic circle." Chaoyi obediently followed. At this moment, Wang Hui said to Chu Huaduong, "Principal Chu, please activate the magic circle. I will assist you from the side." Chu Huaduong agreed and began to activate the magic circle, proceeding with the bloodline fusion technique. Immediately, Chaoyi was surrounded by the light of the light element. But soon after that, golden light was extinguished by the blue light of ice. Chu Huaduong was astonished at the sight. The power of ice is incredible. It turns out that Chaoyi has a special bloodline. Before long, the entire villa was enveloped in a thick layer of ice. Looking at his arm, which was frozen while casting magic, Chu Huaduong couldn't help but sigh. If Chaoyi changes to a wizard class with this terrifying ice power, he could become a top ice wizard in the future. I know that Chaoyi's sister is awakening the ice bloodline. I suspect Chaoyi may also have a similar bloodline. The angel bloodline is one of the top bloodlines. During the fusion process, it will suppress lower-quality bloodlines. Therefore, I didn't pay too much attention. But at this moment, the angel bloodline and the ice bloodline are related to each other. There is also a mutual resistance force. The ice bloodline possesses such high qualities. I'm afraid that the context of Zhou Yi is unusual. Wang Hui frowned and thought to himself, the bloodlines of the other races seem to come from the earliest players who participated in the Eternal World. After the Eternal World merged with reality, the higher the level of a player's class, the more they could achieve the full inheritance. The Ice Bloodline's chi power in Zhou Yi can resist the Angel Bloodline. To clarify, his ancestor was a high-level player who participated in the Eternal World earliest. Otherwise, if Zhou Yi is a descendant, he would not be able to activate such a terrifying ice bloodline. Without the ice bloodline, the angel bloodline could completely enter Zhou Yi's body. Currently, the ice bloodline and the angel bloodline oppose each other. Even if the ice bloodline eventually fades, the angel bloodline will not remain much. Losing a large amount of original angel blood essence could lead to final consequences. It would be better to use an A-grade talent treasure. Now we can only entrust it to fate. Forcing the disconnection of the merging ritual would only cause Zhou Yi to lose control and perish. Hopefully Zhou Yi can have good fortune. Zhu Huayang sighed. At this moment, after enduring the pain caused by the two bloodlines of the angel and ice, something unexpected happened to Zhou Yi. The Qi Gate consciousness has been activated. Do you want to enter the mental area? In his subconscious, Zhou Yi was in another space. In the distance, an angel smiled and said to him, "Son, you have finally arrived. Is this my mental area?" While Zhou Yi was still in doubt, the angel continued, "My son, congratulations on receiving the blessing of the deity. The deity has sent me to grant you true energy. You will not be bound by morals or limited by principles. You will only need to follow your own desires and will. So are you willing to accept that source of energy? Behind that hood is not the face an angel should have, but the cruel smile of a demon. So disgusting. Why did seeing her make me want to summon the holy light to destroy her immediately? Son, don't be afraid. Just feel free to accept that blessed reward. You will gain a kind of power you have never had before." The female angel said as she extended her hand towards Zhou Yi, but just a moment later she received a slap to the face. Zhou Yi carried the weight on his shoulder, feeling somewhat relieved. It's much better now. Indeed, one should follow one's own thoughts. At this moment, the female angel was watching Zhou Yi from somewhere. Seeing this scene, she chuckled. The maid looked at her with a judging gaze. It's nothing, just seeing someone very interesting. After saying that, she waved her hand secretly, hoping, "Kid, don't let me down." Returning to the main action after being physically influenced by Chon Yi, the fallen angel shouted, "What are you doing? You dare to offend the divine, I will bring down punishment so severe that you will die with no place to be buried. Master quickly kneeled down and begged the deity for mercy to forgive you. I can consider on behalf of the deity to pardon you. No need. Chong-yi pointed his weapon at the fallen angel, declaring war. The kid really doesn't know what's good for him. A cruel smile reappeared on the fallen angel's lips. Then she extended her hand with sharp claws forward, making a gripping motion. Immediately, thousands of chains surrounded and restrained Chong-yi. Countless red eyes appeared. The fallen angel then laughed with satisfaction, saying, "All these pleasant sounds are the consequences of disrespecting Lord Axia. Axia, you are the minion of the Dark God." As soon as Chong-yi finished speaking, he received a slap. "You rude one! Kid, you have successfully attracted the interest of the Master. The Master has specially sent me to cleanse you. Bless yourself, Lord Axia will guide you in the right direction." Right after that, the evil force continuously corroded Chong-yi's consciousness. At the same time, outside a dark aura surrounded Chong-yi. Realizing it was the power of the dark god Vuong Hui, he immediately used his strength to prevent the magic array from being broken. At the same time, he raised a question. How did the dark god's power appear in the bloodline of the angel, unless the bones of that angel were killed by the dark god? Seeing the energy from Vuong Hui being pushed back by the magic array, Chu Huadong's face turned pale. "Not good! Chong-yi is in danger. The power of the dark god will use all means to destroy the angel's power." At this moment, Vuong Hui suddenly said with joy, "Hold on. It seems that the angelic power on Chong-yi is not weakening at all, but rather increasing. The ice bloodline and the angel gradually overpower that dark aura." Meanwhile, in his subconscious, Chong-yi was also able to break the chains of the fallen angel thanks to these two bloodlines, causing her to be astonished, clearly wanting to devour the soul of this kid. Why suddenly is there such divine power appearing? Meanwhile, Chong-yi transformed into a warrior of light with ice wings drawn from his back, directly stabbing into the fallen angel. The fallen angel vanished, replaced by the true form of the dark god's minion. He laughed maniacally, saying, "Kid, are you scratching my itch? Your resistance is merely adding a little trouble to my plan." The dark god's minion continued to throw iron chains at Chong-yi, but the result only broke a wall of ice. Just as he was caught off guard and hadn't reacted yet, he saw a magic array beneath his feet. Then from the array, sharp ice spikes shot through his body. "Ha ha! I acknowledge the so-called energy of you humans in this grand ceremony. It's merely a small light that the gods grant. As the most devout follower of Lord Asia, what I call energy is something that mere mortals like you will never understand." The body of the dark god's minion grew larger. Thousands of eyes on him emitted destructive beams of light toward Chong-yi. Yet Chong-yi was able to easily evade all those deadly rays from him. "I truly am just an insect that knows how to run away." Saying that the dark god's minion used chains to bind Chong-yi, rendering him unable to move, then threw an antimatter bomb. He just didn't expect Chong-yi to break free from the chains and create a shield, successfully escaping his deadly attack. "What?" The dark god's minion was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, continuing to use thousands of eyes to shoot beams of light to attack. Chong-yi, as before, gracefully evaded. He even gradually approached the dark god's minion's true body, then successfully used a finger technique to make the dark god's minion disappear. At this moment, a ball of light fell from the sky. Chong-yi gathered his strength, reaching out to catch the ball of light immediately. Outside, a beam of light shot straight at Chong-yi, leaving Chu Huadong and Vuong Hui both astonished and excited. This is the power of the angel that has completely made the dark god's energy disappear. The angelic bloodline merging with the ice bloodline seems to be a very clever way. An angel appeared, embracing Chong-yi from behind and gradually disappearing, marking the official end of the training process. Chu Huadong stroked his long beard, smiling, and said, "Chong-yi's fate is indeed extraordinarily good. To be able to receive the blessing of the bright god at such a critical moment, turning danger into safety." Vuong Hui couldn't hide his pride and smiled, showing concern for his favorite student. "Chong-yi, how do you feel now?" "It seems that your strength has taken a leap forward," Chong-yi replied. At that moment, a series of notifications appeared before him. A special bloodline, six-winged angel. The bloodline of the bright god. With the bright god bloodline, you will have a very high affinity with the elements of light and ice. With further evolution of the bloodline, your relationship with other elemental magic will also gradually increase. The angelic bloodline grants immunity to B-class magic. It has a certain capacity to be immune to spells and skills cast by enemies, including Dispel, Purify, and other non-damaging skills. The reality is that the six-winged angel bloodline also inherits two divine bloodlines, Chong-yi exclaimed. After hearing this, Chu Huadong's eyes widened in shock. It seems that the six-winged angel bloodline has successfully fused and evolved your bloodline. It is also the highest peak six-winged angel bloodline in the angel clan. Moreover, the talent you inherit from the six-winged angel bloodline, once your level is elevated, you can also maintain evolution up to the S+ level. The teacher even mentioned an S+ level secret technique bloodline called the Divine Angel Region. Chong-yi stammered while reading the notification that just appeared. The S+ level Divine Angel Region secret technique bloodline releases a portion of the stored bloodline power in the body and transforms it into a six-winged divine angel. The higher the level, the more bloodline power can be released. Note that before level 50, the bloodline power of the angel has not been fully absorbed and refined. After using this secret technique, you will enter a period of weakness. Now try to use the secret technique so I can see how much your strength can really increase. Following Vung Hui's words, Chong-yi began to channel energy, using the Divine Angel Region's secret technique bloodline. The immense angelic power was thus unleashed, causing Chu Huadong to gasp in amazement. The elemental energy fluctuations are too strong. Vung Hui activated his spiritual power, looked around Chong-yi, and evaluated positively. After Chong-yi used the secret technique bloodline, the power was even 5 times higher. Chong-yi, how do you feel now? It's really unimaginable. My whole body is filled with an unprecedented energy. The light element and the ice element are both loyal allies of yours. You can freely control and dominate them. The overwhelming source of power caused the security system in Vung Hui's villa to blare warnings. Warning, warning, high-level elemental energy detected. Activating level 3 defense mode. The six-winged angel is indeed the darling of elemental energy. Quickly retract the secret technique. If you continue, the defense system in the room will attack you. Chong-yi quickly withdrew his power. The systems in Vung Hui's house immediately returned to normal. At that moment, Chong-yi suddenly felt unwell. He then used the healing skill, causing Chu Huadong, who was standing nearby, to worry. How are you? Is there any discomfort? Although the secret technique has significantly increased your strength, you have never experienced a prolonged battle before. You can still feel the sensation of soreness all over your body, Vung Hui explained. The secret technique bloodline can indeed boost your combat power dramatically. However, the energy of the six-winged angel bloodline is too strong for you right now, consuming too much. It should be reserved as a trump card. Chu Huazong watched Vung Hui and Chong-yi exchange ideas. Deep down, I secretly admire the six-winged angel bloodline, the dual evolution with innate talents, along with the S-class secret technique of the angelic deity. For other newcomers, catching up to Chong-yi would likely become a distant dream. Based on the manifestations of your bloodline, I guess your sister's ice bloodline is not weaker than yours, right? If you want the girl to awaken her bloodline in the best way, then you should refine the ice polar into ice pills for her use. I have a specialized department for potion refining. You can directly place an order for refining in the school system. Now go back and rest well. Vung Hui patted Chong-yi on the shoulder and said. As soon as Chong-yi left, Chu Huajung retracted his smile and asked the principal seriously. Why was Chong-yi targeted by the energy of the dark god? If anything unexpected happens to him, it would be a significant loss for Tohang University, and even for the entire central and southern nations. It seems Ni could escape death. Luckily, thanks to the blessing of the divine radiance. I will conduct a thorough investigation and will not overlook any possibility. Back in the dormitory, Chong-yi was still preoccupied with his sister's situation. I want to refine ice pills. Besides the main ingredient, the ice polar, I also need an A-class rare treasure. Ice wolf grass. Soon the Snow Dragon Legion will send me the ice polar. As for that ice wolf grass, Chong-yi calculated that the bronze medal rewards 500 credits. The silver medal rewards 1,000 credits, and the highest gold medal rewards 2,000 credits. For now, I have enough credits. I should be able to easily buy it in the school's general store. At that moment, Tomi Ni, following the instructions of Dean Go, came to bring the resources promised by the War Academy to Cho Ni. I don't know why, but after just one day of not seeing him, Cho Ni has become significantly stronger. This feeling of pressure is not from leveling up, but from the nobility of the bloodline. Tomi Ni sighed inwardly. Hearing what Tomi Ni said, Cho Ni looked somewhat surprised. Didn't you choose Teacher Vung Hui? Why is Dean and Go giving you the resources? Tomi Ni explained. Principal Vung Hui is your personal teacher, but usually your classes are taught at our academy. Moreover, these resources are allocated by the War Academy. All top newcomers can benefit from them, so that's it. But why is it our War Academy? Miss To, aren't you a professional mage? Are mages not allowed to teach at the War Academy? Tomi Ni joked, then handed the resources to Cho Ni. A-level Earth Treasure. Heavenly Mountain. Dragon. Root. A-level Earth Treasure. Iceling. Grass. A-level Weapon. Chaos. Fragment Sword. B-level Equipment. Eternal Monarch's White. Hung-Kai B-level. Material for Magic Wind. Chasing. Secret Scale. B-level material for magic. Earth. Dragon Blood. C-level. Skill Book. Ice Crystal. Absorption. C-level. Skill Book. Ice Beast. Guardian. C-level. Skill Book Lights Benefit Blade. Its benefit. Although there are many items, the one that caught Cho Ni's attention was only Iceling Grass. Iceling Grass can be used with Extreme Ice Lotus to refine Extreme Cold Pill, which can significantly increase the chance of awakening the ice bloodline. This is exactly the wishful thinking. No wonder it's a fortune medicine. Once I get the Extreme Cold Lotus, buying a little more supplementary materials will allow me to refine the Extreme Cold Pill. After Cho Ni signed for the item, Tomi Ni said, "All right, the main task is done now. It's your turn to teach me. Your strength is greater. Entering the mountain range for training is indeed not a problem, but entering the inner area is like being deaf and unafraid of guns. You should always ensure that you can protect yourself before taking action." Speaking of this, Tomi's expression became somewhat sad. Every year, many talented graduates from Tu University, but it's extremely rare for someone to truly become a shining gem. You must know that many talents encounter unpredictable situations outside and lose their lives on the way. Don't criticize me for talking too much. Being cautious is always better. I can't tell Tomi that I have a protective system. The danger level when entering the ravine with demons is still within control. Thinking to himself, Cho Ni chose his words carefully. I understand your good intentions to me, and I will remember them. There's something else I want to ask you. Now that my strength has increased, can you recommend a few safe places for me to practice real combat? You are truly a monster, Tomi Ni exclaimed, then led Cho Ni to a place filled with robots. You can deploy training robots for real combat exercises, and you can set different difficulty levels for challenges. These training robots have combat stances from level 1 to level 10, and the more robots there are, the greater their combat power will increase exponentially. In combat stance level 10, the robot can defeat a master at level 20. At the same time, your challenges will be fully recorded with detailed photos taken by the surrounding telescopic robots. They can also track various data about you during the challenge, creating a detailed report after the challenge ends. Although you can pause at any time, I still advise you to start challenging from a lower difficulty level. I have to attend class now. Take it slow, remember to know your limits, and don't push yourself too hard. All you have to do is give the command to the visual sphere to start the challenge. As soon as Tomi Ni left, Cho Ni commanded the visual sphere to activate the level 7 combat stance for them. Completed received the directive. The execution program has responded and combat monitoring has begun. 50 training robots have been fully released. Attention level 7 combat mode officially begins. Just as the visual scout reported, a rain of bombs and bullets started pouring down on Cho Ni. However, for the golden boy of evasion like him, these tricks are nothing. After escaping the attack from the robots, Cho Ni began to counterattack with the newly acquired Ice Force, and after merging with the Ice Bloodline, he delivered a punch that destroyed the giant robot. The Ice Force seems usable. Cho Ni felt pleased, then switched to using Ice Storm. With just one move, he annihilated the entire robot battalion. Cho Ni congratulates himself on successfully passing the level 7 combat assessment. Training results summary. A total of 50 level 7 robots defeated in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. All have been taken down. Comprehensive evaluation excellent. The Ice Force indeed has a miraculous effect in controlling the enemy. If passing level 7 combat mode is this easy, I wonder how high the difficulty can go. Thinking for a moment, Chong-yi decided to try a visual scout directly with full power. Let's start the level 10 combat mode. Given that the training robots have been excessively damaged, level 10 combat mode has initiated the preparation plan. Accordingly, the robots began to be modified and upgraded to level 10 combat mode. The extraordinary training robots take over the attribute values of the ordinary Class 25 job equivalent training robots. Activate Supreme Intelligence Authority. If combat threatens your safety, please immediately order a ceasefire. Hearing this, Chong-yi was even more pleased. This was exactly his intention. I can finally fight at full strength now. After a 3-second countdown, a robot attacked Chong-yi using Ice Force, leaving him astonished. But very quickly, he jumped high, dodged, and used Ice Light Phantom, leveraging the properties of light and ice to create a crystal ice clone of himself, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish reality from illusion. Then he used Holy Light Barrier to try and destroy the robot's weapon. Unexpectedly, it copied his attack move back at him. Chong-yi knocked the weapon out of his hand. How could it possibly replicate the skill I used? Could the visual scout have synchronized its combat data with it? The attack system is synchronized and combat effectiveness is enhanced. The weapon module optimization process is complete, returning to online status. Chong-yi was astonished to see one side of the cannon transform into a mechanized wolf. The wind wolf can also replicate. Why does it seem like it can only attack head-on? Thinking to himself, Chong-yi shifted to first gear and punched the robot wolf away in one swift motion. Activate the angelic domain. May I ask if you have the ability to replicate it? In another development, after agreeing to become the true disciple of Director Song, I have obtained a large amount of rare resources. Significant progress has been made in the cultivation process. Last time my challenge at Battle Form Level 7 always ended in failure. Now I will try once more. Kwang So-nyeon confirmed her fingerprint to enter the training room with the training robot and received a notification. We are very sorry, we must inform you. The training robot is currently severely damaged. Please come back to challenge tomorrow. This training area is for regular freshmen. Everyone who challenges has not exceeded level 6. Even if Brother Chong-yi wants to challenge level 10, it won't be easy at all. Who is inside there? Returning to Chong-yi after activating the angelic zone, he immediately uses the Holy Light binding. Launching the binding formed from Holy Light, he tightly restrains and limits the enemy's movements. Then he uses the true sight of light, clearly identifying the weaknesses and hidden abilities of the enemy, providing guidance for the next attack. As soon as he learns that the weakness of the robot is the energy core equipped on its chest, Chong-yi aims directly at the robot's chest. He throws a punch, turning the robot into a pile of scrap metal. At the same time, he blows away the entire training area. Level 10 combat status has been successfully defeated. The pass authority is reactivated due to the training facility being severely damaged. He is invited to come back next week to challenge the level 10 combat status. Successful challenge within who exactly is this divine being? Kwang So-nyeon cautiously steps forward in confusion. Student Chong-yi, congratulations on successfully passing the level 10 combat status test with a time of 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Excellent overall evaluation, outstanding. Strongest single physical attack, 27,304. Strongest single magic damage, 56,021. Highest combined damage of single skill, 106,021. If there hadn't been a surprise attack from the robot wolf, this battle could have been won easily. It seems necessary to urgently make a contract with a magical beast that can fight alongside me. Just as Chong-yi was thinking, he heard a call from behind Brother Chong-yi. Kwang So-nyeon ran over looking joyful, asking, Brother Chong-yi, have you completed the bloodline refinement already? Why is it that after just 1 day apart, you're already this strong? It's nothing, I just completed the bloodline refinement technique this morning. Now I am a 6-winged bloodline angel, Kwang So-nyeon said with admiration. That's great. This is an extremely rare bloodline of the Divine Guardian. My enigmatic bloodline is just one of the relatively high-quality bloodlines. Chong-yi chuckled and asked Kwang So-nyeon to lead him to the magical beast market to make a contract with a magical beast to boost his combat power. Of course, Kwang So-nyeon happily agreed. An hour later, at the magical beast market, the young white silver elegance can grow up to level 20. Now it only requires 110 study points to obtain a level 19, long-horned elegance with Dragon Clan bloodline. 10 points only one can be obtained first. Huang So-Nien led Chou-Ngi around the market and then asked, "Chou-Ngi, do you like any of the familiars?" Chou-Ngi looked thoughtful and replied, "I have tamed a wind howler at Mount Quangfong. Unfortunately, after defeating the demon beast, I fell unconscious and missed the opportunity to bond with it. I hope to find a young wind howler with innate wind magic to bond with." Just as Chou-Ngi finished speaking, someone shouted about a young wind howler for sale. "I just happen to have one." A young man wearing glasses approached and said, "Hello, everyone. I am a third-year student at the Liu Zi Logistics Academy, studying and also a level 22 nurturing master. I have a young wind howler that I personally raised. Do you want to take a look?" Huang So-Nien suggested. "The trainers belong to the lifestyle profession, and this student is also a student at our Su-Hang University. Compared to the social personnel at other stalls in the market, the quality of the familiars he provides is even better." Upon hearing this, Chou-Ngi replied, "All right." At this moment, Liu Zi raised a creature with two colored eyes and excitedly said, "This wind howler was born about 10 days ago. Its mother is a silver-white wind howler. I used the appraisal technique to confirm its quality is silver-white. If you want it, it will only cost 60 points. Chou-Ngi felt a bit disappointed. Is there a golden tier version of the silver-white? Don't even mention me, there are hardly any golden tiers in this entire familiar market. If you really want it, as soon as I hear about a young golden tier wind howler, I will immediately inform you. However, the price will definitely be much higher." "Then let's pass on that and see this one first." Chou-Ngi picked up the young wind howler. The young wind howler seemed to like Chou-Ngi, softly whining as if to act cute. Chou-Ngi felt that this young one had some issues. Its build was too small, clearly indicating it was not developing properly. Hearing this, Liu Ji felt a bit uneasy. The wind howler generally has a smaller build compared to other familiars. The size of this young one is about average for this kind. Chou-Ngi lifted the young wind howler up high and replied with a smile, "No problem, let's buy this one. You have to understand that there are no useless familiars, only useless masters. I see its potential." After the transaction was successfully completed, Liu Ji grinned and handed Chou-Ngi a scroll. "This familiar bonding scroll is a gift. It only costs 60 points in total. Now you can bond with this young wind howler. In the future, you can keep it in the bonding space with you, which is convenient." At that moment, Liu Zi was overjoyed. Among a litter of young wind howlers, this was the one with the worst condition. He had been worried about not being able to sell it unexpectedly coming across a daring buyer. Luckily, he had already paid the course points beforehand. If this young one grows up weak like this, it will be troublesome if it causes a downgrade during the bonding process. Come on, I believe you can definitely become stronger. With that, Chou-Ngi began to establish a contract with the little Tot Fong Long. Thanks to the fortune spirit medicine after drinking it, a person can be lucky for 12 hours and it still remains effective. And the little Tat Fong Lang, which was a defective product, has now become a super VIP pro demon pet, shocking all the witnesses. Could this purple light be the epic demon pet coming from another world? And yet it can be purchased for a demon pet. The epic demon at this market is quite lucky. Do you have a young Tat Fong Lang for sale, Brother Gi? I offer 1,000 points. Brother Chou-Ngi truly has the insight of a torch. So this young Tat Fong Lang is a degenerated epic demon pet. After it gained magic power from being nurtured by him, it immediately restored its original talent and status. Ngi scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself that the epic GI seems to have underestimated the effects of the fortune spirit medicine. The gasps of astonishment only made Liu Tree-Hawk grind his teeth in anger. Damn it, I actually sold an epic demon pet at a low price to a newbie. Right, Brother Chou-Ngi, you haven't named it yet. Kung So-Nien reminded him. Chou-Ngi thought for a moment and replied, "Let's call it Tiukoi." While Kung So-Nien and Chou-Ngi were playing with Tiukoi, Liu Tree-Hawk suddenly said, "Classmate, I'm sorry. Due to my oversight, this young one was sold to you at the current price of Bok Ngun-Yai. If you still want it, you'll have to add 1,500 points. Of course, you can also dissolve the contract and return the demon pet to me, and I will refund you 300 points. You'd better decide quickly. If you don't know your place, don't blame me for being rude." The crowd around them began to discuss upon hearing this. It was obvious that Liu Trihawk did not thoroughly check the status of this young Jai. Otherwise, how could it be so easily sold? After all, Liu Trihawk has the Liu family backing him, which has a long-term cooperation with the school. They are really in trouble this time. No matter how you put it, the epic demon pet just got into his hands and is likely to be lost soon. Truly, I've never heard of such a thing before. You can sell the item and still want it back. Chong-yi unleashed his power, his face filled with a fierce expression as he said, "Stop dreaming your foolish dreams. Get out of my way." Just with a glance, Chong-yi made Liu Trihawk feel fearful and doubt life itself. He is clearly just a newbie. Why is he so strong just by relying on his aura? Watching Chong-yi approach step by step, Liu Trihawk was so scared he trembled, stammering Thenmin. "My brother, it's my fault. It was all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. You can take the young Tat Fong Lang, you know what to do. You'd better not let me see you again. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." With that, Chong-yi and Kung So-nyen turned around and left. The soft sensation in her hands made Kwang So-nyen endlessly delighted. "Ang Chong-yi, can I come by to pet Xiaokoi later? Any time is fine." At this moment, some passers-by began to recognize Chong-yi. Wait, isn't that Chong-yi, the top-ranking new student Chong-yi, the one recognized as the exclusive disciple by Principal Vuong Hui? I've heard he even received the gold contribution medal. Liu Zhishui always relies on the Liu family and acts recklessly. This time we've finally caught some rice. Make way a little. Please make way. Oh, is that Liu Vo-than coming to back up his younger brother? Liu Vo-tan brushed through the crowd toward Liu Zhishui. Liu Zhishu saw him and reported, "Big brother, you must uphold justice for us." Liu Zhishu hadn't finished speaking when he received a kick to the face. "You useless thing. Do you have any idea what it means for a new student to receive the gold contribution medal? Others might let you off. Consider yourself lucky. Don't come here and make others uncomfortable anymore. Get as far away from me as possible." Liu Zhishui held his swollen face. He doubted what he had done to provoke such a terrifying figure. Back to the male lead. Indeed, it is the newborn Tat Fong Lang of the epic era able to instinctively harness wind powers at such a young age. Just as Chong-yi was testing Xiaokoi's abilities, the Snow Dragon Corps brought the Extreme Ice Lotus to hand over to Chong-yi, which made him smile widely. He didn't expect the Snow Dragon Corps to be so efficient. "I left Kwangfeng Mountain Range less than 3 days ago, and they've already brought it to me. The Extreme Cold Ice Lotus is finally in hand. As long as I refine it into the Extreme Cold Pill, the risk of Xiao Yun's bloodline awakening can be easily resolved." Remembering what Master Vuong Hui said, Chong-yi scheduled an appointment with the Alchemy Master. "We have an appointment with Master Ha, a level 9 Alchemy Master for you. Because the materials and confidentiality needed to refine the S-level talent Earth treasures are extremely valuable. Please come to the potion department for a detailed discussion." Upon receiving the notification, Chong-yi quickly headed to the potion department. Unfortunately, Master Ha was in class and only his student Lam Yi was left on duty. "What kind of potion do you want to refine? If you have any questions, I can answer them for you first." S-level Extreme Cold Pill. As he spoke, Chong-yi took out the materials, causing Lam Yi to exclaim in astonishment, "S-level Talent Earth Treasure Extreme, Cold Ice Lotus, and also A-level Iceling Grass. You seem to be a new student. How do you have so many rare Talent Earth treasures?" Chong-yi smiled modestly. "Just luck, that's all. If you have already prepared the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus and Iceling Grass, you just need to add 800 course credits for S-level potion making. You leave your contact information for me. Once the teacher finishes crafting the Extreme Cold Ice, I will let you know to come and pick it up." Right after the two exchanged contact information, Chong-yi went to the classroom. There, he happened to overhear 2 students talking. "Do you know that recently, many places have discovered interdimensional creatures? Really, haven't you heard recently many legions and guilds have been redeployed from the front lines? A friend from my legion revealed it. They said that it seems the entire central and southern kingdom has discovered the whereabouts of the interdimensional creatures. It seems the news about the interdimensional creatures' invasion has spread everywhere now." While Chong-yi was thinking to himself, suddenly someone patted him on the shoulder. "Tong Ha-lan, are you also studying in this class?" "Of course, my advisor is Dean Ngo Mang. It seems we will be classmates from now on." Tong Ha-lan playfully extended his hand, saying, "Classmate Chong-yi, I hope to learn from you more in the future." "I hope to learn from you more." Tong Halan chuckled. You're so talented, expecting me to teach you seems impossible. But if you need help in the future, just let me know. Just then, the teacher of the Beast Mastery subject entered. This person was none other than To Ni. Before officially starting the class, there are some important announcements I want to share with you. Just as the rumors said, many interdimensional creatures have indeed appeared in the Central and Southern Kingdom. Even though these interdimensional creatures are not very strong, their appearance is very significant for the country. In the face of potential threats, the Central and Southern Kingdom's legions have entered a state of Level 3 readiness. At the same time, the school's major resources have been invested many times over. Therefore, our Tohang University allocates resources to students based on ranking increasing by 70% each month. Additionally, after completing the tasks assigned by the school, you will receive richer credits than before. Many privileges of the Deep Abyss system from the 3 major sub-campuses will be unlocked, but you will need to use credits to purchase Deep Abyss stones to unlock them. The students began to discuss excitedly. The country is allocating a large number of resources. This is a determined effort to nurture powerful individuals at all costs. Finally, opening up such a Deep Abyss system, I will receive even more resources. Even the credits from task rewards have been increased. It seems the school is taking significant action. Please calm your excited feelings. To Ni stood at the podium, snapped her fingers to activate energy, immediately silencing the students. No matter how resources are adjusted as students, you just need to focus and cultivate stronger abilities. It seems that not only I am progressing, Teacher To is also getting stronger. For the first time I see many Chongyi, he thought to himself. All right, everyone, let's start today's lesson. Turn to page. A few hours later, the class ended. Now I have reached level 19. The Frost Cold Ice Lotus is available, no need to enter the dangerous Storm Mountain anymore. The Goblin Dungeon instance at the Abyss level is the ideal place for me to gain leveling experience. While Chao Yi was deep in thought, he suddenly saw Kwang So Nian standing not far away. Little Nian, why are you here? I heard that the rewards for passing through the 3 instances of the school will also increase. I want to invite you to try it together. What a coincidence, I was thinking the same. After being teleported to the instance lobby, Kwang So Nian asked, Changyi, which difficulty level are you preparing to challenge Abyss level? What about you? Kwang So Nian quickly waved her hand. The Abyss level is indeed too difficult. You and I are quite different. My strength can only challenge the difficult level. Changyi held her hand reassuringly. It's okay, once I get through the Abyss level, you and I will team up to challenge it again. So let's decide on that. I'll try the difficult level first, you hang in there. Kwang So Nian shyly replied and then turned to leave. At this moment, the appearance of someone caused a stir in the entire lobby. Chi Min Hien, why is he here? It's been a long time since we've seen a master come to challenge the instance. Don't you know, refreshing the 6th record of passing the Abyss level instance can earn you an achievement reward. That's true. Without special opportunities, you can't achieve that talent. No wonder Chi Min Hien rushed over here. Chi Min Hien is a level 23 mage ranking 86. Boring, I still have to take the opportunity to challenge the Abyss level instance. Chao Ngai looked at Chi Min Hien's information and thought to himself, then chose the Goblin Dungeon instance at the Abyss level and entered the instance, causing a stir in the main hall. Chao Ngai isn't that the top freshman? Haha, but a level 19, Holy Knight dares to challenge the Abyss level difficulty. He really doesn't know the sky from the earth, doesn't understand his own limits. His 400 credit points are probably thrown out the window. Chi Min Hien, who was nearby, secretly looked down on him. It seems that resource adjustments have made some people overly confident. You have chosen to challenge the difficulty of the Abyss level. Therefore, your account will automatically be deducted 400 credits to exchange for Abyss magic stones. Teleported to the Goblin Lower City. Note that the monsters in the Abyss level instance will become more ferocious as the difficulty increases. If you find it difficult to deal with, crush the Abyss magic stone to immediately exit the instance. Why is this place so devastated? Is this the result of the goblins occupying and destroying it? While Chao Ngai was thinking, a goblin ambushed him from behind. However, Chao Ngai just lightly waved his hand and sent the goblin to meet his ancestors. Just a few seconds later, an entire legion of goblins surrounded Chao Ngai and launched a simultaneous attack. Goblin warrior monsters level 22 silver quality ambush/skill. The number of goblins this time seems quite large, doesn't it? But if the enemy is strong, then the challenge will be even harder. With that, Chong-yi swung the mace in a way that sent the whole group of goblins flying away. Another group of goblins immediately appeared, forcing Chong-yi to calculate this time. It seems that the difficulty of this level is that there will be a large number of goblin soldiers executing desperate attacks. This will lead to excessive depletion of mana. I need to conserve mana to ensure I have enough to cast skills against the boss. Thinking to himself, Chong-yi decided to continuously use the Radiant Shadow Slash, using weapons at lightning speed to create a series of slashes at the speed of light, dealing a powerful blow to the enemy. Goblins defeated. Congratulations, you have defeated the group of goblins. Earned 236 experience points, level up to 743 out of 54,000. Indeed, the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. No matter how many goblins I defeat, I can only just get past level 20. Hopefully, after defeating the boss, the amount of experience points will help me break through soon. Chong-yi continued deeper inside. Before long, he found the level 24 Goblin King boss of epic quality with skills yet to be determined. Note, the Goblin King has led the Goblin tribe to occupy several human cities. A little human brat, welcome to the land of death. I am prepared for you. How dare you slaughter my entire tribe, you human die? With that, the Goblin King swung the axe down, forcing Chong-yi to jump high to dodge. This goblin is quite strong. Although it's large, its speed isn't affected at all. He thought quietly, gathering strength and launching a counterattack. But the result under this state of overpowering would resist all physical attacks. At the same time, he could activate the shield to reflect part of the boss's damage, so that last move was like burning a piece of stainless steel. Knowing it would be difficult to rely on physical attacks, Chong-yi switched to using magic, creating magical chains, successfully restraining the boss so it couldn't move. Then he unleashed a strike, directly taking the boss's life in an instant. Congratulations, you have completed the Depths dungeon. Completion time is 10 minutes and 56 seconds. Based on the previous record of 6, you have set a new record for the completion speed of this dungeon. Congratulations, you have defeated the boss and received 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 24 109 experience points. This Goblin King, after all, is a level dungeon boss, yet it was defeated with just one move. I even intentionally saved a large amount of mana and prepared to use other powerful skills to deal with it. Just at that moment, another notification board appeared. When you break the record of 6 through the level, you will unlock the A-Speed spellcasting talent. Your spellcasting speed will be significantly increased. Even low-level spells can be unleashed instantly. Indeed, clearing the 6th stage of this newly refreshed dungeon can grant additional talents. With the blessing of the A-level spellcasting talent, my power has been elevated even further. It's time to head back. The only regret is that I was just close to reaching level 20. Since I have many courses at the moment, I will take Xiaonian to challenge the Tum Uyen dungeon again later. At the same time, outside the dungeon hall, many who chose the Tum Uyen dungeon had to give up because they couldn't withstand the heat inside. They, along with those who chose other level dungeons, looked up at the leaderboard and discussed animatedly. So far, no one has successfully cleared the stage. This Tam Uyen dungeon is really difficult. As soon as I entered, I was surrounded by hundreds of silver-level goblins. If I hadn't quickly escaped, I might have gotten stuck inside. No wonder it's the difficulty of Tam Uyen. The intensity is quite terrifying. It seems we can only rely on local experts like Chi Min Hien. Kwang So-nyan stood in the crowd, thinking to herself that she was lucky to have chosen the moderate difficulty level to clear the stage so smoothly. Now I just hope that Chong-yi can clear this stage too. I heard that the Tam Uyen level dungeon was also opened in this freshman competition, and there were also quite a few successful participants. That's right. It seems there's someone named Chong-yi, a level 19 holy knight, who is at the top of the new students. He even set a new 6th record. While the two young men were talking, someone shouted that the 6th record of the dungeon was broken again. The young man, with disbelief in his eyes, pointed at the leaderboard. Are you talking about that name Chong-yi at the top of the leaderboard? That's number 1 Chong-yi Tum Uyen difficulty with a clearance rate of 100% in 10 minutes and 56 seconds. This 6th record has been confirmed as the fastest clearance of the Goblin Dungeon at the Tam Uyen level. The crowd erupted at that moment. Finally, someone has cleared the Tam Uyen difficulty. Chong-yi. Why have I never heard of this name before? Could it be that he's the senior from Dai 3 Chong-yi, the one who is at the top of the new students? But no matter how strong he is, he can't possibly defeat the level 24 epic Goblin King. I'm also new to the freshman competition, having only participated for a few days. Why is Chaoyi progressing so quickly? Just wait a little longer. Hienka probably entered the dungeon later than Chaoyi, so he's a bit behind. A young man at this moment laughed loudly, confidently, adding in his heart, "Wait until Xianga creates level 6, then step out. Then the serial number of Chaoyi on the board will surely drop." But unexpectedly, just at that moment, Chi Minhien, looking battered, stepped out from the instance, causing the young man to worry and rush over to support him. He said that this Tam Uyen level instance is too difficult, saying, "I have spent so much on golden equipment, yet I have failed." Chi Minhien swore, then suddenly realized that very few people in the crowd were paying attention to him as they had just a few minutes ago, and they were all gathered around the leaderboard discussing excitedly. Although he felt somewhat confused, he didn't dwell on it for long and pulled out a healing potion to treat his injuries. Only when informed by his junior about Chaoyi passing the Tam Uyen level instance with an incredible time did he choke on the medicine in surprise. Look over there. Chaoyi is out no way. He is only a level 19 freshman. How could he pass the Tam Uyen instance? How can I not be better than him? I must ask for clarification. He just came out now. Maybe he cheated. Chi Minhien angrily threw the potion bottle in his hand and then put on a completely insincere smile to strike up a conversation with Chaoyi. But before he could finish his sentence, Chaoyi completely ignored him and walked over to Kwang So-nyin, congratulating her on successfully passing the instance. As for me, I barely passed the hard level, feeling like I am falling further behind you. Chaoyi reached out to pat Kwang So-nyin's head to comfort her. Don't worry, the Elf King is very easy to deal with. I will show you all the tricks to get through this level. Moreover, I don't lack any coursework. Now I can take you to try a few more times, and once you grasp the key points, you can challenge the difficulty of the Tam Uyen level. Meanwhile, while the birds were chirping, the crowd was still singing praises for Chaoyi, while Chi Minhien sat sulking in a corner, accepting the reality that under Chaoyi's brilliance, he had become a has-been. Keeping his promise, Chaoyi took Kwang So-nyin to conquer the Tam Uyen level instance. While fighting alongside her, he also booked additional strength for Kwang So-nyin, meanwhile pointing out the weaknesses of the elves so she could easily defeat them. Everything went smoothly until they both faced the boss. Challenging the Tam Uyen level boss is no joke. Chaoyi, how did you manage to get through the gate successfully? It looks powerful, but in reality, it has very weak magic resistance and can easily be defeated with strong magical skills. Kwang So-nyin volunteered to fight the boss upon hearing this. Since the boss has weak magic resistance, Kwang So-nyin decided to first test the magic in the Mima Huyetmak with the skill Akma Chinyan. He released a massive wave of slashing energy. The dark power contained in the wave would explode upon hitting the target, dealing additional dark attribute damage to the enemy. Unexpectedly, instead of defeating the boss, this move actually amplified the boss's magic power, making it even stronger. At this moment, the boss stomped on the ground, creating seismic waves that shook the earth, generating waves that pushed back enemies and could cause them to be stunned. Chaoyi unleashed his strength against this attack while anxiously calling out, "Little Nien, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Chaoyi. It's all my fault. I didn't control my magic well, which allowed the boss to absorb it and become stronger. There's no need to blame yourself. First, let me check some tactics to see if they can be effective." After saying this, Chaoyi attacked the boss with Kwangchi Trungjoy, but the result was blocked by its shield. Damn it, the effectiveness of the skill isn't as strong as before. Its magic resistance seems to have increased quite a bit. Thinking to himself, Chaoyi said, "It really is a bit difficult to handle. Let me try one more time. If I can't defeat it, you should crush the Tam Uyen crystal. Don't forget that this is just a trial version. Don't harm yourself." After saying this, Chaoyi conjured chains with magic to try to control the boss. However, the boss easily shattered the magical chains in an instant. Witnessing this, Kwang So-nyin felt even more guilty. "It's all my fault. I've complicated everything. What should I do now?" This negative state of Kwang So-nyin awakened the demoness within her. "Yes, it's all because you are too weak. If you could fully control the demon power in the Mima bloodline, you wouldn't have to quietly watch Chaoyi face difficulties. Only by becoming stronger can you help brother Chaoyi. It's time to unleash your true power. Get stronger," Kwang So-nyin murmured as if in a trance. Her eyes gradually turned to a deadly shade of red. Ahead, after several unsuccessful attempts, Chaoyi was about to activate the angelic body to protect Kwang So-nyin, when suddenly a surge of dark power shot from behind him, slicing off the arm of the boss holding the weapon. Chang'e was stunned, looking at the girl behind him. "Chang'e, let me destroy the monster." Kwang So-nyen, in her demoness form, smiled seductively and said, "Why can't I absorb this magic power? On the contrary, they are continuously invading my power." The boss shouted in confusion, "Don't rush, this is just an appetizer." Finishing her words, Kwang So-nyen raised her hand, channeling more magic power to the boss. "I want it fast. Give it to me quickly. Give me even more magic power. Your appearance right now is truly disgusting." Kwang So-nyen looked at the boss with a disdainful gaze, then with one strike sent the boss off to sell salt. Congratulations to student Kwang So-nyen for defeating the Goblin King. Boss, earning 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23 200 experience points. Finally, I've eliminated this annoying monster. Kwang So-nyen retracted her power and approached Zhuo Yi, charming and touching him, leaving him shocked by the culture shock. It took a while before he noticed the unusualness, coldly asking, "Oh, is it really you, little Nyen?" At this moment, the demoness Kwang So-nyen suddenly paused, then gradually returned to her usual form of Kwang So-nyen. Kwang So-nyen felt embarrassed. "Zhuo Yi Gaga. Just now, everything that happened was due to the demon power in the bloodline of the enchantress acting up." Zhuo Yi lifted Kwang So-nyen's chin to examine her for a while before sighing in relief. "That's good. I thought the demon had taken over you. How could that be? By the way, little Nyen, why don't we form a team to challenge a few more times? I believe that once you get familiar with the demon, you can also conquer the Abyss-level dungeon alone. Moreover, we and the Goblin King are also old friends. Do you think it will understand us? After all, students are like that. The boss just needs to be beaten. But for students to get as many rewards from the dungeon as possible, there's still a lot to think about," Zhuo Yi said with a cunning smile, startling even the Goblin King in the heavens. Outside, everyone was still in shock from Zhuo Yi's successful completion of the 6th level when they saw the new 6th level ranking with a time even faster than the previous 6th level by a full minute, and the one who completed it was none other than Zhuo Yi, causing them to be stunned. "No way, it's Zhuo Yi again. Can we let someone else pass through the gate safely?" He managed to pass through the gate even faster. That's terrifying. Suddenly, the board displayed the new 6th level completion, breaking Zhuo Yi's 6th level record. First, Kwang So-nyen chose the difficulty level of the Abyss. Progress through the gate. 100% time of 9 minutes and 23 seconds has confirmed this 6th level as the fastest completion of the Goblin Dungeon at the Abyss level currently. Isn't this a rookie who can only challenge the hard level, now can clear the Abyss level dungeon alone? Kwang So-nyen is still the second rank among rookies. Under Zhuo Yi's guidance, she might exceed expectations. At this moment, Chi Min's underling held his head and sighed. "Xiange, now I finally understand your feelings." After realizing the distance between himself and the genius, that feeling of helplessness is indeed very uncomfortable. With that, Chang'e and Kwang So-nyen continued to challenge the Tumwian level dungeon alone, once more teaming up together for a while before returning to the main hall. Chang'e heard that the Element Academy has a fireworks show today. "Getting ready for the new students, let's go see it together." Chang'e smiled and replied, "That's great, it's just the opportunity to relax a bit." So the two set off for the Element Academy. Looking at the surroundings, Chang'e couldn't help but feel delighted. It truly lives up to its name as the Element Academy, as even the streetlights are controlled by magic. Unexpectedly, before we knew it, we had been clearing the dungeon until evening. This time, conquering the Tumwian level dungeon can yield great rewards. Going back, luckily I had your help. My effort is crucial, you just assisted a little. Chang'e smiled and replied. Just then, seeing a gigantic statue, he couldn't help but stop and ask, "What is this statue?" "Ah, this is the Mage Viung, known as the Guardian Mage. He once single-handedly succeeded in fending off several waves of fierce attacks from the otherworldly army. Therefore, his heroic deeds have been widely celebrated. Unfortunately, in the great battle, he was ambushed by a lord-level evil creature, and ultimately sacrificed heroically as his soul was completely faded to the point of no return. Truly a great hero." "You still have very little knowledge about history. Can you briefly tell me about the Dark Age?" "Of course." Kwang So-nyen recounted, "Actually, to talk about this period of history, we must start from the Golden Age 85 years ago. Beginning in 2544, many naturally gifted professionals rose to prominence during this year, which is why it is also called the Golden Age. Like the legendary heroes, Tat Fong Kiem Tang Tung Bin Hai and Tuk Viem Dao Tang Li Tiu Zung, who are still holding the front line of the battlefield even today. However, just when everyone was filled with hope, preparing to counterattack the other world, the Dark Age suddenly descended, bringing the most frenzied invasion of otherworldly beings. The powerhouses of the Golden Age, when faced with the threat of the invading otherworldly beings, sacrificed their precious lives one after another. After a long struggle, 35 and several 100 million professionals heroically sacrificed, we finally obtained a period of peace like now. Now the invasion of otherworldly beings has once again descended. I'm afraid this hope is just an illusion of mine. Don't worry too much. Chong-yi patted her head to reassure her. This large-scale appearance of otherworldly beings came through the spatial rift. Their strength is not strong, and moreover, we are already different from before. Even if darkness descends again this time, the unfortunate ones will be those otherworldly beings. Kung So-nyin was amused by Chong-yi's words. That's right. We have rested and regained our strength for so long, so we are ready to fight against the otherworldly beings once more. Just then, fireworks were shot into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Kung So-nyin excitedly grabbed Chong-yi's hand and pulled him along. Let's hurry to the observation point ahead. It'll be even more beautiful. Okay, Chong-yi replied indulgently. The next day, Chong-yi took the train back to visit his sister. Sister Tin, why hasn't brother come back yet? Don't worry, he just said on the phone that he would be back soon. As Tin finished speaking, Chong-yi arrived at the door. He was welcomed home and Tiuvan ran up to hug Chong-yi. Chong-ai supported his sister, smiling brightly as he said, On the way, I was worried about your health, but seeing you in good spirits like this puts me at ease. Tiung-yi turned around. Chong-yi, looking at Tin, smiled and replied, Sister Ting, it's been a while. Tiung-yi, how long do you plan to stay this time? Maybe around 3 or 4 days. Anyway, I took leave to come back mainly to complete the final treatment for Tiuvan. So short, Tiuvan said sadly. Then very quickly she eagerly asked, Brother, did you prepare any gifts for your lovely sister? Of course, I specially brought a reward from the Deep Abyss dungeon for you. As he spoke, Chong-yi took out a horn from his backpack. Just blow this horn and the fierce ghost of the golden level will immediately appear to protect you. Tiuvan excitedly clapped her hands. No wonder you're such a great brother. Just hearing about it sounds impressive. Chong-yi patted his sister's head and said, I believe that once you recover, you can become strong just like me. A few minutes later, Secretary Tru brought Thoi Liet Na to Chong-yi's mansion. Secretary Tru, Miss Thoi, you both have arrived. Mr. Chu, I contacted Miss Thoi yesterday and she came here overnight from the nearby city, Thoi Liet Na said with a smile. Secretary Tru, you should know that Chong-yi's invitation is not something I can take lightly now. Chong-yi humbly replied, Miss Thoi, you flatter me. I should thank you for coming all this way to help me. I almost forgot to congratulate you. You not only obtained the Extreme Ice Lotus, but also refined it into the Extreme Ice Pill, which is even more effective than the Extreme Ice Pill. Secretary Tru could hardly hide his astonishment. Great elixirs are priceless treasures on the market. Chong-yi scratched his head and laughed. Fortunately, with the help of my father, who is a renowned alchemist recommended by my teacher, I was able to successfully refine it. We should seize the time to proceed with the final treatment ritual for my sister. Right. The main matter is more important. After a while, Tiuvan tugged at the hem of Chong-yi's pants, worriedly asking, Brother, are you really okay? Tiuvan, you don't need to be too nervous, just relax. In a little while, just take this pill and you will be able to awaken the ice bloodline. The ice power will no longer disturb you. Saying this, Chong-yi handed the extreme ice pill to Tiuvan. Tiuvan took the extreme ice pill, then confidently stood in the magic circle, determinedly saying, Brother, I'm ready. Upon hearing this, Chong-yi used skills like Bamboo Blessing, Pear Brightness, Grace Bestowal, Protection, and Courage Bestowal to buff Tiuvan, aiming to create the best possible conditions for Thoi Liet Na to perform the treatment for Tiuvan. Although I am a second-tier pastor, it seems that my purity level is still inferior to Chong-yi's. While Thoi Liet Na was lost in thought, Chao Ngi urged, "Next, we need to trouble Miss Thoi to activate the magic array. It's a small matter." After saying that, Thoi Liet Na unleashed her power and activated the magic array. At the same time, she instructed Tiu Van to immediately use the extreme cold pill. In an instant, a massive burst of frigid air erupted outward, causing everyone to instinctively step back. Tiu Van's cold energy has erupted. Is this going to be a problem? Atin asked worriedly. It's fine, I'll handle it. Chao Ngi used the Holy Flame light wheel to neutralize the ice that had erupted. At the same time, he confidently said, "Under the effect of the extreme cold pill, I believe this will be the last burst of cold energy from Tiu Van." Thoi Liet Na observed Tiu Van's performance closely. Then she happily said, "We've finally passed the hardest hurdle. Now we just need to patiently wait for Tiu Van to complete her bloodline awakening." A moment later, the treatment process for Tiu Van was finally completed. Ngai asked, "How do you feel now? It seems your illness has been completely cured." Tiu Van cheerfully replied, "Let me quickly check my personal information to see if anything has changed." Tiu Van tried using her power and said, "It seems my ice bloodline has granted me the innate ability to control ice elements now. Now the ice elements and I are in sync. I can control them to do whatever I want." Could it be that the bloodline awakening could still grant new abilities? Normally, a typical bloodline awakening wouldn't grant any innate bloodline abilities, but I am the sister of Chao Ngi. He awakened the rare ice bloodline. Ngi proudly thought to himself, "Both of us have benefited greatly from the ice bloodline." Could it be that our ancestors were indeed powerful bloodline professionals of the ice bloodline? But even if it were true, considering the previous situation, it's very likely that the family had already declined. Although Tiu Van's ice bloodline has successfully awakened for safety, I will trouble you to conduct a thorough check on her once more. "No problem, Thoi," Liet Na replied cheerfully. At this moment, Secretary Trio spoke up. Miss Chao Van, your body has fully recovered. As for the awakened ice bloodline, the market is placing great importance on this matter, especially having arranged a batch of cultivation resources for both siblings to be sent over. Chao Ngi shook hands with Secretary Trio, gratefully saying, "Thank you. I will be back at school very soon." Then Tiu Van had to trouble Secretary Trio to help take care of her. "You are too polite, it is my honor." Seeing Tiu Van happily joking with Atin, Chao Ngi curiously asked, "Have you thought about what career you want to pursue in the future?" "Of course I want to be a magician." Hearing this, Chao Ngi nodded. "This profession suits you quite well. I have sensed the dark power within me that is still awakening. I believe the day we unleash our powers is not far off." The dark power, the cruel gaze, and the words of Xiao Yun left everyone stunned. Thoi Liet Na immediately ran over to check, "Is there anywhere I haven't examined yet? How can there be dark power?" Suddenly, Chao Ngi recalled the days when he and Xiao Yun were young before they awakened their powers and often cosplayed as superheroes saving the world. "You must not be seduced by the power of darkness. We must seal it to protect the peaceful world," little Xiao Yun at 3 years old said. Back to the present. Seeing that his younger sister was about to say some childish lines, Chao Ngi took the initiative to pull Xiao Yun outside. "You should come with me to truly experience the ice power. Sister Tin, save me. My brother wants to sacrifice himself for the greater good." Looking at Chao Van's expression, I believe that in the future she will definitely become an outstanding person in the wizarding world. Normally, it wouldn't be like this. While Secretary Trio and Atin defended Xiao Yun's childish behavior, Thoi Liet Na thought seriously, "Dark power, huh? Bao." Just as the awakening process ended, Chao Ngi suggested that Chao Van engage in martial arts training. "I will summon a spirit to freeze all obstructive powers." As he finished speaking, Chao Van launched ice elements towards where Chao Ngi was standing, but all were blocked by Chao Ngi's holy guardian. "It seems your body has fully recovered now. Next, I can arrange a training schedule for you." Chao Van started to play coy. "Oh dear, I feel like the cold energy in my body is acting up again. It seems I can't continue training with you anymore." And then, under Chao Ngi's strictness, Chao Van, though unwilling, had to participate in the training. After the high-intensity training session, Chao Van lay exhausted on the ground, sighing. "So this is how tiring training is. The great mission of saving the world will now be left to you alone. I really don't know what to do with you. Chong-yi sighed helplessly and summoned Tukoi. Tukoi is the magical pet I just signed a contract with a few days ago to keep it with you for training. But don't let it come to the point where you can't even fight against Tukoi. Then there would be nothing more to say. No problem, now that Tukoi is with you, you will definitely work hard to train. Chovan spoke while happily petting Tukoi. Tukoi, follow me. Let's quickly sign the dark contract and become partners. Chong-yi smiled at Tukoi's appearance, which resembled a blend of 70% like his father. Tukoi, the price you pay, I will remember in my heart. A few days later, as Chong-yi was preparing to return to school with Tukoi, Tomi-ni came to his house surprising him. Miss To, why are you here? The National College and University Freshman Exchange match is about to start. The team battle requires 5 people to form a group to participate. This time I came to find you mainly to confirm the member list of Team 5 Schwat Trin in our school. You ranked first in the freshman competition, and with the important responsibility of being team leader, of course it's on your shoulders. Moreover, the establishment of Team 5 is something that you as the team leader are responsible for completing. No problem, Chong-yi replied happily. This is the document of the top 10 students in the freshman competition ranking. Except for you, you need to select 4 teammates. Chong-yi answered immediately without thinking. Miss To, I plan to choose the 4 highest-ranked freshmen as my teammates. Tomi-ni heard this and scolded you. That's really too careless. In team battles, it's normal for the fight to drag on to later stages. This is a test of Team 5's extended combat capability. Therefore, the role of a priest who helps maintain the recovery state of the job is an extremely important factor. Even if you are a holy knight who can add a lot of buffs compared to a priest, your recovery ability is still insufficient. Moreover, for a team of 5, you should choose an additional priest. Chong-yi confidently replied. No need, as long as we can quickly defeat the opponent, we don't need to worry about the recovery ability. Teacher To, regarding the individual event in the freshman exchange match, I am confident I can win the championship. Furthermore, in the team battle, when I activate the angelic bloodline, I can even directly confront the entire opposing Team 5 alone. In the freshman competition, Chong-yi's strength far exceeds that of other freshmen. With Chong-yi, there really is no need for a priest just crushing the opponents from other schools. Thinking of this, Tomi-ni had to compromise. If you are so confident, then I will report this list to Dean Go. By the way, have you dealt with your sister awakening her bloodline? It's been handled. I need to thank you, Miss To, for initially informing me about the extreme frozen. That's good then, Tomi-ni replied with a smile. At this moment, Chong-yi suddenly remembered something and asked, Miss To, do you know where I can find a hidden professional letter? A hidden professional letter. Is it for preparing your sister? Chong-yi sincerely replied. After realizing that the otherworldly beings came through the rift, I vaguely felt a sense of pressure. Therefore, I need to find a way for Tuvan to quickly acquire the power to protect herself. You are very thoughtful. Moreover, hidden professional letters are available on the school's website. But it's not that easy to purchase them. Tomi-ni hinted and then quickly left. Chong-yi was confused by Tomi-ni's words. But when he opened the school's website to check, he understood. The purchase of hidden professional letters is restricted, and the lowest-level students must reach level 25, must achieve a score above level A complete. The level A mission of the school and secure a position in the top 10 of the local leaderboard, or the top 100 of the global leaderboard. So that's how it is. It's really difficult to purchase a hidden professional letter. Even the cheapest hidden professional letter requires 20,000 credits to obtain. It seems that there is no way to get a small fortune in a short time, but I will try my best to achieve the goal in half a year. Just then, Chao Ni received a new mission from the system. Upon checking, he saw that the National University and College Freshman Exchange match was about to begin. The system will announce the mission achievements now and will reward based on the comprehensive performance of the host in the National University and College Freshman Exchange match. After reading the information, Yi couldn't help but feel delighted. In the previous 2 instances, the rewards from the mission achievements significantly boosted his strength. It seems this time I must give my all to compete for the best results to earn the most generous rewards. In another place, the deans are sitting in a meeting discussing the upcoming freshman exchange match of the national universities and colleges. The selected representative for the team battle is Chao Ngi, who has already been sent. I will briefly introduce to everyone. The team leader is the holy knight Chao Ngi, the spirit swordsman Kuang the Taoist, So Nien Tong Halan the mage, Dung Ling Hai, and the warrior Ve Tietam. Hearing Dean Ngongo Kak immediately questioned why there was no cleric in the 5-star team. Tongkai agreed, saying that such a team composition might be very dangerous, right? After all, without a cleric's support, the error rate of the entire team will drop to a low level. While the other deans worried about this lineup, Chu Huadong thought differently. On the contrary, I feel that this plan has no issues at all. I believe that with Chaoyi's abilities, having a cleric would be redundant. He thought to himself that after Chaoyi demonstrated his bloodline prowess, no one here would understand Chaoyi's strength better than him. Even without teammates, Chaoyi might still achieve victory in the team battle by himself. It turns out that Chaoyi can not only provide defensive capability growth, but is also extremely outstanding. Moreover, many of his attacking skills are even more powerful. It seems he is single-handedly taking on 3 different roles: swordsman, tank, support. Dean of the Tactical Institute. Trung Lang had remained silent until now, finally speaking up. I have no objections. With Chaoyi's abilities, he has a full advantage and possesses effective strategies. Tongkai thought for a moment and then decided, well, then I also approve on my end. I hope that in the exchange match, Chaoyi can showcase abilities that will surprise others. Just go ahead and decide that way. Ngo Mang declared that the team issue has been resolved. Now it's about the training issue. Director No will have to trouble you regarding their training. Anyway, even though this new student group has exceptional strength, their team cooperation skills still need further practice. No problem, I will have Tomini inform them. 3 days later, gather at the War Academy. Back to the male lead, while Chaoyi was diligently completing tasks, he received a message from teacher Vung Hui about conducting private lessons for him. This is the first lesson after I became a student of the teacher, and it's very likely that the teacher will teach me new skills. But today I should still choose the skill points reward. Please, choose a reward. Today, Reward 1 will grant 15 attribute points. Reward 2 will grant 15 skill points. Reward 3 is a random skill book, and Reward 4 is a random yang. Looking at Engi selecting the skill points reward, immediately he felt a change in his body. As long as I complete the tasks every day, I can earn attribute points and skill points. With the system here, it's really easy to widen the gap with others. The next day, Vung Hui and Chaoyi went to the training area. Looking at the level 23 demon wolves in front of him, Chaoyi asked the teacher if he needed to drive them away. This is right next to the Heavenly Martial Guild forest that the teacher established. There are level training points here. No need to worry. Sure enough, less than a second later, a giant dragon appeared in the sky, letting out a roar that scared the wolves away in a panic. Seeing Chaoyi's astonished expression, Vung Hui explained, "That giant dragon is a level 62 demon dragon belonging to your senior brother. Normally, it is responsible for being the demon beast of the entire forest. If even the demon dragon is so powerful, I can't imagine how impressive your senior brother must be." Vung Hui smiled proudly and said, "Your senior brother was once on par with me, reaching level 64. His combat abilities are even above mine. That's why I can trust him with the Heavenly Martial Guild." After hearing this, Chaoyi couldn't help but admire. At 30 years old, he's already level 64. Your senior brother's talent is truly extraordinary. Over the years, the teacher has seen many professional players, but you are the most talented one. Work hard, teacher believes that your future achievements will hopefully surpass those of your senior brother. All right, Chaoyi, pay attention here. I will demonstrate a specialized skill to teach you. So Vung Hui used a combination of holy light and shielding skills to create 2 giant shields. Then the 2 shields gradually closed the distance. And when they touched each other, boom, a tremendous explosion occurred, flattening a vast area, leaving Chaoyi stunned by the power of a 3rd-tier professional. Once done, Vung Hui handed Chaoyi a book. "Chaoyi, this is the first skill I'm teaching you. You should bring the awareness of connection to the surface of the skills book using skill points to proceed with your studies." Understood. Chaoyi replied and closed his eyes, following what Vung Hui instructed, successfully learning a new skill. Holy Light Shield, a level 1. In a certain area ahead, create 2 shield walls. The 2 shield walls will slowly move closer. Once they are close enough, they will collide and cause a large explosion, inflicting significant damage to enemies from the light attribute magic. At the same time, our side can pass through the shield walls, but the enemies cannot. Note that this skill belongs to the Holy Knight's inherited skills. After reading the skill information, Chaoyi could not hide his curiosity. Is this the inherited skill of the Holy Knight? The teacher also knows the skills of the Holy Knight. The Holy Light Shield is a skill that your senior sister created when she was still a third job transfer Holy Knight. Back then, I inherited this skill from your senior sister. Now I will pass it on to you. The skill has been learned right. Release it, let me see. Chong-yi did exactly as instructed. Although the power is not great, Vung Hui still appeared satisfied, praising, "Now you are only at Holy Light Shield level 1. Being able to achieve this level is already very good. This skill is specifically prepared for your team battle. You can use the shield walls to divide the battlefield, thereby restricting the normal actions of the enemies." If you have grasped the new skill, the next is the practical combat training lesson. Just as Vung Hui finished speaking, a dragon descended standing behind him. Glaron will mobilize the surrounding monsters to launch an attack on you. You can obtain experience points by defeating them, and how much you gain completely depends on your own efforts. No problem, teacher. Receiving the answer, Vung Hui signaled to Glaron. Glaron then roared, and the monsters within the sound wave immediately became aggressive and targeted Chong-yi for attack. A monster lurking in the bushes behind Chong-yi suddenly lunged out, aiming to bite his head, but he anticipated it and sent it away with a single blow. After that, Chong-yi used all the skills he had, from elemental buffs to ice elements, to handle all the monsters attacking him throughout the night. By the time the sun rose, seeing Chong-yi's exhausted appearance panting heavily, Vung Hui smiled teasingly. "Are you really pushing yourself that hard? I didn't expect you to have completely exhausted even the last bit of your stamina and magic power. Aren't you afraid of more monsters?" Hey, isn't the teacher here? Nai smiled in response, drinking a potion to recover his stamina while secretly thinking, "But the feeling of crazily gaining this experience is really amazing. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 22. You have received 20 free attribute points." Chong-yi immediately used the 20 skill points he just received to upgrade the Holy Light Shield from level 1 to level 3, which is not bad. The teacher originally predicted you could defeat nearly 100 monsters, but unexpectedly you ended up defeating nearly 400. It's fortunate to have the teacher's guidance. Otherwise, relying solely on myself, it would be very difficult to level up in just a month or two. Chong-yi gratefully said, "Vung Hui, at this time I remind you, after all, you had the audacity to form a team of 5 without a pastor being one of my students during the exchange match. At crucial moments, you must remain calm and never let your guard down. Don't worry, teacher, with me here. The championship title this year will definitely be ours." At the rest station in the Kwangfong Forest, the announcement was made. The exchange match of the new college students nationwide is about to begin. Nationwide, 218 colleges and universities are participating. Which school will ultimately take the championship title? I can't be mistaken, can I? So Hang University surprisingly has no pastor. An extreme team like this can only be coordinated by a lower-tier school, right? Chunyu and Chudan happened to pass by, and upon hearing the two girls, they approached to take a look at the list and squeezed in. Indeed, Ni is the team leader Kung Sunyin and is the vice-captain. Skimming through a few comments online, Chudan burst out laughing. In the comments, there were people saying that our school's formation was incorrect and lacked a pastor. This comment said that the team of 5 without a pastor would definitely lose. It's just too funny. Chunyu chimed in with them, not knowing just how formidable Chong-yi's strength was. The two girls looked at Chunyu and Chudan with evaluating eyes and asked angrily, "Who are you?" Totenlin, sitting not far away, observed as the two sides started to bicker and said to On Tinyuan, "Anyuan, please inform the staff that I will cover their bill today." She thought to herself, with Chong-yi here, even if the team of 5 from our school presents without a pastor, it won't matter. The championship title this year must be ours. Back to the main event after class, with Vung Hui. Chong-yi spent the whole day at the training ground battling against the robots. Since reaching level 22, the intensity of the robots in the training ground has become too easy for Chong-yi. Consequently, the training effectiveness has been diminishing. Just when Chong-yi was about to consult To-mi-ni, she received a call from To-mi-ni informing her that Dean and Go would begin special training with the students participating in the friendly match today. Therefore, Chong-yi was called to the auditorium of the War Academy immediately. Besides, Kung So-nyin and Tong Ha-lan, who were already familiar, there were 2 more people in the auditorium, Wei Tietum, a leveled 18 warrior, and Dung Ling Hai, a leveled 18 mage. While the students were getting acquainted, Ngo Mong used the appraisal skill to scan Chaoyi. It's surprising that under Principal Wung Hui's guidance, Chaoyi leveled up so quickly. Hung So-nyen was taken aback looking at Chaoyi. You leveled up again. With the help of the teachers, I was fortunate to level up a bit. All right, time is of the essence, so I'll keep it brief. To help the students prepare for this National New Student Exchange match, I will be the instructor responsible for training the students. Next, I will guide the students in the team battle as well as in the individual and survival matches where we will conduct professional training. In today's training, I will primarily assess the collaborative combat capabilities of the students. First of all, the students need to form a team to challenge the goblin-level dungeon in the Abyssal Realm. Of course, the school will cover all the costs for the students participating in this Abyssal-level dungeon. No wonder Ms. To always pushes me and Thiet Tum to quickly level up to level 18. It turns out she wants us to prepare in advance for the challenge of the Abyssal-level dungeon. Everyone's strength is quite good, so let's form a team. Even at the Abyssal level, we can easily overcome it. Moreover, considering this, Dongling Hai secretly looked at Chong-yi, who was sitting alone beside her. With Chong-yi being able to clear the Abyssal level with the additional 4 of us, it seems like we cannot fail. Noticing Donglin Hai looking at him, Chong-yi turned and flashed a bright smile, making Donglin Hai blush and rush to hide behind Thiet Tum. This left Chong-yi a bit confused, thinking how could his smile be so scary. After receiving the information briefing, the 5-member team immediately entered the dungeon. Chong-yi, looking serious, said, "This is our team's first collaboration, and I will arrange the tactical plan for everyone. It's not a problem." The others responded in unison. Thiet Tum will be responsible for defense and drawing fire. Hung So-nyen and Dongling Hai will be in charge of magical and physical attacks. Tong Ha-lan at the back will be responsible for supplementing attack power. I will be the one supporting everyone. Just as Chong-yi finished assigning tasks, the goblins appeared. Thiet Tum volunteered to go first, using her fist to strike the ground, pushing the monsters back. The power from the punch surprised her. The effectiveness of her skill had increased by over 40% compared to before. Is this the supportability of the team leader? Dongling Hai witnessed Chong-yi unleashing his skill and couldn't help but exclaim, "No way!" The casting speed is truly fast. The team leader completed the release of 3 growth skills in less than a second. Even a professional mage like me would have a hard time matching that speed. Quickly, Donglin Hai, not daring to be careless, activated the skill, Destructive Magic of Clarity, slowing the advance of the goblins. Hung So-nyen also took the opportunity to rush in and slashed at the group of monsters with her sword. Thiet Tum was cautiously ambushed. Just after Chong-yi finished speaking, a rain of arrows flew toward them. Thanks to the prior warning, Thiet Tum managed to successfully use her shield to block the ambush from the goblins. At this moment, Hung So-nyen suddenly realized something unusual. This is completely different from before. How could goblin archers appear? Level 20 Goblin Archer. 3 B-grade attributes stealth attack skill. Reading the information about the monster, Chong-yi laughed and said, "It seems the reason there are more challengers on our side is that the goblins have leveled up too. Their attack tactics." At this point, Chong-yi used the light's punishment to eliminate the goblin archers. "I'll take care of these nuisances first, the rest is up to you guys." After all, Chong-yi's goal for entering the dungeon this time was to enhance the teamwork between the party. Fighting alone would go against our initial plan, that's not a problem. Hung So-nyen and Thiet Tum responded, seeing that everyone was trying so hard. Trung Ha-lan felt even more motivated, starting to use spells to attack the goblins. At the same time, Ngo-mang nodded while observing the students' battle on the screen. Compared to the rookie match, Chong-yi's casting speed has more than doubled. Some skills can even be completed in the blink of an eye. Tomi Ni speculated that after he cleared the Abyss dungeon, his talent choice might be related to the increased casting speed. Indeed, Chong-yi's rate of progress is truly astonishing. Just after enrolling, he already led Hung So-nyen to dominate the top of the leaderboard for the Abyss dungeon. Ngo-mang smiled and said, "Therefore, I want to take a step further to test Chong-yi, especially since I've increased the difficulty for them a bit." Inside the dungeon, with many coordinated movements, soon the overwhelming number of goblins was easily dealt with by Chong-yi's team, not missing a single shot against the approaching monsters. Kung Sun-yin snorted coldly, using the skill Phantom Slash to slash multiple times at high speed, easily eliminating the monsters. The others were not idle, either starting to display their abilities. Tong Ha-lan tore apart a talisman using the Five Thunder Justice technique to attack the monsters. Dung Lin Hai used Wind-type Magic Dragon's Claw, created a freezing whirlwind sweeping through the monsters, then loudly called out to Thiet Tum, "Give them a final blow." Responding with a shout, Thiet Tum immediately jumped high, using the rapid kick combo towards the monsters. By the time she landed, all the monsters were on the ground. Benefiting from the buff enhancing the feeling of lightness, she overwhelmed all these goblins. It felt amazing. Feeling refreshed, Thiet Tum was not yet satisfied, smiling at Dung Lin Hai, inquiring, "But did we really finish off all the goblins?" Dung Lin Hai replied, Tilbuck told me there are no more goblins around. Looking at Ngi laughing loudly, reminding everyone this level is just warm-up. The next boss is the important part. Everyone must not let their guard down. Thiet Tum cracked her knuckles confidently, saying, "What are we afraid of? Your skills doubled my strength. With your support, wouldn't it be easy to clear this dungeon?" Tong Ha-lan happily said, "That's right, classmate Cho-Ngi could easily clear this dungeon by himself." Duong Lin He nodded in agreement. "Yes, the captain's strength really makes me admire him a lot." Hearing this, Chao-Ngi felt a bit of a headache, secretly saying, "Are you all frantically setting goals for me?" Kwang So-nyen said nothing, just stood by, covering her mouth and laughing secretly. After a while, the group arrived at a large door. Thiet Tum asked, "The final boss must be inside, right?" Chao-Ngai replied, "That's right." However, as he approached the door, he felt something was off in his heart. "Forget it, we should go in first," he decided quietly. Chao-Ngi Ten reached out to push the door open. As everyone entered, a huge boss appeared before their eyes, saying, "You have finally arrived. You foolish ones, a second-generation demon king monster, level 25, necromancer-type skills unknown." Note: after the old king died, the new leader of the elf tribe replaced the former demon king. Duong Lin Hai exclaimed in surprise, "A level 25 necromancer boss. Haha, I hear I have honored guests visiting me, so I prepared a few gifts for you." After finishing, the boss laughed maniacally, raised its weapon, creating a gigantic fireball, and threw it towards Duong Lin Hai. "This is a fireball technique? How can it be so strong?" Whispering, Duong Lin Hai was still not fully aware of the situation. She stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the fireball flying towards her. "Lin Hai, get out of the way!" Thiet Tum shouted, rushing forward, pushing Duong Lin Hai back, and immediately creating a shield to block the fireball. But the result was not promising at all. The shield lasted less than a second before starting to crack. "No way, it can't hold at all." Just as Thiet Tum finished speaking, the shield shattered, putting her in a dangerous situation, facing the fireball head-on. Thiet Tum gritted her teeth secretly, lamenting, "Damn it, with the captain's pen enhancing my strength, it clearly doubled." Yet even a normal attack from this monster was hard to withstand. The boss suddenly laughed maniacally and said, "Don't be in a hurry. This is the place I have long prepared for your end. Turn to ashes." At the same time, its movements continued, creating more fireballs and throwing them at the group. One fireball had already rendered everyone helpless, and now they had to face many fireballs. Despair was inevitable, and this was also the moment when the value of a captain was demonstrated. Everyone stepped back. Chao-Ngi ordered, he stepped forward. Everyone used their ice powers to create a large and thick ice wall, much stronger than Thiet Tum's shields, to block the incoming fireballs. "Captain, be careful. This is not an ordinary fireball attack." Just after Duong Lin He reminded, she saw the fireballs being mostly consumed by the ice wall, turning into a fireball about the size of a ping-pong ball. Thu gently shouted. The mini fireball was sucked into the palm of his hand by Chao-Ngi. He squeezed hard, causing it to vanish, and said it was indeed a bit difficult to handle. The strength of this boss far exceeded that of the one I dealt with before. Hearing this, Tong Ha-lan took the initiative to speak up. "Then let me take the first round this time." After that, Tong Ha-lan quickly formed seals with both hands, creating a series of talismans that flew around the boss of destiny, revealing the guiding spirit talisman. Clearly, it obeyed the command of explosion. As the word explosion left his mouth, the talismans exploded, forming a large fire engulfing the boss. Inside, a second later, the flames were sucked into the boss's mouth. The talismans were crushed in its palm, yet the boss itself showed no signs of injury. Tong Ha-lan exclaimed in disbelief, "Why is there no effect at all?" At this moment, Dung Lin He spoke seriously. Sister, let me try my magic attack. Following that, Donglin He utilized fire magic, creating a series of fire arrows shot towards the boss. Let it take my hit. Kung Sonyin yelled, using the skill Demon Ring, slashing several sword strikes towards the boss. The moves of the two intertwined, heading straight for the boss, causing a huge explosion. A shockwave spread out in all directions. However, the result was that the boss remained unscathed. It was currently surrounded by a layer of purple energy. A bit interesting. But this is where it ends. After saying that, the boss opened its mouth and a small purple sphere immediately condensed in front of it, continuously absorbing the surrounding purple energy and growing larger. Finally, the sphere shot towards the group in front. Dongling Hai desperately said, "The level difference between us is too great. It seems we cannot fight this boss." Just when everyone had given up resistance, Chong-yi stepped up again. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Saying that, Chong-yi created a golden shield to block the boss's attack. Following Chong-yi's words, the boss's attack was once again neutralized by him. Vetit Tum spoke up. "Ngi, brother, let me try close combat." Chong-yi smiled, placing a hand on Vetit Tum's shoulder, saying, "A level 25 boss is indeed a bit too much for everyone. For now, leave the rest to me." After that, Chong-yi used the skill True Sight of Light on the boss. True Sight of Light knows the weaknesses and hidden abilities of the enemy, providing guidance for the next attack. In fact, this King Goblin is one level higher than the previous one, but its attributes are doubled. If I use the S-level Bloodline Secret Technique, I could also activate my power several times over, targeting me so distinctly is likely a special test deliberately left by Principal Ngo. If that's the case, I should take this opportunity to show everyone my angelic form, my true strength. After saying that, Chong-yi immediately transformed into an angel. The left hand is the power of holy light, while the right hand is the power of ice. Outside the dungeon, Tomi-ni anxiously asked, "Director, the difficulty level of this boss is undoubtedly too high. Is it really necessary?" And Gomang explained. Although their current strength is indeed not ordinary, other schools also have outstanding talents. And in the exchange match, the talents from Mado University and Thangkin are their strong opponents. Therefore, I need to use a defeat to help them understand the brutality of the battle. Tomi-ni softly said, "Defeat." Then she laughed and said, "Director, you really underestimate Chong-yi." Ngomang also smiled in response. "I hope he can prove me right." At the same time, inside the dungeon, the boss looked at Chong-yi after his transformation with interest and said, "Interesting, you've even turned into a glowing little bird. All right, kid, use all your abilities then. I will grant you your wish." Chong-yi said, then used the skill Radiant Surge to attack the boss. The boss spoke, "Little brat, you have quite the attitude. You should know that you are the one challenging me." After that, the boss used the skill World Annihilation Fire to retaliate. The skills from both sides collided, causing a massive explosion. Waves of energy immediately spread everywhere. Kung So-nyin hurriedly planted her sword into the ground, using her magical power to protect everyone inside. Tong Halan exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this really the strength of classmate Chong-yi?" Only now did she realize that the strength of everyone and Chong-yi was fundamentally not on the same level. Tong Halan suddenly looked towards Kung So-nyin and asked, "Tian-yin, did classmate Chong-yi transform into this form before?" Kung So-nyin smiled and replied, "This is the first time I've seen it too. It seems that Chong-yi has truly unleashed all his strength." After the initial confrontation, both the boss and Chong-yi were perfectly unscathed. The boss grinned and asked, "Little brat, is this all you can do? No matter what form you take, you cannot defeat me." As he spoke, Chong-yi used holy light chains to create chains that flew towards the boss, binding its limbs and body. Just when the boss was surprised by the chains on him, Chong-yi used the skill Victory Spear to create multiple spears that stabbed down towards the boss from above. Next, the offense and defense transformed, and Chong-yi said, "Now follow up with a skill called Radiant Storm, creating a fire vortex that envelops the boss." Inside, it was no longer just individual skills. This time, a chain combo from Chong-yi inflicted a tremendous amount of damage on the boss. "Damn it!" the boss cried out in pain, opening its mouth to scream. A little later, when Chong-yi's moves passed, the boss reappeared with black blood flowing from its mouth, weakly stating, "It seems you still haven't used your full strength, unable to truly satisfy you." Sorry, Chung-yi replied with a smile. It's indeed a bit regrettable. I originally wanted to try the God's Hand in the form of the sixth pharmacist angel, but I guess I'll have to save that for next time. But seeing you still have one last breath, I will send you off a little. After saying that, Chung-yi extended two fingers, condensing energy and firing it at the boss. At this moment, outside the dungeon, Go-mang exclaimed in fear, "Monster! This is the boss I have painstakingly adjusted. Even a level 26 professional would find it hard to compete. Chung-yi's strength right now is truly terrifying." Then Go-mang turned to Tomi-ni and asked, "Ms. To, do you have the combat data for Chung-yi in the training ground?" Tomi-ni replied with a smile. "Yes, just today before Chung-yi came here, he had a test at the training ground. He only took 6 minutes and 12 seconds to easily pass the level 10 combat challenge." Upon hearing this, Go-mang laughed and said, "No wonder you and old Chu are so confident in him." Tomi-ni also smiled in response, "But just right, Chung-yi can prove his strength in front of you." Back in the dungeon, as the boss was defeated by Chung-yi's final move and vanished, a notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have cleared the Abyss-level dungeon. The clearance time is 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Rewards started to be distributed immediately, and Dung Lin Hai was enveloped in a promotion light, her expression filled with surprise as she wondered, "I just gained 8,000 experience." But Thiet Tum's expression was equally astonished, stating, "I also gained 8,000 experience. Clearing the Abyss-level dungeon once gave me more than training for a week outside." As for Chung-yi, he had dispelled his transformed state and returned to his original form. Next to him, a notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have earned 11,236 experience points. Congratulations, you have earned 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points." Chung-yi thought to himself, "If this continues, I feel like I can level up again soon." Just then, Kung Sun-yin ran over to ask, "Brother Chung-yi, how are you? Are you hurt?" Chung-yi stood up and dusted himself off, saying, "I'm fine, just a bit drained of energy. We should still go check what rewards the boss dropped." So they all went to the spot where the boss was defeated and saw a golden chest lying there. When opened, the items inside appeared before them. Gold-level weapon flame staff requires level 24 to equip. Gold-level weapon fire spirit shield requires level 24 to equip. Gold-level weapon flame demon ring requires level 24 to equip. Thiet Tum exclaimed in joy. "This reward is truly generous, isn't it? And they are all gold-level equipment. Brother 2 has dropped way too many items." Cho-Ti laughed and said, "It seems the luck this time isn't bad. Out of these 3 pieces of equipment, does anyone need any?" The other 4 began to express their opinions. First, Thiet Tum requested, "The level of this equipment is too high, I can't use it at all." Dung Lin Hai said, "The fire attribute growth isn't suitable for me, I can't use it either." Kung Sun-yin spoke up, "These items aren't suitable for my class either." Ha Lan Tong suggested, "Classmate Chung-yi, you contributed the most, this time you should take these." Chung-yi didn't refuse, he collected the items and smiled, saying, "What a pity, then I will take these items. Before I go back, I will auction them at school and exchange them for credits, then distribute them equally to everyone." Thiet Tum quickly declined. "Don't, Brother 2, no matter what, you should get 70% at least. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to get through the gate so easily." Tong Ha Lan shyly spoke up. "That's right, after all, you are the key to defeating the boss, and I hardly helped at all." Chung-yi smiled and said, "It's fine to share this way, everyone won't have to worry about credits for a long time." Kung Sun-yin beside him also smiled and encouraged everyone to just accept it. After all, Brother Chung-yi certainly doesn't lack credits. Since it has come to this point, the others also found it inconvenient to refuse, so they happily accepted. "All right then, rewards distributed." Chung-yi reminded with a smile, "We must remember that our goal is not just to be champions in the competition, but also to protect the honor of our school." Thiet Tum firmly said, "Brother 2, I won't let you down. In the next training, I will double my efforts." Tong Ha Lan spoke up, "Classmate 2, I will also give it my all. Captain, me too." Cho-Tai replied with satisfaction, "Good, everyone's determination is the key to success." I believe that in the exchange match, our team will definitely win gloriously. As Chong-yi and the others exited the dungeon, they heard a round of applause from Ngo-mang. Congratulations on successfully passing the dungeon level Tam-Uyen that I specially created. Principal Ngo-mang continued to praise them. Your performance was excellent, exceeding my expectations. Especially you, Chong-yi, you surprised me greatly. Chong-yi smiled foolishly, scratching his head, and said, I just did what I had to do. Chong-yi, do you have any opinions on being first in the exchange match? Chong-yi clenched his fists and affirmed, Of course, we will definitely take first place. Good to win the championship, you need this kind of confidence. To-mi-ni suggested, Chong-yi's support and attack abilities are versatile, and he could set up 2 initial combat strategies. He could take the support position temporarily, hiding his strength, and wait for the critical moment to unleash his full power to catch the opponents off guard. If that's the case, the first place in the exchange match might be even more secure. Ngo-mang smiled in agreement. Good idea, we will let those old guys widen their horizons to see how formidable Chong-yi is. Even geniuses must have their ranks. To-mi-ni continued. However, the coordination of their team still lacks a bit of fire. This aspect needs more practice. That's right, tomorrow we can focus our training on their weaknesses. All right, that's it for today. Everyone go home and rest for now. Of course, to keep your training enthusiasm, we have also prepared a few punishment tactics. Chong-yi anxiously asked, Punishment tactics? Teacher, can you reveal a little? If I say it, it won't be interesting anymore. We have things to do, so we will leave now. With that, To-mi-ni and Ngo-mang left. Miss To-chong-ai wanted to call back, but To-mi-ni seemed not to hear. A few steps out of the sight of the crowd, Chong-yi gave up. Chong-yi turned to his teammates and said, If that's the case, let's all work hard in training and prepare to face the challenge in the exchange match. The 8 of them replied in unison, Time passed on an ordinary day like any other in front of the Dungeon Gate NPC. A sighed. The Goblin Dungeon on Nightmare level is really too difficult. NPC B said, That's right, I've tried twice already and I couldn't get through the Nightmare level. It's already hard to deal with, I can't imagine how difficult the Abyss level will be. Just as NPC A finished speaking, they heard someone say, Lin. Hi, do you think we have a chance to complete the Abyss level challenge in 10 minutes? NPCs A and B were startled and simultaneously turned toward the voice. They saw a group of 5 people laughing and joking as they passed by. The one speaking was a girl with black hair in the group. This group is Chong-yi's team who came today to challenge the dungeon. In response to Wei Thiet-tum's question, Dung Lin-hai smiled and said, We have all been training together for a long time now, plus the book from the captain. 10 minutes should not be a problem. Wei Thiet-tum admitted, That's right, and yesterday Principal Ngo even specifically taught me a few more tricks. Dung Lin-hai smiled and said, Then today I'll be looking forward to it. Chong-yi's group entered the dungeon. NPC A asked, The Abyss dungeon plays like a racing game. What is their background? NPC B replied, They are the 5th team representing our school participating in this year's National College and University Freshman Exchange match. NPC A exclaimed in shock. Freshmen, I remember our 5th team only just reached level 19 and those guys are at least level 20. It's really unbelievable. The strength of the boy I just saw seemed not bad. NPC B pointed to the leaderboard side and said, Not just not bad, look up, that's Chong-yi, ranked 1st in the 6th period, 1 clear. Some NPC C heard this and curiously looked up at the leaderboard and immediately shouted, Chong-yi, so it's him, the one that all the experts on the leaderboard cannot surpass. About 7 minutes later, inside the dungeon, the little demons should go ahead. The boss quartet used the attack skill Demon Fire to strike Chong-yi's group. Wei Thiet-tum excitedly said, Finally, I've been waiting for you to make a move. Crush them for me. She shouted loudly, her hands wrapped in red energy, charging forward fiercely, smashing the boss's moves into pieces. In her heart, she silently said, Under the guidance of the teacher, I now have enough strength to withstand your attacks. Suddenly, the boss's voice rang out. The weak are still weak in the end. Don't think that just because you've made some progress you can be arrogant in front of me. Wei Tiexin was slightly startled, turning her head to see a massive fist just inches away from her. Tiexin stepped back and Zhou Yi gave a command moving forward himself, while Wei Tiexin punched straight into the boss's fist. With a light flick, the boss's entire arm was twisted and crushed, causing it to scream in pain. "My arm!" Zhou Yi turned to look at Wei Tiexin, smiling and saying, "Tiexin, you did very well holding off the boss's initial attack by yourself. Now let us work together to defeat it." Duong Lin He also smiled and said, "Tiexin, you should rest a bit, leave the rest to us." At that moment, the boss roared in anger, "Damn it, I want all of you to die!" But before the boss could act, it was bound by golden chains. Following that, a large amount of lightning surged through the chains into its body, causing it to scream in pain once more. Zhou Yi held one end of the chain, laughing and saying, "Now you know pain, huh? But don't worry, even if you scream loudly, we won't let you go." Tong Halan spoke up. "That's right." Her expression was serious, and she quickly formed hand seals, sealing the area. A large number of talismans flew out and stuck onto the boss. Next, Duonglin Hai also spoke, letting you experience this move that Koto taught me. Lightning magic. A bolt of lightning as thick as a tree fell straight down onto the boss. Finally, it was Kwang So-Nyin who rushed in and shouted for a final strike, accompanied by a powerful slash that sent the boss's head flying into the air. The system announced congratulations for successfully completing the dungeon at the Tam Uyen level. The completion time was 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Rewards began to be distributed through the gate. After a while, Zhou Yi and the others left the dungeon, and Ngo Mang immediately came over to praise. "Not bad, the time through the gate has broken 9 minutes now. This time your performance, even I can't find fault with it." Zhou Yi looked surprised and asked Director Ngo, "Why are you here?" And Director Ngo's expression became serious as he replied, "I'm here to inform you that the time for the exchange match has been set. It will be in 1 week because tomorrow I have to lead everyone to the venue for the university exchange match in Tankin." Hearing this, Tong Ha-lan cheered excitedly. "That's great. The exchange match is finally starting." Kwang So-Nyin clenched her fists and excitedly said, "The long training effort was all for this moment." Wei Shexin also smiled and said, "After training for so long, we can finally compete." Duong Lin He curiously chimed in, "I wonder what the University of Tankin looks like." As for Chao Nyi, he cracked his knuckles, his face full of anticipation, secretly saying, "I've long been tired of fighting the boss in my dungeon. Finally, there's an opportunity to compete against the top talent from another school." The next day, as scheduled, Ngo Mang came to take Chao Nyi and the others to the venue for the exchange match. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind them, "To ensure safety, I will lead everyone through the school's dedicated teleportation point. We will be teleported directly to the venue for the exchange match at Tankin University." At the teleportation point, Principal Wang Hui and the deans had been waiting. After a brief greeting, the principal addressed the students. "You are all outstanding representatives of the new students carrying the honor of the school. We have already been champions for 4 terms, and we hope you can earn the honor of the 5th championship for the school." Chao Ngi's group responded in unison. At this moment, Wang Hui instructed Chu Huayang to activate the teleportation array. In an instant, Chao Ngi, Ngo Mang, and Tomi Ni arrived at Tankin University. This left Chao Ngi amazed. "Have we really arrived at Tankin University so quickly? Didn't they say the 2 schools are over 2 million kilometers apart?" Tomi Ni laughed and replied, "Luckily, we have Principal Chu's teleportation magic. Otherwise, we would have to take a train for several days to get here. However, such a long-distance teleportation array can only be activated by a 3rd-level mage." Just then, a voice rang out. "Welcome to the teachers and students of Tohang University who have arrived at Tankin University. Your presence brings us great honor. Lao Cheng, why are you here?" Ngo Mang cheerfully stepped forward to shake hands and greet him. "Cheng Vin Xuan, a 3rd-level mechanical engineer, came to greet you personally." Cheng Vin Xuan replied warmly, then glanced at Chao Ngi's group. "This time bringing these kids here is truly not bad. I heard that your school has some new students with exceptional abilities. So next we will meet on the competition field, that is for sure." After the greeting, Ngo Mang turned to instruct his students. "The official start of the exchange match is on the 10th. After the opening, the competition will officially begin. After a month of training, Team 5 has probably reached their limits. For the next few days, there will be no excessive training, so everyone can relax a bit. However, recently there has been a large influx of tourists into Tankin, and there might be spies from other races mingling among them. Major events like this for top talents often see dark forces from other races targeting human geniuses every year. Alright, that's it for today. A few days later, you can go out to play, but must pay attention to safety. Once everything is settled, the group led by Chao-Ngi is taken to their individual rooms arranged for rest by the robot. Welcome, sir, to the Thankin University apartment complex. If there are any issues, you can ask me for help at any time. No need for the support robot to speak. However, the service at Thankin University is quite new. Ngi stood by the window admiring the city for a while before opening the system panel to use up all the accumulated experience points, successfully leveling up to level 23, receiving an additional 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Level 24 is much harder to achieve. After all, many of my skills are still at level C and level B. After leveling up to level 2, the skills that the Holy Knight can learn must be at least above level B+. I can even learn skills at level A+. The starting chi of the Chi Kuang can enhance the attributes of teammates. The Shadow Chi can deal devastating blows to enemies. If it's a level 3 transfer, talking about level 3 now is still too far away. Forget it. I should focus on completing this achievement task before moving on. 1 week later, the exchange competition for the new students of universities and colleges nationwide class 157 of Trung Ha Quoc officially begins. And the first match is between the student group from To Hang University and Vinh Dung University. The overwhelming and bustling scene in the stadium made Chao-Ngi exclaim in amazement. No wonder everyone wants to participate in the exchange match for new students from universities and colleges nationwide. Such a sight is indeed very shocking. Hung Sun-yin, standing beside, mentioned that today is just the opening. By the time of the finals, the number of spectators could at least double. While Chao-Ngi's group was excited, the opposing team from Vinh Dung University was not as cheerful. What bad luck drawing To Hang University, there's nothing we can do. Who said our luck was bad? We can only be seen as having blocked their path. To Hang University is the champion of the previous session. Anyone who comes must accept their fate. Hearing what her teammates said, the brown-haired girl scoffed. What are you afraid of? Our ranking last year was also in the top 30. No matter what, we can still hold them off a bit. At the same time, the audience in the stands began to chatter excitedly. The Holy Knight standing in the back seems to be level 23. That's right. This level can really suppress others. It's just a support position. If it were an attack position, it might bring even bigger troubles. It seems that Vinh Dung University is definitely going to lose against them. Next, we have to see how many trump cards Vinh Dung can reveal on the battlefield while representing To Hang Academy. The brown-haired one has also recognized the rank of Chao-Ngi. Although feeling nervous inside, he still spoke boldly. The representative team of To Hang University indeed has some skills. However, rank on the battlefield does not prove everything. The teams from both sides have taken their positions. They are starting to set up the arena and open their defensive positions. The robot announced and began the countdown. Just as the 3-second countdown ended, the group of Vinh Dung students was about to rush in for a sneak attack when the brown-haired one held them back. To be safe, let's focus on defense and see what tricks the opponent has. At that moment, the brown-haired one saw the young Holy Knight from the opposing side wave his hand. A halo of light immediately surrounded the group of To Hang University students. Their stats skyrocketed as a result. In an instant, the audience watching this could not help but be shocked. In just a few seconds, several buff skills were released. Can you believe this Holy Knight Chao-Ngi truly lives up to being the captain of To Hang University? Tring Ving Sun was also surprised to see this. Laongo, this captain Holy Knight Chao-Ngi is quite impressive. If the team's overall stamina continues to grow, you guys have increased by 50%. Ngo Mang smiled proudly and replied, The Holy Knight is a class that hides the greatest effects. It effectively enhances the area on the battlefield. In this small team match, the performance is certainly not lacking. Trin Vin Sun silently thought to himself that fortunately his school's team also has a few trump cards. Otherwise, relying solely on Chao-Ngi might be quite exhausting. Next, let's see if Vinh Dung University can provide a worthy example. It's just a pity that at this moment in the eyes of Vinh Dung University, Chao-Ngi and his group are no different from ruthless demons. One of them was so scared that he trembled and dropped his weapon. What should our captain do? The brown-haired one, pale as a ghost, still said with dignity, Perhaps I can hold them off. After clearly observing the situation, Chao Yi sneered and said, "It seems the strength of the opposing Team 5 is average. Then let's stick to the simplest plan, everyone directly attack and strive to defeat them in one blow." Kung So Nyin and Tong Ha Lan replied in unison, "Understood." As soon as the order was given, Dung Lin He excitedly created a fireball, telling the captain, "This time let me lead the charge." Immediately, Dung Lin He shot out countless fire arrows aimed at the group from Vinh Duong University. Fire magic. A sudden long-range attack forced the group from Vinh Duong University to grit their teeth and create a defensive shield. Shield of the Sun. Captain of Vinh Duong University said while defending, "We can hold them off. It seems they only have this much." Suddenly, a classmate behind him turned pale and said to the captain, "They're coming again." In front of them was the image of Wang Tiexin charging towards them with sharp eyes. With her void-break fist, her punches powerfully shattered the defensive shield. Not stopping there, Kwang So Nien slashed down with countless vicious sword strikes. The next move is a source of thunder energy. Under the continuous attack, it created a massive explosion. Their relentless attacks completely took down the group from Vinh Duong University. Seeing their defenseless state, the system announced, "This battle is now over. Winner Tuo Hang University." The system flew up high and continued, "Thank you to both teams for providing us with an exciting match. Please wait a moment for the next team battle to begin." As soon as the match ended, Kwang So Nien lamented, "My opponent is a warrior, but I have to wait a long time since I'm match 27. Song Halan beside her sighed and said, "I'm in a worse position. I'm match 45, when will I even get to compete?" Zhou Yi, upon hearing this, chimed in, "I'm match 6. My opponent is a swordsman. Looks like my luck isn't bad." The second group can go on stage now. Kwang So Nien and Song Halan could only wish and admire. At that moment, people in the stands started to whisper among themselves. In the previous match, Zhou Yi didn't even make a move. I actually want to see how strong he really is. Can a professional support paladin really participate in individual matches? I guess Zhou Yi must be hiding his strength. After all, he is the captain. Soon after Zhou Yi's match arrived, everyone immediately got excited and cheered, "Zhou Yi, Liu Chang, do your best." When they saw the two step onto the stage, the system introduced Match 9 of the individual competition. Zhou Yi Tuohong University versus Liu Chang Shennan University. 12 classmates prepare. The match is about to begin. This time, Zhou Yi's opponent was Liu Chang, level 18 swordsman Xuannan University. Liu Chang sneered and thought, "He's just a support class. Looks like my luck is good. I hit the jackpot right from the start." Those behind Liu Chang were chattering excitedly. "Liu Chang's opponent is the captain of Tuohang University." "That's right. It seems like we're in for a fierce battle. Ha, the paladin is just support. Liu Chang will definitely crush him." Without keeping everyone waiting long, the system began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the words were finished, Liu Chang swiftly raised his sword and made the first attack. He contemptuously said, "If you concede now, I can let you lose with some dignity." On the contrary, Chuning He calmly laughed and replied, "Ha, telling me to admit defeat. How could you endure 10 insults in front of me and then say such boastful words?" Lu Kung then struck down with a slash and shouted, "You brat! You can be arrogant in front of me!" The ox fire blade, but Chuning He was able to easily avoid countless slashes. His speed made Lu Kung exclaim in surprise, "Really fast speed!" He disdainfully continued, "But it should end here." However, Lu Kung's feet were now restrained by ice. He was completely bewildered. When he looked up, Chuning He had raised his fist and charged at Lu Kung. Angrily, he muttered, "Damn it, still using this trick." But Lu Kung had used fire magic to escape from the grip of the ice beneath his feet. Lu Kung angrily charged forward and slashed, cursing, "Such low talent." Unexpectedly, Chuning He blocked his defense with bare hands. This left Lu Kung extremely confused. He blocked it, and then Chuning He forcefully punched straight into Lu Kung's stomach. He shouted in shock, "Impossible!" His attack sent Lu Kung flying back 10 meters. Everyone below was in a panic, asking each other, What just happened? The captain was knocked out like that, and I still haven't clearly seen Chuning He's attack." The teacher sighed and said, "The two opponents are the captains of To Hang University." Lu Kung couldn't avoid underestimating his opponent. Although he is just a support profession, his combat ability should not be underestimated. As the smoke gradually cleared, Lu Kung appeared with a bloodied face. His body could no longer move. The system quickly approached to observe and announced, Lu Kung's fight cannot continue. The system reported, the winner is Chun-Gi. Chun-Gi withdrew his fist and disdainfully said, so weak I didn't expect that even a single sea-level skill punch of mine couldn't be blocked. Everyone in the stands erupted, what a terrifying punch, just a few moves and he already overwhelmed his opponent. Truly unbelievable. Ha ha ha, perhaps this is still not Chun-Yi's full strength. Outside, Chu-Ngok, the master of Thankin University, suddenly exclaimed, since the time I went to recruit students, Lijiang has only been a few months. Chun-Yi's strength has leveled up too quickly. A dean next to him smiled and said, Miss Chu, that means Chun-Gi almost became a student of our school. Chu-Ngok regretfully said, that's right, if I had known this earlier, I should have fought tooth and nail to secure the top student like him. If we had Chun-Gi now, wouldn't we be dominating already? Ha Lan, a level 19 assassin, looked at Chun-Yi with interest and slowly spoke. Chun-Yi seems to be the special male student that Tianyin mentioned. His true strength is not bad. Surprisingly, he is quite proficient in both melee support and magic. In contrast, Chu Hyubak, a level 18 priest, appeared worried. I think the speed at which Chun-Gi unleashes the freezing skill seems off. Even a frost mage from the clan couldn't cast that quickly. Suddenly, the bracelet began to glow. Chu Hyubak was taken aback and thought, wait, this is the resonance of the family treasure. Could it be that he is the awakened one of the ice bloodline? Seeing Chu Hyubak's silent demeanor, Ha Lan suddenly turned and asked, Hyubak, what's wrong with you? Chu Hyubak, startled, tightened her grip on the bracelet and replied, I'm fine. Immediately, Chu Hyubak hastily made an excuse to leave. Sister Lan, I suddenly have something urgent to attend to, so I have to go back first. Her unusual behavior left Ha Lan bewildered. Chu Hyubak quickly ran to a secluded place and called Chu Hang. Just as the phone rang, Chu Hang quickly picked up. He held the phone and asked, Hyubak, isn't today the day of your competition? Why are you free to call your dad, especially using the phone at work? As soon as she heard Chu Hang's voice, Chu Hyubak hurriedly said, Dad, I discovered and awakened one of the ice bloodline. Moreover, he also shares the surname Chu, and the purity of the ice bloodline in Chun-Gi is even over 70%. Chu Hang immediately became alert. He anxiously asked, are you sure? Is there really a high-purity ice bloodline like that? Chu Hyubak replied, it's 80% likely to know for sure. We need to get closer. Chu Hang calmed down slightly, pushed his glasses up and said, all right, find an opportunity for me to meet Chun-Gi, and we will synchronize to check if this Chun-Gi really comes from our Chu family. After hanging up, Chu Hang stood up and looked out the window, feeling a surge of joy inside. If Chun-Gi has the ice bloodline, if that's really the case, perhaps our Chu family will be saved. At that moment, on the right side of the arena, everyone was cheering, Chun-Gi, Chun-Gi. The left side was equally loud, shouting, Li Hum. A classmate next to Li Hum laughed and said, hey Hum, don't hold back later. Li Hum smiled wickedly and replied, don't worry, I just hope that guy Chun-Gi won't let me use my full strength. Ngui Hop chimed in, Tu Hum, be careful. I feel Chun-Gi's strength is very strong. Even I can sense an extremely dangerous aura from him. Li Hum immediately became serious, responding, yes, Brother Ngui, I understand. Immediately after, Li Hum revealed his skills. The classmate standing next to Li Hum just now admired, no wonder he's the great Hum, this aura is amazing. Level 18 armor. I doubt Chun-Gi could even touch a hair on Hum. Tongfeng chimed in, that's right, Chun-Gi, don't get beaten to the point of crying. The match was about to start, and the stands erupted with excitement, continuously cheering, Chun-Gi is the strongest. Go Chun-Gi, 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 from Meido University, go Li Hum. At this moment, Chu Hang appeared tiredly, saying, fortunately, I arrived just in time. Chu Dong-Ni looked around with delight and said, the arena for this match is not inferior to the land in our clan. Suddenly, Chu Hyubak appeared behind the two of them. Chu Dong-Ni quickly noticed and excitedly turned around to call, sister. She rushed to hug Chu Hyubak. Chu Hyubak hugged her back while asking curiously, why did you two come here, Dong-Ni? Chu Hang calmly replied, Isn't it because we're investigating the identity of Chung-hee? He is very likely to be the main lineage due to the dark era that scattered, knowing that clan members awakened the ice bloodline. The clan leader ordered me to come here to verify a bit. It also could serve to broaden your younger sister's horizons about the demeanor of the top freshman To Hang. Suddenly, Chu Dong-yi pouted in displeasure and said, "Yeah, what's so special about a supporting professional holy knight?" Chu Hyubut quickly corrected her seriously. "Dong-yi, your thinking on this is incorrect. What does it matter if he's a holy knight? If Chung-yi's bloodline purity truly exceeds 70%, he absolutely qualifies to transition to a concealed profession within the clan." Hearing this, Chu Dong-yi eagerly asked, "Sister, the younger generation of our main lineage has the highest bloodline purity of only 40%. Is it really true that Chung-yi's purity is as high as 7 to 10%? Suddenly, Chu Hang scolded, "Dong-yi, before coming here I already told you must respect Chung-yi a little. According to rank, he is also considered your older brother." Chu Dong-yi responded irritably, "Yeah, even if he really is from our clan to be my brother, he needs to have the strength to qualify." Chu Hyobok hurriedly comforted, "All right, since we've come here, we will know the bloodline purity of Chung-yi once it's tested. We should just relax and watch Chung-yi's match." Finally, Chu Dong-yi reluctantly agreed. "Okay, then." At this moment, the system announced, "The first match of the third round of the singles competition is about to begin. Now may I invite the two contestants to the stage, Lee Hum from Mado University, Chung-gi from Tohang University." Lee Hum appeared in armor, confidently stating, "Originally, I planned to wear light clothing for the match, quickly deal with you. But the captain said you're very strong, so I have no choice but to give it my all." Chung-gi calmly responded, "Oh, then good luck to you." Chung-gi observed Lee Hum for a few seconds. In his mind, he thought he might discover his strength. It turns out the captain of Mado University shouldn't be underestimated. He just stared at Lee Hum and silently said, "So he's only level 18, 5 levels lower than me. I'm afraid that if I just unleash a radiant punishment, he will pass out immediately." Lee Hum from Mado University at level 18 has entered combat mode, ready to face the enemy. But when faced with Chung-yi's gaze, he jumped in shock. Facing Lee Hum made Chung-yi feel quite a headache. The team match tomorrow is against Qingjing University. In this match, I have to hold back a bit. I can't reveal too much of my strength. Close combat skills will be my only option. The feeling of being restricted is really not fun at all. When they saw that the two were ready, the system announced, "Both players, please prepare well." The official match begins. 3, 2, 1, start. Right from the start, Chung-yi used a protective blessing, creating a huge beam of light. The light shone directly into Lee Hum's eyes, causing him to quickly cover his eyes. Chung-yi's appearance made Lee Hum even more disdainful. Well, he does have some momentum, but it's just a facade. Immediately, Lee Hum quickly ran towards Chung-yi. He arrogantly raised his leg to kick from below, yet Chung-yi easily blocked it. He thought to himself, "Is that all?" Chung-yi quickly countered with a quick strike, preparing to counterattack. This forced Lee Hum to hurriedly raise his armor to block. He painfully thought to himself, "It hurts. Why does it feel like my equipment has no effect at all?" But he couldn't block for long before Chung-yi sent Lee Hum flying. Lee Hum's body slammed straight into the wall. The audience was all taken aback. The combat style has been suppressed by the support profession. It's true that you see something new when you live long enough. What kind of situation is this? Chung-yi has injured Lee Hum. Lee Hum's awakened talent is A-grade Iron Bone. His defensive power likely surpasses Chung-yi's. After being beaten up, Lee Hum quickly recovered and stood up, asking, "Are you really not from a martial arts family? If not, how could your combat skills be so much stronger than mine?" Chung-yi lowered his arm and replied, No. I'm just a little stronger than average." Saying that, he unleashed a flurry of holy punches. Lee Hum could only grit his teeth and defend. He angrily thought, "How annoying. Such a strong offense basically makes it impossible to escape." Chung-yi's relentless attacks pushed Lee Hum further back. Suddenly, Chung-yi coldly said, "It's time to end this." Seeing the punch about to hit, Lee Hum silently worried, "I can't possibly block this punch." Immediately, Lee Hum fearfully shouted, "Stop, Chung-yi. I concede." Hearing that, Chung-yi quickly struck to the side. The powerful force of the attack sent Lee Hum flying far away. Lee Hum painfully fell to the ground. When he saw that his armor and body were broken, the system announced, "In this match, Chung-yi wins." Congratulations to Chu Ni for leveling up, earning a spot in the 4th round. Solo match. Chu Ni scratched his neck and thought, indeed, hiding is really too hard. Just got up and couldn't help but go a little hard. The entire audience was terrified by his power. Everyone panic-stricken said, "It's truly unbelievable. I never expected that a professional holy knight could play like this. How could a holy knight defeat an opponent bare-handed?" To put it plainly, Chu Ni's close-range killing ability is indeed terrifying. Chu Ni slowly walked over to Li Hum's body. He heroically stepped in to help him. Holy light spell. When he saw the 2 nurses approaching, Chu Ni immediately apologized. Sorry, he submitted too late. I really couldn't gather my strength in time. As he passed by the nurse, Chu Ni said, I can only perform a little healing magic. Stabilize his injuries for him. I'll leave it to you from here. The nurse responded in confusion, okay. But when she saw Li Hum's body, the nurse couldn't help but be stunned. Li Hum's trembling appearance made the nurse exclaim, His injuries are severe. Li Hum groaned in pain. It hurts. The 2 nurses quickly began first aid. Upon carefully examining the wounds, the nurse said, This injury won't heal in less than 2 to 3 days. Who would have thought that as a holy knight, Chu Ni could create such a massive explosion? When the match ended, Chu Hiu Bok spoke up. See, I told you Chu Ni's strength is very strong, far exceeding those in the clan and the talented peers his age. After observing the previous match, Chu Hang replied seriously, The opponent in heavy armor was knocked back by him with 1 punch. Indeed, it is the power of a monster level. The ice bloodline in the clan can, in profession, hide its class change, seemingly possessing a special attribute strength. Chun-Yi's outstanding strength completely left Chu Dongyi in disbelief. She shyly huffed and said, I admit that his strength is indeed very strong. Is that all right? Her adorable appearance made Chu Hang laugh. Ha ha ha! It seems that Chun-Yi's strength has already subdued Dongyi. He turned to Chu Hiu Bok and said, Hiu Bok, then, please arrange for Chun-Yi to meet with me for a bit. Chu Hiu Bok nodded in response. At this moment, the system announced the Battle of Kung So Nyin from Tohang University and Tung Fung from Mado University has entered self-thermalization. The final winner is about to appear. Let's look forward to it together. Outside the arena, Chun-Yi thought to himself, Tung Fung's strength is even weaker than Li Hum's. She might easily win. Sure enough, in the arena, Tung Fung was at a disadvantage. She thought irritably, the contestants from Tohang University are indeed strong this year. I feel like I'm reaching my limit. I don't know how many more moves I can withstand. In contrast, Kung So Nyin continued to charge forward and attack wildly. She silently said, quickly end the fight. The moves before her terrified Tung Fung. She widened her eyes and shouted, This is Kung So Nyin? Countless sword strikes pierced through Tung Fung, haunting her, and finally Tung Fung could no longer endure and collapsed. The announcement system Tung Fung from Mado University can no longer continue to fight. Congratulations to Kung So Nyin for advancing to the 4th round of the singles competition. The audience was once again amazed by the strength of Tohang University. They exclaimed in horror, Tung Fung from Mado University had no strength to resist at all. I didn't expect Tohang University besides Chungi Kung So Nyin is also this strong. I wonder if there will be anything interesting to see tomorrow when their team faces Thankin University. On the arena floor, Chun-Yi stepped forward and complimented Tu Nyin. You played quite well in this match. Especially that final move, it was really cool. Kung So Nyin politely replied, I was just lucky. My opponent was too weak. Suddenly, someone rushed over and called out, Classmate Chun-Yi, please wait a moment. And Chun-Yi turned around in confusion and asked, Do you need something from me? Chu Hiu Bok gasped. Let me introduce myself. I am Chu Hiu Bok from Thienlan Chu family. I came to find you because you awakened the ice bloodline. With such a high purity of the ice bloodline, you must be a member of our Chu family. Chu Yi asked in confusion, Ice bloodline Thienlan Chu family. Kung So Nyin, who was beside him, softly explained, Brother Chu, I know the Chu family. They, along with my Kung family, are considered ancient families. Moreover, in Thienlan province, they have stood tall for hundreds of years and are considered to have a long history. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Kung So Nyin continued. But I heard that in recent years the number of family members awakening the ice bloodline has been decreasing. Based on the current situation, the Chu family is very eager for those who awaken the ice bloodline. They can obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. Hung So-nyeon's candid words made Chu Hyo-buk shyly say that this is indeed possible. But Chung-yi calmly declined, saying, "No need, I don't want those things. However, you claim to be from the Chu family. Do you have any evidence to prove it?" Hearing him ask that, Chu Hyo-buk took out a verification stone and said, "Just so happens my father has arrived and he brought the bloodline verification stone. If you are a member of our Chu family, the verification stone will resonate with you." Chung-yi then raised his hand to touch the verification stone and said, "Okay, let me give it a try." As soon as he touched the verification stone, a powerful force erupted. Chu Hyo-buk exclaimed in shock, "Chung-yi, the purity of the ice bloodline you possess exceeds 90%. But Chung-yi calmly smiled and said, "I can indeed feel a sense of kinship with you through the bloodline now. I didn't expect that participating in an exchange match would also allow me to find the origin of the ice bloodline within me." After verifying the bloodline, Chu Hyo-buk spoke up and asked, "Classmate Chung-yi, isn't it?" Chung-yi, "My father wants to meet you for a bit, is that okay?" Chung-yi readily agreed, "Sure." Chung-yi turned to Kung So-nyeon and said, "Well, Tu-nyeon, you can go back first. I need to go with her for a bit." Kung So-nyeon smiled and replied, "Okay, but Chung-yi, you don't need to feel any pressure. Chu family can only be big in Theenland, but it can't compare to our Kung family." Chu Hyo-buk immediately retorted, "Our Chu family is actually quite formidable." Then Chu Hyo-buk led Chung-yi to meet Chu Hang. When entering the room, Chu Hyo-buk stopped and said, "Chung-yi, my father and sister are already waiting for you inside." At this moment, Chung-yi couldn't help but think, initially when Tu-van was seriously ill during the hardest times, their Chu family did not lend a hand to help. Now that I have awakened my bloodline, they come knocking at my door. I really don't know what to say. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened again. Chu Hang stepped forward and said, "Finally, you two have arrived." Chu Hyo-buk called out, "Ah, Chu Hang." Nay. He walked up to Chung-yi and introduced himself. "Hello, Chu Tiu-hu. I am Chu Hang." Chung-yi politely shook hands with him. "Hello, I am Chung-yi." Chu Hang smiled and said, "I've long heard the reputation of Chu Tiu-hu. Meeting you in person is indeed extraordinary." When his necklace began to glow, Chu Hang excitedly said, "You are actually a high-purity Hanbang bloodline." Wow. Suddenly realizing that his attitude was a bit excessive, Chu Hang quickly became serious and said, "To mention your father and I have the same great-grandfather, and Hyo-buk is also your distant cousin. It's a pity your father left us too soon." Chung-hee calmly responded, "That's all in the past." Chu Hang excitedly said, "Back to the main issue, Chung-hee. You just need to agree to return to the main lineage and change back to the Hanbang concealment profession. Our Chu family will provide you with the strength of our entire clan and unconditional resources to help you quickly advance to the third transmission." Hearing this, Chung-hee asked, "Concealment profession, but I have specialized as a holy knight already. Can I still change back?" Suddenly, Chu Hang excitedly said, "You don't need to worry about that. We have already prepared this top-tier specialization tool for you. Moreover, with your high-purity Hanbang bloodline, you can truly unleash the power of the Hanbang concealment profession." Chung-gi suddenly began to think seriously. "The strongest supporting profession in my body, the system has long been tightly bound to the Holy Knight profession. At the same time, under the guidance of the Holy Light, I have been able to grow at a speed beyond that of ordinary people to reach this level. For me now, the so-called concealment profession of the Chu family is basically not worth mentioning." After careful consideration, Chung-yi asked, "From what you said, if I don't specialize, I won't be able to receive the training from the Chu family, right?" Chu Hang replied in shock. "That's not entirely wrong. The only thing is that once you specialize at the Chu family's library, we have countless skill books waiting for you. You will obtain a large amount of resources and you won't have to worry about leveling up anymore." After listening, Chung-hee shook his head in refusal. "Gaining a large amount of resources is indeed not bad, but I still choose to decline." Upon hearing the refusal, Chu Hang also felt determined. He quickly offered numerous other options. After the job change, all of his skills would be reset. The skill points would be refunded, and the thinking attributes would not be lowered. Moreover, after he joined the Chu family's main lineage for less than 6 years, we could absolutely allow him to reach level 50 and undergo the third job change. Chung-ai firmly said, "Actually, the conditions you mentioned hold no appeal for me. I can acquire a large amount of resources from school, so there's no need to worry about leveling up my strength. Furthermore, I prefer my current paladin profession much more." Chu Hong, looking exhausted, asked, "The paladin is just for support. The hidden profession of our Chu family is definitely a better position." Chu Ni angrily replied, "It's just support." His words struck at his pride. He said angrily, "In your understanding, the paladin is just a supporting profession. You must be too superficial. Coincidentally, we have a match against Qingjing University tomorrow. I will prove to you what a true paladin is." Chu Ni decisively turned and left. Before leaving, he waved goodbye to his classmate Hugh Bok. "I take my leave. We will meet again on the competition stage tomorrow." Chu Hugh Bok hurried to stop him. Chu Ni, wait a moment. When he saw that he had left, Chu Hugh Bok turned to question Chu Hong Dad. "Why didn't you keep him here a little longer?" Chu Hong said sternly, "Let him go. He still hasn't realized the limitations of the paladin. Just wait until tomorrow after he sees the strength of Qingjing University. It won't be too late to find him." Chu Dongyi, who was sitting behind, raised her hand to speak. "Wait a minute, I have a different opinion." Chu Dongyi popped her head up and said, "Dad, everyone is being too accommodating to Chu Ni. Do we really need to exert so much effort to persuade him to join the Chu family's main lineage?" Chu Hugh Bok shyly replied, "This is all because of Chu Hang's helplessness." He suggested, "It's better to leave this to Dad to discuss." He explained seriously, "The ancestor of our Chu family was the first awakened bloodline of the ice blood profession in Lanting. Under the guidance of the ancestor, the Chu family rose to prominence. The strengths in the descendants continue to have clan members awakening the ice blood lineage, and some even became third job change powerhouses. Everything changed because of the Lam Lin of the Dark Age." Chu Hong recounted during the Dark Age, a large number of demons from other realms invaded. The ancestor of the Chu family immediately brought the strong from the clan to fight, but the ancestor went missing during a deep venture into the otherworldly campaign. Without the ancestor's protection, all the third job elders were buried along with the powerful beings from other realms. Although the 5 elders were revived through resurrection magic, they were still affected by the eternal curse of the demonic lord from another realm. Chu Hong gently sat down and thoughtfully said, "Since that time, the awakening rate of the ice bloodline in our Chu family has significantly decreased, even less than 1% of the original. This eternal curse is extremely tyrannical. It cannot be eliminated just by extending the bloodline. Purification under the condition of having no successors later means that the entire Chu family appears strong, but in reality, it is incredibly weak." He smiled and explained, "Therefore, if Chu Ni with such a pure ice bloodline returns to the main branch of our Chu family, we will use the strength of the whole clan to nurture his power. In the future, he might even be equal to our ancestors." He seriously stated, "Right now, Chu Ni has been continuously winning in individual matches. This is the time for confidence, especially after he faces Team 5 of Thankin University. He will understand that our Chu family is the key to making him stronger." Chu Dongyi curiously asked her father, "What if Chu Ni wins, then what should we do?" Chu Hong hesitated to answer this. Chu Hugh Bok then approached and patted her head, scolding, "Why are you starting to lean towards Chu Ni? Tomorrow is your match too?" Chu Dongyi cried and replied, "Hoo, I just said what if." The next day on the arena, the audience eagerly awaited the live broadcast of this match. It really is exhausting. Your brother also came especially for the match between Tohang University and Thankin, right? Of course, this is a top-team battle of the college university. I didn't expect that in just the 3rd round we would already be in such an exciting final. Everyone laughed and chatted, uncertain if facing Thankin University Chung-yi could continue his miracle of winning. This time, Thankin University is playing at home. I feel it's unstable. Chu Dongyi sat behind, feeling gloomy, thinking that the winning chances of the team were indeed greater. But what about Brother Chu? Ni, is it really certain that Chu Ni will win? At that moment, the system announced, Next, please welcome the representative teams of Thankin University and Tohang University to the stage. When the two teams stepped onto the podium, cheers erupted Tohang University. Thankin University. As soon as Tohang University stepped onto the arena, Chungi immediately used the skill Huyen Kwang Chin with a gigantic spear appearing and smashing down onto the arena. The audience was immediately astonished by this weapon. It turns out that the captain of the Tohang University team, Chungi, knows how to use weapons. After all, being a Holy Knight class is not surprising, but the aura of Chungi seems to have changed. Even from hundreds of meters away, seeing his figure gives me a feeling of unease. Chu Dongyi widened her eyes and said, "The aura that Chungi is displaying today feels not only several times stronger than before." Chu Hong questioned doubtfully, could it be that before that wasn't Chungi's full strength? At this moment, Li Yuyen, a level 22 warrior, suddenly spoke up and asked, what does it mean that Chungi is standing so close to the front? Could it be that he still wants to take on the role of the front line? Halan, a level 19 scout, replied that based on Chungi's performance in yesterday's individual match, it's quite normal for him to be in that role. Chu Hiu Buk A, level 18. Priest reminded everyone, moreover, Chungi's rank is the highest among our team in this session. Lu Chao, a level 20 mage, disdainfully said, what does it matter if a holy knight has a bit of high-level output capability? Vung Hien, a level 22 engineer, scoffed and said, as a team leader, having only that level of strength is truly insufficient. Lai Uyen said seriously, last year we lost the first place because we were suppressed by Sohang University during the team battle. He coldly plunged his sword into the arena floor, and Lai Uyen sternly instructed, this year our opponent is still Sohang University, so we must regain 100% of our spirit. You all must give it your all later, even if it means injuring or crippling them. They replied in unison, no problem. Outside, Principal Trin smiled and approached Ngo Mang, saying, Old Ngo can Chungi manage both support and offense alone on the field. Make sure not to throw away the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds later. Ngo Mang replied with a laugh. Ha ha ha, you don't need to worry, everything in the match will depend on strength. I'm confident in him. Ngo Mang's confident attitude made Principal Trin secretly worried. It's strange, usually first-year students have very limited skill points. They definitely can't excel in multiple aspects. Could it be that old Ngo has some hidden skills he hasn't shown yet? On the arena, Chungi seriously said, once the match starts, it will be like training at school. I will launch the attack first, and everyone behind can adapt as needed. Vuong Thiet Tam excitedly said, ha ha ha, An Yi, give it your all. We can finally fish for something. Even if the opponent is Qingjing University, we can easily handle them. Chungi Tan turned back to remind everyone it's better to be careful. After all, the opponent was last year's second-place team. If anyone gets injured later, remember to come close to me. I will use healing spells on everyone. Everyone replied in unison, understood. At that moment, the system began the countdown 3, 2, 1. The match begins. As soon as it started, Chungi spoke up and said, I'll go first. Just as he took off, countless skills appeared: God's blessing, protection blessing, Le blessing, courage blessing. On the large screen, the system commented facing Qingjing University. Chungi from Sohang University showed no hesitation. He chose to directly charge at the opponent. The audience was buzzing with excitement. Both sides had equal strength. Shouldn't they do a round of distant attacks to test each other first? This clearly showed that Chungi was very confident in his own abilities. He ran quickly and could rapidly chant the spell. This skill must be mastered proficiently. Li Yuan saw this and was thrilled. He maliciously smiled and said, oh, so eager to seek death, huh? Just in time, we have prepared the most intense long-range attack for you. Behind, Halan was ready, raising her bow high. Immediately, she shot an arrow. The arrow of Chat Tuk sped straight toward Chungi. Facing this arrow, Chungi showed no signs of concern. The arrows rushed toward Chungi. Halan excitedly said, the arrow of Chat Tuk. My A-level skill can lock onto all targets, avoiding positions without teammates' obstruction. Attack position, Chungi. Let's see how you block these arrows. As the arrows were about to hit, Chungi irritably said, this is a bit troublesome. He calmly crushed the arrow with his bare hands. His skill left Halan astonished. What, you can crush my Chat Tuk arrow with your bare hands? This is an A-level skill, and it's been enhanced to level 8. Li Yuan beside him snorted softly and said, The Holy Knight at the point of release also has defensive value, but it should end here. Wait until Lu Zhou's skill finishes chanting and I'll see how you block. At this moment, a surge of power appeared on Lu Zhou's staff. He immediately released that power and said, "Chu Ni, take my strongest strike." A fire phoenix appeared, the extreme fire phoenix. The fire phoenix aimed at Chu Ni and released a fireball. The fireball immediately unleashed a massive flame. Fire phoenix, Earth Chu Ni quickly jumped back to avoid that attack. Not stopping there, Lu Zhou continued to execute the extreme fire phoenix, namely the flame impact. Seeing the phoenix flying toward him, Chu Ni calmly stood there and asked, "Is that all just fire?" Lu Zhou angrily shouted, "And you're still not running away. It seems Chu Ni will be dealt with by me." Above the stands, everyone couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he's a top contender from Qingjing University. This extreme fire phoenix is an A-level skill. Such a powerful skill, there's no way the apartment can withstand it. I wonder how Chung-hee will cope. Chung-hee going out alone is indeed too arrogant. Chung-ok smiled lightly and said, "From my perspective, Chung-hee should choose to escape. That would be wiser. Relying on his speed advantage, he still has a chance to return to Team 5 for defense." Tomi laughed upon hearing this escape. Chung-ok angrily shouted, "Tomi, what are you laughing at?" Tomi casually replied, "I'm sorry, but when I heard that you think relying on an A-level skill would allow Chung-hee to escape, I couldn't help but laugh." Chung-ok angrily scolded Humph, "Wait until Chung-hee loses, then you can cry." Tomi calmly said, "Is that so? I hope you really have that capability." In the stands, the sight of Chung-hee moving forward startled everyone. Chung-ok asked in confusion, "What is happening?" Suddenly, a massive force appeared around Chung-hee. The state of Chung-hee at that moment was the A-level Holy Flame Wheel. The wheel condenses divine fire, granting him power. He can manipulate the fire element, enhancing the light system for himself and nearby allies, increasing fire damage by 20% for a duration. Chung-hee proudly commanded the Holy Flame Wheel to retract completely. A stunned voice shouted, "How can this be?" The phoenix has been drawn to Chung-hee. He commanded, "Little firebird, come here and transform into my power immediately." Do. The phoenix has been completely subdued by him. Tong Halan behind him arrogantly said, "It seems that Qingjing University does not really understand the true potential of our Holy Knight Captain." Kung Sun-yin added, "Even Shen Lingfeng of the bloodline of the Flame Dragon couldn't injure Chung-hee, let alone this fire skill. The phoenix has been firmly held in Chung-hee's hands." He laughed and said, "I'm sorry for disappointing you all. I possess the Holy Flame Wheel skill and can also manipulate the fire element." In the stands, everyone was wide-eyed. People were amazed, calling out, "It seems I can sense the breath of the deity. This is terrifying." Chung-hee actually obtained a divine skill. How powerful. Chung-hee can indeed be called a deity. Chung-ok was equally astonished. She angrily asked, "How can a divine skill, the Holy Flame Wheel, be obtained? Even a third-class professional can't easily acquire it. What right does Chung-hee have to obtain it?" Tomi replied with a smile. "Maybe Chung-hee is just lucky. After all, it's quite normal for a genius to have an opportunity." Chung-ok, unconvinced, said, "Don't get too proud. We still have many aces we haven't used yet." Tomi shrugged and replied, "Still, I hope you really have that capability." Tomi's indifferent attitude made Chung-ok furious. At that moment, Chu Dong-yi looked at Chung-hee with admiring eyes. She asked, "Dad, what is a divine skill? Why does it feel like everyone seems so excited?" Chu Hang replied, "Because the divine gift skill is the most unique skill." He explained, "It cannot be learned through any skill books. It cannot be inherited through any means of inheritance. Only those blessed by the divine can obtain this divine gift skill. It is very clear that the holy radiant wheel of Chung-hee was personally bestowed by the god of light." Chu Hong began to reminisce and recounted, "Chu Ra possesses the ice bloodline of the clan. Of course, there are many followers of the ice goddess, but after the bloodline was cursed, the blessings of the ice goddess also disappeared." He helplessly lowered his head and said, "Therefore, those blessed by the divine possess unpredictable potential. The conditions we set may indeed be very small for Chung-hee." Chu Dong-yi gently turned to say, "So does that mean our trip was in vain?" But Chu Hang firmly said, "No, there is still a chance. After the match ends, we will find Chung-hee to negotiate. He might be the hope for the Chu family to revive. Dad will definitely not give up easily." At this moment on the arena, Lo Cho looked at Chung-Yi with shock in his heart. How could this happen? How could my extreme fire phoenix be lost? Seeing Lo Cho's expression of the seven gods, Li Win behind him gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. Even though I don't understand how Chung-Yi did it, I can be sure that fire magic is completely ineffective against him. Lo Cho, don't be discouraged. Try using another elemental skill to attack him. Immediately he shook off his spirit and replied, Understood. Li Uyen raised the sword in his hand and commanded, Ha Lan. You should also continue using long-range magic to stop Chung-Yi from advancing. We absolutely cannot allow him to easily break through in front of everyone, Ha Lan replied while shooting a series of arrows. No problem. Lo Cho also eagerly launched an attack. He suddenly smiled cunningly and said, Chung-Yi, don't get too pleased with yourself. We have ways to deal with you. Immediately, a stone wall appeared blocking Chung-Yi's view. Lo Cho shouted, Magma Rampart. Meanwhile, Ha Lan's arrows flew in to attack from the side. Gale Arrow Rain. Chung-Yi thought seriously. Do you think this can stop me from advancing? Good thinking. However, it is still too naive. Chung-Yi stood there and raised his hand to launch an attack. The Holy Light Heart Shield immediately appeared, shattering all the arrows flying towards him. Chu Hyubak was stunned upon seeing the skill. She remarked, That's the A+ level Holy Light Heart Shield, and it looks like its grade isn't low at all. Even Ha Lan had to praise Chung-Yi's defense truly excellent. However, in the end, it still left him unable to break through quickly. Hearing that, Chung-Yi nodded in response. That really does interrupt my fighting rhythm a bit. It seems I also need to use some ranged skills to break their formation a bit. Suddenly, at this moment, Li Win realized something was off. He shouted, Not good, retreat quickly! But at that moment, Chung-Yi had already created a massive fire vortex sweeping everything around. Saint Fire Wind Fury. Li Win jumped back and said, Everyone get out of the way. Wherever the vortex goes, it will destroy everything in its path. Its destructive power is enormous. Ha Lan quickly dodged. She was secretly terrified. At this level, if she were unfortunate enough to be caught in it, she would likely be eliminated directly. Suddenly, Li Win asked, Wait, where did Lo Cho go? Is he still inside there? Defeated Lo Cho is using all his strength to hold on in the vortex. At that moment, he angrily cursed, Damn it, is he really a Saint Knight? The elemental skill he unleashed is even scarier than my wizard, seeing Lo Cho still holding on. Chung-Yi smirked and said, It seems the fire isn't enough yet. But don't be in a hurry. After all, I am the extreme fire phoenix absorbing you completely. The flames grew stronger. Lo Cho's shield was completely shattered. Chung-Yi coldly shouted, Burn it all, inside the vortex. Lo Cho was in pain, screaming hopelessly. His staff also fell and broke. After the storm, Lo Cho's body was charred black. He lay down in pain, groaning, Help, help me. Chung-Yi was getting more and more enthusiastic in his attacks. He angrily said, I can't finish you off in one go. But next time you won't be so lucky. His arrogant demeanor drove Li Win crazy. He shouted, You arrogant fool, Hyubak, hurry and heal Lo Cho. Let me deal with it. Chu Hyubak replied, Understood. Chung-Yi raised the mace in his hand and said, You're right on time. A beam of golden light shot straight at Li Win Kwangdu Trum. However, Li Win stood there and contemptuously said, Okay, let me counter that right here. As soon as the attack came, Li Win quickly activated his shield. The shield was quite effective. Seeing the huge shield floating in the air, Chu Hyubak exclaimed, That's the captain's shield! Kwangdu Trum hit the shield with great force, creating a massive explosion. After this attack, Li Win also grew tired and knelt down panting. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying strength of Chung-Yi. No wonder Li Hum has such formidable talent. Even his punches can't be defended against. Suddenly, Li Yuan's eyes blazed with fire. He shouted frantically, It's just that I'm not a vegetarian. He quickly countered with a strike rage slash. Chu-Yi calmly used his mace to deflect this attack. He contemptuously said, Just showing off speed. Seeing his attack destroyed in an instant, Li Yuan exclaimed in shock, How is that possible? How could he directly block it? Normally, this strike of mine could even take down a level 20 golden beast. Li Yuan was unconvinced. He continued to charge forward with his sword. I don't believe it. Chu-Yi once again, just as Li Yuan flew up to deliver a strike, Chu-Yi quickly took out his staff to respond. Then let's fight until you concede. The attacks from both of them collided, creating a massive force. Li Yuan's power made Chu-Yi feel exhilarated. He excitedly said, truly worthy of being the captain of Qingjing University. You are still the first person my age to be able to match my strength head-on. Li Yuan, while struggling to block the attack, was frustrated, thinking, damn, Chu Yi's attribute power is even higher than mine. If this continues, my stamina will soon be unable to hold up. Just a moment later, Chu Yi knocked Li Yuan's sword away. He angrily shouted, you can't even hold on to your own weapon. Have you already exhausted all your strength so quickly? Chu Yi rushed to Li Yuan's side and yelled, get back! Li Yuan was stunned. It was too late to dodge. In a moment of danger, a shield appeared to protect Li Yuan, avoiding a fatal blow. The blocked attack made Chu Yi feel quite displeased. All attacks were blocked. At that moment, a giant centipede robot suddenly appeared from above. He quickly turned around and activated the shield Holy Light Guardian, but the centipede's horn cracked the shield. In an instant, Chu Yi's defensive shield was shattered. He angrily charged to attack Break It For Me. After attacking, Chu Yi quickly landed on the ground. He quietly assessed, the hidden attack of this robot is indeed strong. Holy Light Guardian of level 9 was pierced by it. What a disaster. Li Yuan gasped as he stood up. Seeing Wang Xian just step in to help, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Xiao Xian, thank you for saving me. Wang Xian replied nonchalantly, it's what I should do. If I hadn't stepped in, we would have likely lost by now. Next, let Chu Yi handle it. You go deal with someone else. Wang Xian slowly revealed his skills and said, I originally thought to hide my strength to deal with Wei He from Mado University. I can't believe Chu Yi was able to push our entire Team 5 to such a desperate state all by himself. Wang Xian continued to create another robot. This time it was a Robot B monster designation GX100 level 21 silver quality. Then came a series of other robots, lightweight missile robots, level 21 silver quality. BT-200 cavalry, level 22 silver quality. Seeing a pile of robots in front of him, Chu Yi was astonished and thought to himself, Wang Xian is only level 19, yet the levels of these robots are all around 21 and 22. Gomang on the stands glanced at Dean Cheng and said with a smile, Dean Cheng, it seems your Qingjing University has some hidden aces. Dean Cheng confidently replied, of course. He proudly looked toward Wang Xian, saying, Wang Xian possesses the mechanical talent Chi-Heart S+, allowing him to create robots higher than his own level, Gomang said with interest. So that's what an S+ talent looks like. The outcome of this team battle depends on the two of them. Then on the battlefield, Chu Yi suddenly smiled and said, is this the human C strategy of the mechanist? His eyes were blazing with fire. Chu Yi excitedly said, let me see how powerful your human C strategy is. Wang Xian angrily ordered the robots to advance and shouted, how dare you directly charge into my mechanized army looking for death? The robots immediately fired countless bullets. The powerful bullets flew quickly toward Chu Yi. Next, the robot bees also flew up strongly. Lastly, the tanks from a distance started firing continuously. Chu Yi quickly activated his shield to block Gemini Heart Shield. Chu Yi coldly watched the bullets coming at him relentlessly. Suddenly, he shouted, go! The shield immediately advanced, pushing back all the bullets and robots. Next, Chu Yi immediately used the skill Holy Light 10. A giant shape resembling the number 10 appeared around his body. The robots began to be electrified. In an instant, they exploded into pieces. Wang Xian watched his robots explode and angrily cursed, damn it, my robots are made of fireproof materials, yet they still can't hold up. Wang Xian suddenly pulled out a raw keyboard and said that he also had robots at this level. Then he suddenly pressed a key and a series of robots were once again created. Wang Xian angrily said, I don't believe your mental power is not exhausted. Charge forward. At this moment, among Chu Yi's teammates, Wang Tiexin was comfortably smashing robots while laughing, ha ha ha, Wang Xian definitely didn't see this coming. Brother Yi is skilled at handling situations like this. At this time, Chu Yi glanced at the notification board and silently calculated the time just right, preparing for a move Divine Wind Burst. As soon as Wang Xian saw it, he urgently ordered, it's that terrifying skill again, retreat quickly. But it was too late. Divine Wind Burst had been activated, destroying all the robots present on the battlefield. At the same time, Wang Hian's screen continuously displayed red alerts, Machine 74 lost connection. Wang Hian clenched his teeth in anger. They had already lost 7-1-3 right at the beginning. How frustrating. Suddenly he took a deep breath and whispered, "It seems the human C strategy is ineffective against him. There's no other way. I can only use my last trump card." Then Vung Hin quickly summoned a gigantic machine. "Come out, HX Decision Maker." A machine appeared with a mouthful of teeth resembling a shark, preparing to unleash a massive wave of power. Meanwhile, the claws surrounding the HX's body began to move upwards. Vung Hin yelled frantically, "HX Decision Maker, fuse immediately!" HX created a small opening to pull Vung Hin inside for the fusion. In addition, HX's body grew larger and began to touch the protective shield of the arena. As soon as it made contact with the shield, the system immediately sounded an alarm. Emergency restrictions detected in this area, elevating defensive posture. Seeing this gigantic robot, the audience felt a wave of panic and exclaimed, "This is truly over the top." For the first time, national universities and colleges presented a machine-level creation for the final exam, a newly emerged monster HX Decision Maker, Level 23, Quality Examination. At that moment, a girl watching the arena couldn't help but exclaim, "The freshmen of this class are all extraordinary." Meanwhile, in the arena, seeing Vung Hin revealing his secret weapon, Li Win couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, Hien's Decision Maker has appeared." Li Win looked at Kung So-nyin and said, "You guys are definitely going to lose this time." But Kung So-nyin ignored that remark and continued to rush to attack her, angrily slashing at Li Win and saying, "Yes, Chung-yi will not lose." Li Win hurriedly dodged back, continuing to speak with disdain. "Is there more? Why bother doing that?" On Chung-yi's side, Vung Hin shouted from inside HX, "Chung-yi, let me show you the powerful firepower of the Decision Maker first." The firepower projectiles were launched. Chung-yi watched them come flying and showed no signs of hesitation. He silently calculated the covering fire. It couldn't be a frontal attack. Immediately after, Chung-yi began to grab stones and throw them up. He swiftly dodged back and forth to avoid the incoming firepower. Chung-yi looked back at the firepower behind him and thought, could there be something new this time? But he didn't know that there was also a projectile rushing towards him. Fortunately, Chung-yi managed to dodge it just in time. As soon as he passed, that projectile exploded immediately. Chung-yi looked at its destructive power and couldn't help but feel lucky. That was close. Vung Hin inside was laughing maniacally. "Run away! Run away!" Vung Hin continuously launched attacks, asking, "This time you have nowhere to run, right?" In a critical moment, Chung-yi had no choice but to take out a mace to break through all the incoming projectiles. At that moment, HX suddenly reached back and drew a sword. Coldly, he slashed down, striking the ground directly. With one slash, the ground cracked open. Vung Hin in the Tai Quit Jia continued to mock, "Chung-yi is running away, all you know how to do." He continuously slashed down with countless blows. Then he continued to speak. "Is everyone from Tohang University such a coward?" His words struck at Chung-yi's sense of pride. He immediately responded, "Run away so we can have an honest fight." Seeing Chung-yi's provoked appearance, Vung Hin silently cursed. A little provocation and he can't hold himself back. Such foolish behavior. He quickly flipped the lever down. In his heart, he couldn't help but look down on him. With such composure, he can still be the captain of Tohang University. It seems Tohang University is heading for a downfall. Tai Quit Jia continued to slash down again. But this time, Chung-yi chose not to dodge and countered with a mace. The mace immediately knocked the sword of Tai Quit Jia away. Then Chung-yi immediately launched a divine hand strike. A powerful light appeared above. It seemed that the light was absorbing everything around it. As such, Tai Quit Jia also started to be electrified. The match monitoring system was also angrily scolding. What on earth is happening? The energy of the protective barrier was suddenly being absorbed. Suddenly, a system outside the arena announced, "Initiate emergency protocol." The systems below quickly took to the air. Those systems hurried into the barrier. Each match is monitored by a strong light magic. It can be used to restore the match's protective barrier. On Li Win and Kung So-nyin's side, that light captured Kung So-nyin's attention. Seeing Li Win rushing over, Kung So-nyin quickly jumped back to dodge. Kung So-nyin looked towards Dung Lin-hee and shouted to withdraw. On Ha Lan's side, arrows were shooting out rapidly. Tong Ha Lan and Vung Tit-tum hurriedly retreated. Just as Kung So-nyin's words were uttered, the two exchanged glances and then withdrew together. On this side, Li Win also noticed the anomaly. On this side, Lai Uyen also noticed something unusual. He shouted an order to stop chasing, but Lo Chao angrily asked them if they were scared. "Why aren't we chasing anymore?" The group from Thankin University hurriedly gathered together. Li Wen looked towards that source of energy and said, "Something feels off. This surge of power is not right." At that moment, a gigantic hand appeared from within that beam of light. The audience screamed in fear. "What is this?" Wang Hian, sitting inside, also saw him, utterly terrified. Divine level skill. Such a terrifying aura. It absolutely has to be a skill of level S to manifest like this. Wang Hian's face began to pale, even though it was just a level higher, compared to the A+ level fake skill. But the distance between the two seemed like a world apart. Yet he started to feel excited. Wang Hian excitedly said, "No. How can I be afraid without fighting? It's just a god-level skill. I don't believe you can defeat him." Wang Hian seemed to merge into one with the fake skill. He frantically launched an attack with the limited-style fake skill. The serrated edge of the sword began to work at full capacity. Wang Hian frantically created a series of slashes. His face started to lose control. Wang Hian immediately launched a slice attack. A series of slashes rushed straight towards that hand. He thought he had successfully taken him down. But a beam of light appeared, shattering that joy. That hand powerfully pressed down on the fake skill. A massive surge of energy created an incredibly powerful impact. Everyone in the stands was terrified. Everyone was startled by the impact and shouted. At that moment on the battlefield, fragments of the robot slowly flew towards Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi coldly kicked it away. After the last attack, the fake skill was shattered. Wang Hian was also knocked down. Halan's seventh hand spoke up. She lamented, letting out 2 words, "Lost." At this moment, Wang Hian painfully endured all the wounds. He was raising his hand to call. Chun-Yi, his voice trembled as he called out, but in response he was met with the cold back of his brother. The entire audience erupted. Dick Tang Quang is truly frighteningly powerful, like a nuclear explosion. The whole audience chanted his name, Chun-Yi, 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 Chun-Yi. He joyfully walked amidst the cheers, Chun-Yi, Chun-Yi. The principal Trin said in a daze, "Divine skill, god-level skill. Our Thenkin University losing is not in vain." His heart was filled with pain. He originally thought with Wang Hian, the champion of this batch, it would be as easy as flipping a hand for Thenkin University. After watching the match, Principal Tring was sweating profusely. He never expected a freak like Chun-Yi to appear. Close combat support magic, no matter the category. It was all incredibly strong, even omnipotent. The director turned and left before departing. He spoke to No Mang that, "Director Ngo, your Tohang University has a very good seed. I have been teaching for over 35 years now. Chun-Yi is the most outstanding person." He regretfully continued. "Among the many geniuses I have met," Ngo Mang laughed in response. On the stage, everyone joyfully called out the name of Tohang University and Chun-Yi, Tohang University, Chun-Yi, Tohang University. Cheers erupted continuously. Chun-Yi Huang So Nyin, looking at this scene, could not help but feel bewildered. "It's just so crazy," Wang Titam happily said while walking. "Too easy. Jingking University is really just like this," Tong Halan gently asked, in doubt without Chun-Yi, just relying on Wang Hian Kia. "We can't handle it." Duong Lin Hai nodded in agreement. "That's right. The epic level robot at level 23 has no classmate Chun-Yi. We will 100% lose." Wang Titam cheerfully said. "Everyone has said that the situation without An-Yi. Now we don't have An-Yi, right?" Kwang So-Nien laughed in response. "Next year, in half a year, the gymnasium is being built wide, the venue for the new student exchange match. This year it will have 200,000 spectators," Kwang So-Nien happily said, "plus the venue, the broadcast, and the popularity of the new student exchange. After this battle, all of Trung Ha country will know about An Chun-Yi." Chun-Yi quietly scolded. "That girl is becoming increasingly impudent." In a certain room, a woman is watching the live match. She commented that Chun-Yi's strength is not bad. She arrogantly said such a genius is the talent that our Tianvu guild needs, but only has a slightly lower level. Must wait for 2 transfers to be able to invite him into the guild. A man stepped forward and suggested, "Tianvu is the top guild in Trungha country. Even logistical staff must reach level 32 transfer. But after this battle, the combat data of Trung-Yi, I will definitely send it to the high rise of the major guilds. When the time comes, we will invite again. Perhaps it won't be too late, right?" She immediately retorted, "No way." The woman looked at Chu-Yi with delight in her eyes. Then she said, "With the old president here, even if there is no way to bring him in right now, he will definitely be accepted immediately." She confidently said, "This junior disciple of mine, in the end, he will definitely become a member of our heavenly martial guild." At the hospital, everyone in Wang Xian's ward was constantly worried. The doctors were discussing tirelessly the recovery techniques. The spirit recovery techniques couldn't be stopped. The magical power of each person had to be written in the report before it was completely exhausted. Everyone was trying to save Wang Xian. During this time, everyone was extremely busy. The second team's pastor was making preparations to replace the first team's damned pastor who was receiving treatment. Why was this holy light so violent? It also involved the technique of erasing what couldn't be erased. Chu-Yi's hand was too heavy at this moment. Li Yuan suddenly spoke up. If it weren't for triggering the magic, Wang Xian's protective barrier on the arena, it would be hard to say whether he could survive. We couldn't avoid being injured either. Everyone in the team lowered their heads in apology. Li Yuan stood up to represent and said, "Director, we are sorry. We have lost. We have let down this large amount of resources the school provided." The director replied, "This time I won't blame you. Chu-Yi is too strong. This time in the team competition of Qingjing University, we can only take third place." Hearing this, everyone was astonished and asked, "Third place director, although we lost to Tuhang University, we could also defeat Mado University." "That's right, director. If we lose to Mado University, our school will lose face. This is a huge humiliation." The director glanced at Wang Xian and then said, "Wang Xian is seriously injured. 200 machines in the previous battle have all reported damage. Qingjing University, Tangking University. Our team no longer has any members who can fight against the Mado University's alliance." Wang Hian lay in his hospital bed constantly taking notes. Chung-Yi, he silently felt unyielding. He truly was very strong. However, after 2 mechanical transformations, my chi energy really burst forth. The power belongs to the S-class talent. Wang Hian was so angry that he clenched the bed frame. "By that time, you and I will definitely have a decisive battle." At the same time in that room, Chu Hong sincerely bowed his head and admitted his mistake to Chu-Yi. "Chu-Yi, I'm sorry, I truly misjudged. The Holy Knight can serve in a supportive position. At the same time, they can also possess extremely powerful transmission abilities. Of course, in my many years of living, I have only seen you Chu-Yi who can achieve this. Chu-Yi, you truly are a genius among geniuses. 1 in 10,000. However, Chu-Yi calmly exposed the truth. "Mr. Chu, let's put aside these false words and speak plainly." Chu Hong laughed, saying that those with real strength are straightforward. He plainly said, "I have reported to the clan. The clan leader and the elder council will also promise that as long as you return to the clan, they will definitely exert all their strength to nurture you." Chu-Yi questioned the clan leader and the elder council, seeing the confusion on his face. Chu Hong spoke up to explain. "The number of Chu clan members is very large. Every year when resources are distributed, it depends on one's abilities for how many resources can be allocated. In the vast Chu clan, various collective interests are intermingled. The largest collective interest there is the elder council and the clan leader." Chu Hong seriously adjusted his glasses and said, "Under normal circumstances, the two sides absolutely cannot cooperate. However, regarding your matter, Chu-Yi, both sides have reached a common goal. It seems everything stems from yourself, causing Chu-Yi to feel somewhat confused. On the contrary, having the promise of the powerful Chu family is not bad, so there's no need to worry. After returning, the main branch of the Chu family has some mixed issues. After returning, the main branch of the Chu family had some disarray. But my teacher is Principal Wang Hui. Without the Chu family's help, I can still obtain resources to level up quickly." Chun-Yi thought carefully. "The most important thing is that we still have weapons. The super sharp system is this one." After finishing thinking, Chu-Yi decided that he would have to disappoint you. "I do not plan to change my position again." "Your answer makes Chu Hang feel devastated," he asked sadly. "Could it be that our Chu family really has no way out anymore? There's no way to start over." Seeing his sorrowful expression, Chu-Yi spoke to comfort him. "But I know someone who possesses the ice bloodline. Perhaps in the future, she will think about the hidden profession of the Chu family." You all Chu Hang are sadly bowing your heads. No, the 3 great hidden professions of the Chu family, except that one must possess the ice bloodline and must reach a certain concentration. The normal ice bloodline cannot be transferred at all. Chu-Yi pointed at him and asked, "The concentration of the ice bloodline of my sister will at least be 3 times higher than yours. That should be enough, right?" When he heard him say that, Chu Hong's eyes lit up. He joyfully grabbed his hand and asked, "Your sister also awakened the ice bloodline." Suddenly, Chu Hong laughed and trembled all over. His spirit began to lift again. Chu Hong joyfully laughed out loud, "Great, I might one day see the Chu family rise again. I can finally live up to my ancestors. May the heavens bless my Chu family. Bless my Chu family. Really is the concentration of the ice bloodline 3 times higher than mine. Then it means a concentration of nearly 10 points. 3 great hidden professions of the ice system can be chosen freely." His crazy look made Chu-Yi silently curse. Crazy can't let him get too excited. Chu-Yi spoke to calm him down. "Don't rush to be excited. There is a choice, whether to follow the career development path of the Chu family or not. We have to consult her opinion again. Shu Hang nodded in agreement. Okay. You can say whatever you want. When will we go meet your sister? Hearing this question, Chu Yi pondered. For me, joining the Chu family does not have much effect. First, I cannot specialize in a profession. Monday resources I can receive from the system and teacher Wang Hui, but for Chu Van it's completely different. Although I can also provide resources for her practice, but it definitely can't compare to the immense support provided by a family. If Father Chu and Mother Chu encounter misfortune, the Chu family won't help. Then now all the compensation rests on Chu Van. That's not too much to ask. After careful consideration, Chu decided to call Chu Van, feeling anxious before the match, to let little Koi stay with her, not knowing if she has been mistreated or not. As soon as he called, Chu Van quickly answered. Right after the connection was made, Chu Van was excitedly calling her brother while holding little Koi. Seeing this image, Chu secretly thought I knew it. She is thrilled, spinning little Koi around and laughing in praise. This battle is really impressive. It completely matches the pressure from your school. Many female students admire him. All want to connect with him, Chu Van said without stopping. I won't let them. My sister-in-law must be strong in my heart. Very strong, super strong. She must have broad shoulders, strong, firm arms, and muscular legs. Chu Van happily said, she can handle a sword weighing hundreds of kilos she can. Use golden thread to embroider clothes for him. Stop talking nonsense. If there's anything, just say it. Speaking of which, Chu seriously recounted the time before, when some people were looking for him, saying it was the Chu family. He briefly introduced the main lineage of the Chu family. There are a total of 3 major hidden professions, which are marksman, ice blade warrior, ice bone, and ice mage. Marksman and warrior are the inherited family professions of ice, while mage is a magical profession based on your ice bloodline concentration. You can choose from all 3. Hearing this, Chu Van paid more attention. She seriously looked at the 3 images in front of her and decided to choose the mage profession. I will choose this profession. Ice attribute attack spells suit me, Chu reminded. Once receiving the career planning of the Chu family, I need to go to the Tianlan province, the ancestral land of the Chu family. At least undergo 3 to 4 years of training. I have to think carefully about this, Chu Van replied firmly. I've thought it through, Chu Van sighed. My older brother shines like this. As his younger sister, I absolutely cannot be inferior. She secretly thought she could rely on the talent of Chu-Ra. Then I won't need to consume my brother's resources and become a burden to him anymore. After everything has been decided, Chu-Yi promised to wait for him to finish everything on this side. He would go with me to Tianlan province. And then the 2 of them finished their conversation. After talking with Chu Van, Chu Yi continued to head to the new student competition arena. The system happily welcomed everyone. Welcome. You have arrived at the match, the 4th round of the new student exchange match between colleges and universities nationwide. Today, we'll select the top 8 exceptional talents for the 5th round. Single match, the system announced. Previously, I will announce the rewards of the Career Alliance Haiyan, the top 8 strong competitors for the single match. The system presented a bottle of medicine and said it was a level S magic potion minus. The audience was excited. It was indeed. Another level S magic potion minus. No wonder it is the Haiyan Career Alliance. So generous indeed. Even a 3rd-tier career practitioner would crave it. Kwang So Nian beside suddenly turned to say to Chu Yi, last year's champion's reward was just a level S magic potion. Chu Yi replied, because the 3rd-tier alliance needs to nurture more talents. Kwang So Nian nodded and replied exactly. Suddenly, the system continued to present the rewards. The competitors advancing to the top 4 could receive level S resources, and the champion of the single match. It presented a legendary weapon. The career practitioner Ha Yan crafted this reward that even Chu Yi was surprised. A legendary weapon. This is the highest grade weapon that humanity can forge. The reward is so amazing that every player desires to win the championship. They must obtain it. After announcing the rewards, the system announced to invite all competitors into the arena to prepare for the match. Kwang So Nian walked ahead. She smiled and told Chung Yi, Mr. Chung Yi, cheer for me. Chung Yi encouraged, you can definitely do it. At this moment, Chung Yi's opponent stepped onto the stage. The 2 of them officially faced each other. Fong Kwang, wearing armor, said, I know you're very strong. He swung his sword and shouted, but I'm not weak either. He secretly felt delighted inside. Normal career players usually pursue balanced development, but someone like me is different. Fong Kwang confidently whispered, I only choose strength and I will invest more points. Therefore, I am absolutely confident in my strength. At that moment, the system announced, the match begins. As soon as the words ended, Chung Yi stepped forward. Fong Kwang also started charging forward. He laughed provocatively at Chun-Yi. "Here I come, do you dare to fight me head-on?" The guy quickly struck first. A violent slash, two forces collided with each other. In an instant, the opponent's sword showed signs of breaking. Just a moment later, Chun-Yi's hammer shattered the sword. He continued to smash directly into Fong Kwang. He painfully fell to his knees, incredulously saying, "How can this be? I only used my strength value. How could your power overpower me?" Chun-Yi lifted the hammer onto his shoulder and mocked, "Is that all you've got?" At this moment, the entire audience erupted. Just a bit more strength was enough to overpower him. How terrifying is Chun-Yi's strength after all? The value of Chun-Yi's attributes is too mysterious. There are serious suspicions of hacks. The teammates below from Ma Ton University couldn't accept it and shouted, "How can this be? The strength competition is so strong, yet he lost." Down to 7, Shen spoke up. Fong Kwang, with his enhanced strength equipment, has reached around 370 points. To achieve the effect of that overwhelming blow, Chun-Yi's strength attribute must be at least over 450 points. He suddenly recalled the terrifying scene earlier and couldn't help but feel unconvinced. Plus, his intelligence attributes are extremely high, it's too scary. Dean. To anxiously asked, "Ngui Hop, do you have confidence that you can defeat Chun-Yi?" Ngui Hop thought for a few seconds and replied, "I'm about 30% sure." At the same time on the stage, Fong Kwang struggled to get up. He gritted his teeth and said, "I haven't lost yet." Fong Kwang stood up and shouted, "Come on, knight, only standing to die, there's no way to lose." Chun-Yi admiringly replied, "I respect you as a true man." Fong Kwang then charged in to attack. Not to be outdone, Chun-Yi retaliated with strikes of his own. The heavy gray mace struck straight into Fong Kwang. Fong Kwang screamed in pain, then was knocked back. The people from Mado University below immediately shouted, "We declare the match over. We concede." The system quickly received the information and announced, "Mado University concedes the victory of this match goes to Chun-Yi." Chun-Yi was immediately submerged in cheers. "Chun-Yi is the strongest, I love you, Chun-Yi." After the nurses came to observe Fong Kwang, everyone sighed and said, "It's another tough opponent, hurry up. Let's proceed with the treatment." No kidding, he's Chun-Yi's rival. After saying that, the three of them took Fong Kwang away for treatment. At Chun-Yi's side, a day after the match, the people from Tohang University gathered in a room to discuss strategy. Go-Mang spoke up. "Very good, our Tohang University has had 2 people make it into the top 8. Go-Mang praised, "Tong Ha Lan, your advancement is quite surprising. I hope the chances of advancing to the top 4 aren't great, but you still need to work harder." Tong Ha Lan cheerfully replied, "I understand." He then turned to Kung Sun-yin and said, "With your strength, you should be able to advance to the top 8. It's just that luck is a bit unfortunate encountering Ngui Hop. He is a champion seed." Go-Man seriously stated that only 2 spots in the top 8 remain and will be chosen from among the losers. "I hope you can seize the opportunity." He softly turned to Chun-Yi and said, "Chun-Yi, I have great confidence in you. The task of securing the championship in the singles match is entrusted to you." Chun-Yi took it seriously and understood. Next, Go-Man continued, "In tomorrow's team match, we have 2 competitions, both against ordinary colleges." He looked at the people behind him and said, "So those who are substitutes, you can go out and practice a bit." After making the decision, Ngo-Man immediately started teaching them about the strategies for tomorrow. Kung Sun-yin sat on a nearby chair deep in thought. The individual match of the 4th round is called the Brutal Defeat match. Only 2 out of the 70 contestants will advance to the individual match of the 5th round. After that, as long as you advance to the top 4 in the 6th round, you can obtain a rare S-level resource. Kung Sun-yin resolutely whispered, "Even if it's for a powerful family, having abundant resources, an S-level resource isn't easy to obtain. If I can get it, my strength will definitely improve a level." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Chun-Yi, your strength has been revealed." Ngo-Man happily continued, "With your strength, you can wipe out the team from 5 ordinary colleges by yourself. But in tomorrow's team match, their training will take precedence. As long as you protect them, that's enough. Try not to take action." Chun-Yi nodded and replied, "I understand." Suddenly, 2 girls walked in. Upon seeing Chun-Yi, they exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, it's the amazing Yi." This voice attracted countless other girls rushing over. They surrounded him. "Classmate Chun-Yi, it really is classmate Chun-Yi. Oh my God, he's really handsome, he's even looking at me." Chungi awkwardly asked everyone, "Is it them?" They immediately replied, "I'm your fan, can you sign for me?" He asked in confusion, "Sign?" Immediately after, the group took out numerous pictures of Chungi and shouted, and me too. I also want to thank Ngi. You're really super handsome. Wait for the next match, we will always support you. Keep it up." Oh, my classmate Chungi is blushing. "So cute, Ngi, you must take good care of yourself. Absolutely don't get hurt." Boo-hoo. When he saw these pictures, Chungi's face darkened. "Is this really me?" Tong Halan, sitting next to him, gently said, "Chungi, you're quite popular." At that moment, a thought appeared in Kung So-nyen's mind, telling him, "Will Chungi be taken away by them? I'm really worried I can't keep up with his pace. Chunai will be abandoned." Kung So-nyen silently resolved, 70 only has 2 spots. "I must get it for sure," she whispered. "Brother Chungi, I will definitely get it." Seeing that she had been provoked, that thought was very pleased. At the same time, Chungi felt a chill run down his spine. He turned back in confusion to see what was happening. Suddenly, he felt a kind of sensation of being stared at right. That night, the individual match of the 4th round began. The contestants were taken into a wild forest. Everyone wondered, why a forest? Isn't the venue different every year? "I remember last year was a castle," someone responded. "The individual match of the 4th round is based on information compiled by the teachers and the military experts from various universities. It's made by whoever simulated and created the dungeon." A girl holding a staff looked around vigilantly and continued, "To make the dungeon resemble the battlefield more, the initial crafting has been set up randomly. Therefore, the venue will be different each year." She continued, "Not only that, the monsters we have to face each year are also different." Kung So-nyen carefully walked silently, observing the damp environment. Suddenly, someone asked, "Huh? So what should we do now? We have to—" Just as they were about to say more, their voice was suddenly cut off. The system appeared and announced, "Welcome students, the dungeon." This time, Nui Lum from the maze system explained the rules. Every half hour, mysterious monsters will appear around the deserted village. There will be a total of 3 waves of monster attacks. The monsters only consume you. All need to try to kill the monsters before being consumed. In the end, the 2 students who kill the most monsters will advance to the competitive single match of the 5th round. Before starting, the system reminded that this dungeon is not life-threatening. There is no option to retreat. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone cheerfully said that all we need to do is kill the monster. It's really that simple. That's right, there's nothing to worry about. Let's go into the dungeon. Practicing like this many times is not a problem. Kung So-nyen quietly observed everyone around. The unknown monster appearing randomly made everyone feel very uneasy. The system announced that the first wave of monster attacks is about to begin. Just as the words ended, a purple mist appeared. Kung So-nyen seriously looked towards the source of the mist. However, even though the mist had dissipated, the monster was nowhere to be seen. All that could be seen was the leaves shaking continuously. Kung So-nyen wondered silently why it hadn't appeared yet. At this moment, someone behind suddenly grabbed their neck and let out a groan of intense itchiness. That person irritably cursed, "Damn it, why is it so itchy?" Hearing this, Kung So-nyen was horrified. A purple substance had sprouted on that man's neck, causing him to scream repeatedly, "It's so itchy, it's so itchy." The more he scratched, the faster the substance spread. "It's so itchy, it's so itchy." He frantically charged towards Kung So-nyen and shouted, "Please, it's so itchy, it's so itchy, it's so itchy. Help me, classmate, help me." After that, that classmate was officially taken down by the monster. The system announced that Lum Thu from Danton University had been devoured by the monster and had exited the dungeon. Kung So-nyen silently doubted. She couldn't see the monster appearing at all. It must be a monster that can hide its form. Next, many classmates were affected, and everyone panicked and kept shouting, "What on earth is happening to them?" Although they couldn't see the monster, witnessing so many classmates being taken down left everyone in a state of panic. One in a bumpasto. What is going on? Where did these monsters come from? It's basically impossible to see the monster. How can we fight it? Amidst the chaos, only Kung So-nyen remained quietly pondering. We can't panic. First, we need to calmly find out where the problem lies. The monster must have a weakness. Kung So-nyen thought to herself throughout this formless state, still not existing herself. It could be that in a moment so many people were hit. The monster is infectious. What are they relying on to spread? While she was deep in thought, a small purple object suddenly lunged at her and attached to her arm. Seeing that purple object sprouting up made Kung Sun-yin narrow her sharp eyes at it. A fungal bacteria. Immediately, she created a flame to burn the purple object away. After killing it, Kung Sun-yin immediately realized the issue and spoke. So that's how it is. Kung Sun-yin transformed into a demon form. Then she raised her voice to inform everyone that there are spores in the sky. Once they fall on someone, they will quickly grow. Using fire-based skills to protect herself, the others immediately followed Kung Sun-yin's instructions. The fire system is activated, but there are also classmates who lack fire system skills. They are forced to speak up to seek help. Damn it, I'm a warrior. I basically have no fire skills. Classmates help me. Aren't we in a competitive relationship? At this moment, it shouldn't be about feelings. After a while, those classmates lacking fire skills were immediately taken down by monsters. The announcement system reports that the alien of the Royal College has been devoured by monsters and has exited the dungeon. Zhao Xiaoji from Lumion Academy has been devoured by monsters and has exited the dungeon. Lu Banban from Qingdong Academy has been devoured by monsters and has exited the dungeon. At the same time, Zhang Shonian whispered seriously, "Destroying these spores isn't considered killing. We have to find the monsters releasing the spores." At that moment, mushrooms sprang up from the tree trunks. They bared their fangs and released countless bacteria. That's why Zhang Shonian quickly found the monsters. She rushed up to tell everyone that they were in the trees. Just as Zhang Shonian took down a monster, the system announced that Zhang Shonian from Suhong University killed a monster +1. Other monsters also surged up continuously. Zhang Shonian, unafraid, flew in to attack Yan Yumi Ying Heiyan. The system rang out a series of announcements that Zhang Shonian from Suhong University killed a monster +1. At the same time, in the freshman arena, the team battle had also begun. The system announced that Team 5 of both sides had taken their positions to start building the competition arena and set up defenses. The team battle between Suhong University and Megao University has now begun. Just as the words ended, both sides charged in for a fierce attack. Seeing the other side rush in, the remaining side did not hold back and charged in as well. A red-haired guy immediately used his skill flame whirlwind attack, creating countless fire whirlwinds that rushed straight at the opponent. Opposite him, a robed figure countered with a water attribute attack. The two skills collided. The water blade cut through the fire whirlwind. But at that moment, Dan Wei appeared and extended his claws to cut through the water blade of the robed figure. He contemptuously said that the hardness of the water blade had been reduced. While Dan Wei was still rejoicing, an arrow was flying toward him from behind. Fortunately, Chu Yi timely raised a shield for him. Chu Yi reminded Dan Wei not to let the battle's pressure disrupt his judgment. Be aware of what's behind you. After that, Chu Yi turned to the blonde girl behind him and called out, "Zhang Jing, your responsibility is to provide protection for your teammates. You must be aware of all 6 directions and hear from all 8 directions. Such a lapse cannot happen again." Zhang Jing, being reminded, was extremely frightened. She was so scared that she tightly shut her eyes and screamed loudly. The girl with red hair looked angrily at the rival team. "Yet they can regard us as training tools." The angry guy in green armor shouted, "Brothers, can we really tolerate something like this?" In response came the determined voices of the entire team. "No way!" He ordered them to charge, and the big guy in green armor loudly said, "Charge and take him down." Both sides immediately rushed at each other, but at that moment Chun-Hee's phone received a notification causing everyone to stop. Kung Sun-yin happily bragged about the victory to Chun-Hee, smoothly ranking up. Chun-Hee thought helplessly about this girl. The guy in the cloak was very angry seeing Chun-Hee's dismissive actions towards the opponent. He shouted loudly, playing on the phone in the arena, showing no respect for the opponent at all. "I will definitely show you how tough I am." But just a second later, that guy heroically fell down. System notification. In this team match of Chaodang University, Tohang University wins. The next day, news of the freshman match spread everywhere. After the ranking up match ends, the individual round of the 4th stage will begin the 5th ranking up match the next morning. 4 matches will select 4 people out of the 8 competitors to level up. The afternoon of the 2nd day is the 6th ranking up match. 4 will level up with the competitors of 2 matches being Chun-Gi and Gui Hop. A streamer immediately started recording to introduce this hot news. Fellow students, today is the championship showdown of the individual match. Many witnessed this guy imagining Chung-hee and putting on a heartbroken expression while talking about his background. He comes from a poor background. Both parents are deceased, relying on himself to gradually become stronger in college entrance exams, the strongest paladin in history, astonishing others. Chung-hee Ten changed his tone to talk about Nui Hop. He is a prodigy from a century-old prestigious family possessing top talents and a special bloodline of warrior Nui Hop. This guy put on a pleased expression and said, "Who will finally take the champion's throne in the individual match? Let's look forward together." The streamer encouraged that he would live stream the entire battle process for everyone. Remember to like, don't get lost. After watching the encouragement video, people started buzzing about the two fighting against Voong Hien. So this team battle will truly be very exciting. Fighting against Ngui Hop this time is definitely a test of Ngui Hop's battle from a few days ago. Didn't you see it? The style of that battle was very brutal. I feel like this battle won't be easy at all. Unfortunately, the goddess Kung So Nien encountered Ngui Hop in the 4 out of 2 match. Otherwise, it would have been interesting for Tohang University to compete for the champion and runner-up. At this moment, the clear sky was suddenly shattered by the sound of helicopter blades. Everyone quickly dispersed, leaving room for the helicopter to land slowly. As soon as the door opened when they saw the person inside the helicopter, the locals were in an uproar. "It's Tohang University!" As Tohang University stepped out, they received countless compliments from those around. "Goddess Kung is truly beautiful. Goddess face. I will always support you. Tong Ha Lan, don't be discouraged. You will definitely succeed next time." 2 goddesses asked for a group photo, hoping to get autographs. Wherever Chung-hee went, cheers followed. Chung-ai suddenly noticed another helicopter approaching. He exclaimed loudly, "Ma-do University is coming too!" The cheers immediately shifted to Ma-do University, Ngui Hop, Ngui Hop, Ngui Hop. Dean To stepped forward to greet Ngo Mang. "Good morning, Dean Ngo. Today, the champion and runner-up of the singles match will appear between your school and mine. The second place in the friendly match, the first place." Ngo Mang happily replied, "Good morning, Dean To." But inside, he looked down on them thinking, "Based on Ngui Hop's abilities, do you really think you can compete with Chung-hee? That's just daydreaming." At this moment, Ngui Hop had noticed Chung-hee from afar. Ngui Hop silently made a resolution. "Chung-hee has finally arrived. This is the final battle. I will definitely defeat you and claim the championship." Finally, the battle was about to take place. Before entering the match, Chung-hee broke into a strange smile. The system announced, "Let's welcome the competitors from both sides, Chung-hee and Ngui Hop, to the competition field. The match is about to begin. Please, audience, take your seats." The countdown timer was visible in the stands. The audience was incredibly excited, cheering non-stop. "Let's make a big scene. Ngui Tae mighty Ngui the super brother. Ngui, please don't lose. Go and Ngui Hop defeat the prestige of Tohang University." So many people who just stepped on my foot. At the Chu family, Chu Hang was also watching this match with Old Man Chu. There were only 3 seconds left on the countdown. Old Man Chu asked, "This kid from the Nui family has been called the #1 talent since childhood, receiving all the resources of the prestigious family for training. Can Chung-hee win?" Chu Hang replied seriously, "He can." After analyzing Chung-hee's exam, all records of his battles, his growth rate is astonishing. His abilities are absolutely far beyond those of his peers at a top level. Chu Hong looked at the screen and continued speaking. "Ngui Hop is the outstanding descendant of the Ngui family, worthy of the title genius. But it seems that Chung-hee can see the shadow of the ancestors on him. At this moment on the arena, the countdown has ended. The system notification has begun." As soon as he finished speaking, Chung-hee used the blessing of the courage god. Sacred blessing, holy light 10. Holy light protects the weapon. Blessing, and Ngui Hop charged straight at him with the sword in hand. Ngui Hop flew up, his face filled with anger, swinging an attack toward Chung-hee. His whole body emitted a source of golden light. The 2 sources of power clashed, creating a thunderous sound. Ngui Hop furrowed his brows, tightly staring at him. Chung-hee's face was cold. Chung-hee swung an attack toward Ngui Hop. He immediately jumped up to dodge. Ngui Hop, with sharp eyes and furrowed brows, dove down. Ngui Hop's eyes were bloodshot, his face terrifying, roaring loudly. Together with the explosion, his whole body emitted red light. Ngui Hop gripped the blade tightly, shouting, "Blazing fire." Blade technique. Ngui Hop was in a fighting stance, slashing with sharp blade strikes. Chung-hee calmly dodged. Chungi evaded the attacks, thinking quietly. Together with the explosion, the unique skills of the warriors, those who use the four attributes, will gain enhancement at different levels. However, correspondingly, after 3 minutes together with the explosion, he would enter a weakened state. Aside from the unexpected incidents of the explosive skill, he also unleashed the skill of the blazing fire blade technique. This skill is similar to the corn skill, allowing for combat. At the same time, it carries the harm of the fire attribute magic. Chungi dodged Ngui Hop's attack. He rushed quickly towards Chungi, but an arrow caught him off guard. Chungi was ready to fight. It's no wonder he is the top of the new students at Manhwa University. Chungi, with sharp eyes and an unfazed face, dodged. Ngui Hop shouted angrily, "Thunderbolt slash!" The blade in Ngui Hop's hand radiated a ring of red light like fire. Thunderbolt Strike, an A-level skill of the warrior profession, uses extremely fast speed to swing the blade. The higher the level of the striking skill, the higher the power attribute will be. The striking speed will also be faster. The limit can reach a striking speed similar to Thunderbolt. Ngui Hop's eyes were bloodshot, his face furious. He thought to himself that he had already trained this skill to level 9 countless times. Without cutting, Ngui Hop swung down hard. Chungi held the hammer in his hand to block the blow. Both sides clashed, creating a dramatic scene. Ngui Hop gritted his teeth in anger, thinking how great the power was. Ngui Hop added more force to the blade, thinking that the weight of his battle blade was thousands of pounds. Under the enhancement of Thunderbolt Slash, the kinetic energy produced was extremely frightening. Even if it were an alloy of solid metal, he still had the confidence to cut through. Chungi's face with a hint of fear. But I am at a disadvantage in the competition against him. It's not easy to be rigid with him. Chungi pushed hard, causing Ngui Hop to be thrown back. The weapon in Chungi's hand transformed a beam of golden light, divine light at level 9 grade B. With two hands, Chungi unleashed a beam of golden light that appeared like a giant sword. Ngui Hop confidently laughed and said he had already prepared for this move of yours. Ngui Hop knelt down, his face terrifying, shouting loudly, "Fight!" as he emitted a beam of red light. A very strong beam of golden light. Principal Toe looked at the scene in front of him in fear. Two sources of power collided, creating a massive explosion. Ngui Hop knelt in the middle, his whole body seeming to have an extra layer of armor for protection. Ngui Hop stood up, his smile even more terrifying. His hand rested on his large sword. A system panel appeared in front of Chunai. Ngui Hop's awakened innate ability. Battle Frenzy with a rank of S. Battle Frenzy extends the time Ngui Hop's mental attributes increase. All injuries will be reduced by 80%. But after Battle Frenzy ends, the state of battle will double these injuries. Back to Ngui Hop, he quickly rushed towards Chungi. He looked at him, thinking he used it so quickly. It seems he wants to defeat me quickly. Ngui Hop's innate ability, Battle Frenzy. The longest activation is over 2 minutes. The best method is to extend it until the end of the Battle Frenzy time. But even with an 80% damage reduction, he could still defeat him. Ngui Hop swung his sword at Chungi, who blocked each attack. The two weapons clashed, making a loud sound. Ngui Hop attacked, and Chungi thought to himself, facing a holy knight with many healing skills, a long battle would be a very foolish strategy. Therefore, at the start, I chose to activate the skills of both Berserk and Battle Frenzy, leveling up my strength to the limit. In the blink of an eye, a huge explosion occurred. The crowd below was discussing, and everyone was astonished. One person said, how could he choose to collide head-on? Ngui Hop was in peak condition. The best thing now was to prolong the time. The two gods showing such strength proves they are extremely confident in their own abilities. I believe in the two gods. Ngui Hop moved quickly, slashing towards Chungi. His whole body leaned back, dodging. Chungi raised his hand, a beam of golden light shot out. He said, "Victory will come quickly." A large seal appeared in front of him, and a giant golden arrow appeared behind Chungi. Ngui Hop was enveloped in a beam of red light, his fierce face shouting, "Come here!" A huge explosion occurred. Ngui Hop laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, your quick victory is useless." Chungi remained calm, raising his hand to his forehead to cast a spell. He said, "Now it's a bit early to laugh." Quang Chi's punishment, the lightning strikes, fell quickly and fiercely, attacking Ngui Hop. He was protected by a shield again. Ngui Hop frowned, thinking that it was indeed the strongest offensive tactic. Ngui Hop held the sword to fend off the lightning strikes, thinking that even after reducing the damage by 80%, it was still a bit painful. If he hadn't gone into a frenzied battle, a single blow might not be enough to defeat him. Ngui Hop looked up. The lightning was starting to weaken, he thought, but Kwang Chi's punishment summoned a lightning strike that required at least a second to recharge. Ngui Hop stomped his foot on the ground, thinking that if so, he just needed to take advantage of the brief moment to strike and defeat Ngui Hop quickly. He charged forward, but was struck by lightning. Ngui Hop was shocked, his face filled with disbelief, thinking, how could this be? How could Kwang Chi's lightning attack be so fast? I clearly studied all the skills he used in the battle. Could it be that Kwang Chi's punishment has already reached level 20? The lightning struck Ngui Hop a powerful attack. A small orb emitted an excited voice, both fierce and brutal. I must emphasize again, you are currently watching the finals of the National College and University Exchange match. The crowd covered their eyes, exclaiming how merciless. A girl screamed, ah, while covering her face with her hands. Vuong Hien smirked. Ngui Hop screamed in pain, ah! Why? Ngui Hop looked at Chung Yi in front of him, not believing, thinking, why is it that I am clearly only 10 meters away from him? Chung Yi seemed to become gigantic before Ngui Hop, yet so small. Just one of Chung Yi's fingers could crush him like a step that could not be crossed, impossible to break through. Ngui Hop screamed, I don't believe it! The palm of his hand seemed to emit a red light. Ngui Hop gritted his teeth, his eyes wide as he shouted, Heavenly Shadow Blade! It exploded powerfully with dust rising. The massive explosion filled the area with dust. Chung Yi still stood tall, his face unchanged. A red streak flashed across. Chung Yi glanced at the wound on his face. The red blade struck hard into the ground, creating cracks. Before Chung Yi, countless swords fell. Chung Yi observed the scene before him, secretly thinking the body transforms into gas. The rumors say that the ancestors of the Ngui family attained enlightenment in the battle of the demon realm, merging soul and magical power to forge countless weapons capable of killing a monster from a city in an instant. Thousands of swords lined up before Chung Yi, bearing a gloomy red color. Ngui Hop had not yet reached the level of the ancestors of the Ngui family, but the form of this gas transformation was still eye-opening. Chung Yi smiled and spoke. Finally, I don't have to play with you anymore. Suddenly, the swords moved and fell at an extremely fast speed. Thousands of swords fell down. Chung Yi raised his hand and gently moved his fingers, saying that if he used the previous technique, the audience would be very disappointed. Therefore, this time, I will demonstrate the fusion skill that I created myself. Everyone look, a cold breeze blows in, freezing 1,000 miles. Chung Yi stood in the middle of a giant blue vortex, his hand outstretched in front, controlling the power. Chung Yi stepped forward, and the ground began to freeze and spread everywhere, creating a layer of ice covering the entire arena. The drone was flying excitedly. The voices of the audience and classmates were heard. The skill of classmate Chung Yi has covered the entire arena. Now we can't see what's happening on the arena. The crowd was excited, shouting out loud, wondering what was happening. One person angrily shouted, What the hell is this big move again? Why is there ice magic? The elder stood up excitedly. Chu Hong exclaimed in surprise, Elder, elder! With a shocked and panicked face, pointing forward and shouting, Chu Hang, have you seen the power of the elemental ice so thin? Chung Yi placed his hand in front and cast the spell. Thousands of swords gradually froze. Thousands of swords were frozen and bound by golden threads. Chung Yi clenched his fist, his sharp eyes and the golden rays pierced through the ice shards, instantly shattering them. Chung Yi grasped the pendant around his neck with his other hand, surrounded by golden threads. Ice shards flew everywhere. Ngui Hop was thrown back, hitting the ground hard and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The ice layer slowly disappeared. The announcer's voice rang out. Contestant Ngui Hop has lost consciousness in this match. Contestant Chung Yi wins. The crowd cheered happily. We won. Chung Yi is the champion. The senior is too strong. The announcer's voice rang out. Congratulations, Chung Yi. Seiche. Thank you, contestant Ngui Hop. They have brought an excellent and spectacular showdown for the audience. This is absolutely the most spectacular battle in the recent 15 exchange matches. Let's all cheer for the top genius of this young generation. Chung Yi raised his hand high, smiling. Behind him, fireworks exploded across the sky. The drone's voice echoed, the individual match will conclude. Next will be the team match and the survival match. Let's all look forward to it. Ngo Mang happily said, At such a young age, he can use the secret technique of the Ngui family, using the body to harmonize with the energy. If placed in the exchange match a few years ago, there would be no doubt he would be top 1 in strength. It's a pity he encountered Chung Yi. Kung So Nyin, standing nearby, smiled as she stroked her hair. Ngo Mang looked at Chung-yi, yawning while stretching, and thought. Based on the current imagination, to defeat Ngui Hop Chun-gi would probably have to use the Celestial Divine skill. This time we only used one Guangqi to punish and merge the skills of a light element and an ice element. The successor is quite formidable. Ngo Mang placed his hand on Chun-yi's shoulder and praised, "Well done! This time our Su-Hang University also won the championship in the individual match." Tong Halan spoke up. "That's right. Although our team match has won for 4 consecutive years, we haven't won the individual championship in these past 4 years. Brother Ni has truly made us proud." Wang Ti-sin happily and confidently said, "The team match tomorrow will compete against Mado University. Now that Wei Hei is seriously injured, Mado University poses no threat to us. The first place in the team match is already in the bag." Tong Halan exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, remember to be modest, don't be too arrogant." Kung So-nyin hugged Lin Hai and smiled, saying, "Brother Chung-yi, earlier Little Hai made a mistake. You definitely can disguise yourself as a great mage." Lin Hai shyly blushed and pulled her hat over her face, saying, "Classmate Chu, I'm just—" Kung So-nyin cheerfully called out, "Brother Chung-ai, let's relax with everyone tonight." Chung-yi scratched his head. The lively scene of a nighttime street and eternal game merging with reality. Perhaps in about 300 years, the birth of strange, magical beasts and chefs, and the emergence of arranging careers, causing all kinds of delicious foods in the entire Lam Tin to increase by thousands and tens of thousands. In the most bustling administrative area of Tankin City, the East City has a famous food street. Whether flying in the sky or running on the ground, anything can become a delicacy, satisfying the cravings of customers. The voice of the shop owner rang out, "Grilled dragon meat! Grilled dragon meat! 25 dragonlings. Fresh meat that melts in your mouth. Blood from the Lang King, nourishing yin and strengthening yang, enhancing beauty. Deep-sea fish balls, selecting the meat from the deep-sea overlord fish. Crispy and chewy, delicious beyond measure." Tong Halan linked arms with Lin Hai and walked with Wang Tiexin, saying, "That looks really delicious, doesn't it?" Lin Hai, holding a hawthorn candy, smiled. Kung So-nyin and Chung-yi walked ahead, chatting happily. Alung stood from afar, looking at Kung So-nyin, saying, "Top-notch." Alung then tossed 2 skewers of meat to the guy behind him, adjusted his hat, and said, 100 points, 100 points. That guy was startled and asked, "What are you doing?" Alung replied, "To strike up a conversation with such a top-notch girl, it's hard to come by in a lifetime. If you miss it, you'll regret it for life." The guy was surprised. "She already has a boyfriend." That guy sneered. "So what if she has a boyfriend?" Alung. "Aren't I here to get a chance?" Chung-yi turned around, his face cold, his sharp red eyes glaring. Alung suddenly felt scared. The guy saw this and mockingly asked, "Have you given up? This isn't your style, right?" Alung pointed at Chung-yi, stammering, to God." A moment later, Kwang So-nyin bent down panting and said, "The legendary food paradise is indeed not overrated. We've been walking for an hour now, yet we haven't even covered half of it." Tong Halan linked arms with Wang Tai-shin and said, "Here there are 6 roads connected together, so of course it's not easy to navigate. All right, you two sit here and save our seats for us. We'll go buy some food." Wang Tiexin scratched his head and said, "I also want to take a break." Tong Halan stood behind and nudged her, saying, "Take a break. Are you kidding? Let the couple have some peace. Are you a light bulb?" Lin Hai stood behind, turning to admire the charm of the O Liu 55 bar. The owner cheerfully introduced, "O Liu wine can indeed elevate one's agility. Each bottle is 800 milliliters. It's good to drink for oneself or to gift to others." Kwang So-nyin heard this and pointed at the bottle of wine, saying, "We want 1 bottle. The owner then brought out a bottle of wine and 2 small glasses, saying, "Dear customer, your O Liu wine is 200,000 middle-tier coins. Please proceed with the payment." Right after the phone rang, 200,000 has been transferred. Kwang So-nyin held the wine glass, looked at Chung-yi, and said, "Brother Chung-yi, congratulations on winning the singles championship." They clinked their glasses and Chung-yi said, "Cheers." Kwang So-nyin downed her glass in one go and then suspiciously said, "This wine doesn't seem very strong." 10 minutes later, Kwang So-nyin's face turned red from drunkenness and she hazily asked, "Brother Chung-yi, why are there 2 of you?" Chung-yi looked at her and asked, "You got drunk that quickly?" Kwang So-nyin laughed cheerfully, counting 1 brother Chung-yi, 2 brother Chung-yi, 3 brother Chung-yi. Chun-Yi looked at her side and said, "It's a level 19 professional. A drink like regular wine cannot get you drunk easily, of course. But this O-Liu wine is brewed using O-Liu's heavenly treasures of level D. Although the alcohol content isn't high, it can easily make others drunk." Chung-Yi Tan stood up and said, "It's getting late. Xiaotong and the others haven't returned yet. Let's go look for them." Kwang So-Nien extended her hand, speaking in a coy tone. "Brother Chung-Yi, I'm not going anywhere." Before she finished speaking, a voice rang out, "Handsome brother." The girl held a glass of wine, her alluring face looking at him, and said, "My glass is empty. Can you buy me a drink?" Chun-Yi glanced at her, pointed to the back table, and said, "There's half a bottle of O-Liu here. 100,000 middle-tier coins, please pay." The girl laughed loudly. "You're quite interesting, handsome brother. I find you very likable. How about we find a quiet place to continue our conversation?" Kwang So-Nien's face turned shy and flustered, her long hair partially covering her eyes, her lips slightly parted. Kwang So-Nien angrily pushed her away and shouted, "You're getting too close!" She whispered in Kwang So-Nien's ear, "Little beauty, you're being inappropriate like this. I see you and your brother are not in a relationship. How could you block his romantic fortune?" She thought to herself, Zhou Yi, the strongest newcomer this year, and Kwang So-Nien. His friend, too many people think Kwang So-Nien is Zhou Yi's girlfriend, but I know these two are not in love. Enchanting eyes, a foolish young man, a girl just discovering love. These two still need some time to break through the paper window. This is truly a good opportunity for me to take action. If I can make Zhou Yi kneel under my skirt, then all the resources he can gain will become mine. She moved closer to him and said, "Brother, don't you think so?" Kwang So-Nien blushed angrily, stammering, You. Zhou Yi immediately grabbed her hand. Kwang So-Nien looked surprised at the hand being held by Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, with a calm face, said, "I don't mind little Nien blocking my romantic fortune." Zhou Yi held Kwang So-Nien's hand and walked away, not forgetting to leave a remark. "Moreover, I think you're quite ordinary, not really romantic at all." She was left speechless, ordinary. Zhou Yi held Kwang So-Nien's hand as they walked through the crowd. Kwang So-Nien stopped. "Brother Zhou Yi." He turned back to look at her. Kwang So-Nien looked up blushing and said, "I like you." Zhou Yi was surprised and exclaimed, "Little Nien." Kwang So-Nien with rosy cheeks said, "I know I shouldn't say such things before the match, but I don't like all those girls surrounding you. When I see them, I want to behind them. It seems like another persona of mine appears, eliminating all of them." Kwang So-Nien threw herself into his arms and asked, "Can I be your girlfriend?" She fell into his arms, and before drifting off, she said, "Is it yours?" Wang Tizhen, holding a bun, was about to take a bite when she felt an itch. Halan, Wang Tizhen, and Lin Hai, holding buns, opened their eyes wide in surprise at the scene before them. Blue skies, white clouds. The alarm clock rang. Kwang So-Nien vaguely remembered what happened last night. "I like you." She suddenly sat up. Kwang So-Nien blushed, poked her head out to look at Ngo Man, and when she saw her, she called out, "Little Nien, you got up a bit late today. Let's have breakfast." Wang Tizhen waved at her. Lin He-Tong, Halan, and Zhou Yi looked at her. Zhou Yi quickly turned his face away, eating voraciously. Tong Halan and Lin He squinted at him. Kwang So-Nien pulled out a chair, wondering, could it be that I just had a dream? Was it really just a dream? Kwang So-Nien blushed, her face dazed, picking at her food. Zhou Yi remained calm, but nothing happened. Lin He and Tong Halan leaned close to each other to look at her. Last night, Zhou Yi held her in his arms, looking at the three of them, said, "Please pretend you didn't see what just happened." Tong Halan, confused, asked, "Why don't you two like each other?" Chun-Yi looked at Kwang So-Nien sleeping soundly and said, "The Kung family of Suin province is an ancient clan that has existed since before the Eternal Game descended. The Eternal Game became a top-tier clan power in China hundreds of years ago. Now that I have some reputation and am a direct disciple of Master Vung Hui, it doesn't seem too bad." Chung-Yi looked up at the sky and said, "But such achievements are not enough in front of the Kung family. I don't want to put little Ni in a difficult position when I have absolute strength. Regardless of what clan power it is all dust. This is all just a matter of time." Tong Halan covered with a bread roll and whispered, "Brother Ni, pure war god, I will always support you. From now on, I will be the head fan of you and Sister Nien." Chung-yi ran, sweating profusely. Ngo-man put down the chopsticks and said, "The universities and colleges participating in the finals of the National University and College Student Exchange Team competition consist of 10 schools. Each university and college will need to compete against the other 9 universities and colleges. A total of 45 matches will be conducted based on the order of victories to rank the top 3. Today is the 9th match of the team competition. We just need to win this one. The champion of the team competition will be ours. I hope everyone can defeat Mado University without being arrogant." Everyone said in unison that they understood. Ngo-man happily raised his hand high. She looked at Ton-kyu and said, "Ton-kyu, as a substitute team member, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Tong-fung, standing next to her, said that Ton-kyu as a summoner would bring great support to the team. Everyone on the field must prioritize protecting her. Dean To spoke up. "As the team leader, I can encourage everyone through words, but it's not necessary. Ngui Hop was severely injured and still unconscious. The strength of our representative team has dropped significantly. Moreover, with Chung-yi here, we cannot achieve first place." Dean To thought to himself that he had never thought there would be such an all-rounder freshman. If we compare the strength of all our athletes as 1, then Chung-yi is either 2 or 3. He is strong to the point of being unbelievable, just like a monster. No, he is a monster. A person who can almost sweep all top universities and colleges. Dean To clenched his fist in encouragement and said, "But I must say that today's match, even if we lose, we cannot lose the honor of Mado University to let other schools look down on us. I need everyone to give it their all. Can you do it?" Everyone replied in unison that they could proceed. Leading the way was Dean To, followed by 5 students from Mado University with a strong momentum. Ton-kyu considered and said, "Even with Ngui Hop here, the outcome will still be failure. Is Mado University going to be 3rd place again this time?" But 7 years ago, the captain was severely injured and still couldn't make it to the field. Based on the coordination and the super strong abilities of the team members, they defeated the opponents. It's quite a coincidence to mention. That year was also when Mado University and Tu University competed. Hong Ton-kyu touched his face and thought, "If I use that method, I could have Mado University carry me through the desperate situation to recreate the miracle from 7 years ago." The drone flew high above. The anticipated team match between Mado University and Tu University will immediately begin. However, before the match starts, let me announce the rewards first. The top 3 of the Professional League of Ha-Vim for the first team match. All players from the 3rd-ranked college team, including substitute staff, will receive a pre-prepared set of 3-star golden grade equipment based on their rank. The 2nd place in the team match will all receive a pre-prepared set of 4-star golden grade equipment. As for the 1st place in the team match, all members of the Ha-Vim Professional League will each receive a set of 2-star epic grade equipment. The crowd below was astonished and cheered. Wow, the atmosphere was electrifying, truly admirable. The rewards for this friendly match have not only doubled compared to last year, it's truly a wealth beyond measure. I will risk it with rich people like you. Chung-yi, resting his chin in thought, spoke about the value of legendary grade weapons of the solo match champion, which were higher than epic grade equipment, but not as much as the rewards for the team match champion, which consists of a set with 7 items. The upper part, the lower part, the belt shoes, weapon, necklace, and ring. Each representative team from the university plus substitutes totals 10 people. 70 pieces of epic grade equipment plus their value would be enough to forge 2 legendary grade weapons. Vung Tit Tum smiled happily, both hands clasped in front confidently. "Ha ha, this time it's truly a bargain for us." Epic grade equipment quickly into the bowl. The host's voice echoed, "The rewards have been announced. Please invite the representative team from Tu University and the representative team from Mado University. Both sides step forward." The crowd cheered. "To University! Chung-yi! Chung-yi! Mado University, go for it!" The players from both sides have taken their positions. The group of Chung-yi was full of confidence. 3, 2, 1, start. The group of Ton-kyu had cold expressions. The atmosphere was tense. The Chung-yi group rushed forward. Chung-yi held a hammer. Vung Tit Tum was happy. Ton-kyu closed his eyes and raised his hand to cast. The spell before his eyes gathered into a ball of light. Ton-kyu raised both hands and murmured the incantation to summon the young dragon spirit. Regius, summon the swarm spirit. Jack, John, summon the giant snake beast. Haditha, summon the Hell Guardian Beast. Zebeus, summon the King Spirit. Kamala. Surrounding Tonkyu were 5 spirits appearing with a powerful aura. The spirits roared and charged towards Chun-Gi, with the King Spirit Kamala rushing up to unleash a powerful attack with a source of golden energy from its body. Lin Hai raised the staff to neutralize the attack. Lin He countered the previous attack. The swarm of bees lunged forward, stinging Ha-Lan. 2 fingers combined to cast a spell, and talismans flew out, sticking to the tails of the swarm of bees. Ha-Lan raised her hand and everything exploded like fireworks. Over here, Vung Tiet Tum was fighting with Haditha. Hung So-Nyin spun her weapon and charged forward. Hung So-Nyin slashed several times at Cerberus. Chun-Yi here avoided the attacks like a whirlwind. Her sharp eyes thought to herself, not bad. Real combat indeed allows one to progress the fastest. The coordination compared to before had improved by at least 30%. Then Tung Fung and the blonde girl were left speechless in surprise. Tonkyu remained calm while casting spells. Chun-Yi used a few moves to knock everyone in front of him away. Chun-Yi punched hard towards Tonkyu, but she remained very calm. With her eyes closed, Tonkyu concentrated on casting the spell. She suddenly opened her sharp, glowing eyes wide. A giant hand appeared to block the hammer. Chun-Yi frowned in annoyance. The giant hand caught the hammer. Tonkyu frowned and struggled against it. Lang Vim Vien Tiu, with her blood-red eyes, used her hands to absorb the attack. It then punched down hard, causing Chun-Yi to grit his teeth and brace himself. The ground beneath them cracked. Lang Vim Vien Tiu roared as a green circle surrounded her launching darts. Tonkyu was astonished. She gritted her teeth and summoned Haditha. Lang Vim Vien Tiu, with her blood-red eyes, clenched Haditha's neck tightly. Lang Vim Vien Tiu unleashed dark blood everywhere. Lang Vim Vien Tiu decapitated Haditha. Looking at Tonkyu, she said there was no need for such tricks. Why did you summon me? Tonkyu said fearfully while shielding herself, asking to fight. Tonkyu, trembling, pointed at Chun-Yi and said to defeat him. The Lang Vim Vien Tiu is a level 24 monster recorded as a legendary quality. Lang Vim Vien Tiu is a legendary beast with innate fire control extremely rare in numbers. Encountering it, one wouldn't know whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate. Lang Vim Vien Tiu roared. Chun-Yi was serious. The summoning artifact of legendary level. Lang Vim Vien Tiu. Lang Vim Vien Tiu looked at Tonkyu and said she should embrace death. Tonkyu fearfully waved her hand, saying to wait a moment. I am not. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Tonkyu used her hands to cover her face, meaning this. Lang Vim Vien Tiu soared up. Vung Tiet Tum asked in shock why it was a summoning artifact of legendary level. Lin He held the staff and cast the water shield spell. Surrounded by a sea of blue light, Lang Vim Vien Tiu dodged. Tung Ha-Lan spread her hands and murmured to cast a spell. Saying loudly, the royal earth is the base of the air, the origin of the 4 directions spirit. Obey my command. A rock rises up. She thought to herself that the water shield was a defensive skill. Additionally, it had been raised to level 8 by Xiao Hai. In the previous solo match, it had withstood the continuous attacks of the assassin player from Than Kin University. And now even Lang Vim Vien Tiu couldn't block a single strike. Lang Vim Vien Tiu delivered a punch that shattered the rock. Vung Tiet Tum surged forward. Tung Ha-Lan cast a shield spell. A red shield appeared. Lang Vim Vien Tiu leaped up. Its hands came together and struck hard against the shield. Tung Ha-Lan turned back and said thankfully the 2 brothers' boost helped. It enhanced the skill's effectiveness by more than just double. Otherwise, Lang Vim Vien Tiu would have broken through my defense. The legendary level magical beast is too strong. What should we do now, brothers? Chun-Yi raised his hand high and cast the Holy Light Heart Shield. A seal appeared. Lang Vim Vien Tiu swiped its claws fiercely at Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi looked at everyone and said, leave the match to me. You all get off the stage. Tong Ha-Lan, Lin Hai, and Vung Tiet Tum asked in unison, what? Vung Tiet Tum immediately said, what are you joking about? Brother, this is not a student from Mado University. This is a legendary magical beast. It won't hold back. Chun-Yi looked at her and said, look at me. Do I seem like I'm joking? I have a way to deal with Shik Vim Vien Ho. However, once the fight starts, I won't be able to care for everyone. Kung So-Nyin looked at him, her eyes full of worry. Brother Chun-Yi, you don't need to worry. We can handle it. Lin Hai quickly said, though my ability is small, I hope to contribute a little strength. Tong Ha-Lan exclaimed, Gi, brother, we are a team. Lang Vientiao struck hard. Chungi explained, facing a legendary magical beast, if you're not careful, you'll die. Even if the priest saves everyone after being saved, you will suffer a 7 to 30% loss and then go into a weak phase for 3 months where you can't train for real combat. Have you all calculated these 7% losses? Chungi placed his hand on Kung Sun-yin's head, rubbing it as he said, I know you are scared. I can't handle it alone. But in reality, your presence is what distracts me. Furthermore, Chungi looked tenderly at Kung Sun-yin. It's just a legendary magical beast. The crowd below the stage was astonished. A girl spoke up. A shocking reversal. A scene from 7 years ago may have been replayed again. Trio Huansu Tonkyu, a substitute player from Mado University, summoned a legendary magical beast, encouragingly holding the microphone and saying, Can Chungi succeed in turning the tide? Which team will ultimately win the championship? The red-haired guy laughed sinisterly. Ha ha, the legendary magical beast is just amazing. Chungi is definitely dead. The quality of a beast's attributes is divided into bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary levels. The corresponding attribute levels differ, and so do their strengths. For example, the charge skill in the hands of a bronze-level beast may only exhibit effects equivalent to a human at level F or E. But in the hands of a legendary-level beast, the power of a charge skill is at least at level A and can even reach level S. Even more terrifying is that legendary-level beasts possess various negative resistances, making them extremely resilient and hard to kill. The Spirit King in the Deep Abyss dungeon of Sohang University is merely at the epic level. In the match, the appearance of a truly legendary-level beast in the exchange team is simply unbelievable. The undefeated myth of Chungi is about to come to an end. The spectators exclaimed in astonishment, What is happening? Why are they giving up their rights? Song Halan Lin Hai and Vung Tiet Tum all showed a circle of seals under their feet. When giving up in the arena, they cannot sustain any damage. Chungi turned to look at Kung Sun-yin. She understood immediately. Kung Sun-yin Ten said, I also give up. Rectangles appeared around Kung Sun-yin. Chungi still stood there supporting himself with his hands. Kung Sun-yin paused, turned back to look at him and said, Come on, Chungi. Lang Vientiao punched hard at the barrier. Chungi jumped away to dodge it, letting out a roar. Red light appeared on both hands surrounding the ground, which began to crack, rocks flying and smoke billowing everywhere. 2 drops of red blood fell. Lang Vientiao, with a pitiful expression, looked at its severed tail and said, I'm hurt. Chungi transformed, holding a gigantic hammer standing tall, radiating golden light, and said, Xiaoni, she has already left the arena. I have nothing to worry about anymore. Now let me see just how powerful your legendary-level beast is. Damvi exclaimed, Am I still dreaming? Tonkyu Ten said, Chungi, he could actually injure a legendary-level beast in 1 strike. Lang Vientiao looked at Chungi and said, Humans have sensed the high bloodline aura within you. Lang Vientiao thought to himself that the Lang Vientiao clan is a legendary-level race born as rulers capable of dominating a region. In my memory, my mother had warned me about several high bloodline races that should never be offended. The past image was held by my mother, and now I am feeling the high bloodline aura from this human for the first time. If it weren't for him being too weak, even risking being countered by summoning magic, I would have immediately fled. Fortunately, he is just a human lucky enough to fuse with a high bloodline. Lang Vientiao slammed a punch into a surrounding field of energy, saying that I have possessed a human. Next, I will unleash my full power. It shot up a green energy appearing in its hand. Its red eyes glaring, 2 fingers brought together a weapon emerged in its palm. One end spiky, the other connected by a chain linking the 2 parts. Lang Vientiao grasped the weapon, a circular shape. Chungi calmly said, Come over here. Chungi extended his hand, holy light radiating onto a golden chain. Charging forward, Lang Vientiao raised his hand to cast a spell, throwing the weapon in his hand, colliding with the chain. Chungi immediately cast the Radiance Punishment. A burst of powerful green energy appeared. Lang Vientiao was blown away. He grasped the weapon in his hand, stabbing it into the ground, creating a line beneath the earth. The red eyes looked up at Chungi, staring at him in surprise without a scratch on him. Old Man Chu anxiously said quickly, Stop the fight. We can't let our family's hope be lost here. Chu Hong hurriedly turned and ran away, saying, Now I will go find Ngomang. Old Man Chu turned around and shouted, "Even if it means offending the University of Tohang, we must stop the fight to protect Chun-Yi." The director worriedly said, "Teacher Ngo, let it go. If Chun-Yi dies because of this, our China will lose a great general." Others said, "That's right, Chun-Yi will definitely grow up to be the one in power in the region. If he dies because of this fight, it will delay his rise in strength. That's a mix-up." Chu Hang rushed in saying, "Teacher Ngo, please, I beg you to let it go. My Chu family is willing to compensate 100 times to the University of Tohang." The person standing next to Ngo Mang said, "We absolutely cannot let this meaningless sequence of events hinder Chun-Yi. Teacher Ngo, quickly declare it." Ngo Mang scratched his ear and asked, "What do you think I am?" Ngo Mang recalled the past. What was the true strength of Chun-Yi? The principal of Tohang University clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Don't worry, as long as it's not a legendary beast above level 26, Chun-Yi can handle it." Ngo Mang looked at the screen, thinking that after level 20, whether human or beast, the gap in strength between levels is extremely large. Under the same aptitude conditions, a level 26 beast is equivalent to a level 24 beast, just newly at level 24. The gap to level 26 is still 2 levels short. He said that wanting Chun-Yi to win is basically impossible. Chu Hong anxiously said, "Aren't you afraid of Chun-Yi?" Lang Vientiao raised the weapon high, his red eyes striking down powerfully. Chun-Yi cast. Radiance. Punishment. A bolt of lightning flashed. Lang Vientiao was struck by the lightning, howling in pain. Feeling this divine power made his limbs numb. Then Chun-Yi added another strike radiance punishment. It howled in intense pain, prepared to counter roaring humans. "Let me see what skills you have. Come here." Chun-Yi thought from above. Radiance punishment is now an A-level skill at level 14. Strengthen the light element divine protection gifted angel S rank. After transforming into the body of an angel, the 4 senses are greatly enhanced, and the power of the light punishment I summon can easily kill the spirit-level enemies in the depths instance. But the shock on him only causes temporary damage, and he will quickly recover to his original state. It looks like he hasn't been hit at all. Chun-Yi observes Lang Vientiao with no interest. His recovery ability is truly frightening. It leaps up, standing right in front of Chun-Yi, golden energy flashing across its eyes. Thick chains of fabric surround it. It angrily looks up and shouts loudly, a joke that makes others frustrated. Chun-Yi thinks to himself, "I have fought with a legendary demon and defeated it before." But the opponent is severely restrained by the light attribute. There is basically no way to exert full power. I need to study the qualities of legendary rank a bit. Next time I fight a legendary rank, I can win. Lang Vientiao accelerates his attack speed. His speed has become faster, proving that his resistance to the attack of light elemental magic is getting higher. His adaptability is truly strong. No wonder during the Dark Age we humans sacrificed so many. Beasts are indeed much stronger than humans. With relentless attacks, Chun-Yi raises both hands to recite the blessing spell of the Divine Protector. Blessing on Ming, bestowing courage. Chun-Yi thinks to himself, enhancing the opening skills is to add before the angel's body transformation. After I use the body of the angel. Using the enhanced skills is the state of full prosperity in reality. Lang Vientiao jumps high. The ground cracks and stones fly everywhere. Li Hum exclaims in surprise. Chun-Yi can actually get stronger. The person next to him says thankfully he didn't directly attack little Q. If the summoned lion dies, the summon would also disappear. Following that, Tongfeng speaks up. Can he forget about this? The lion roars. Tongfeng immediately shouts, "Don't let your guard down, protect little Q well." Li Hum agrees. The 3 of them then take their positions. At this moment, Chun-Yi appears with a figure, with golden energy enveloping his body, golden lightning crackling from his hands. The Divine Lord and Ngo Kang also seem to unleash their power. Around them, flames erupt. The armored warrior transforms. Then he uses 2 weapons to merge into one, immediately transforming into a gigantic wish staff. At the same time, a hand appears that is 10 times larger. It slams down on him. Everything shatters under the power of the 2 of them. Then the hand lands on the ground. A strong force leaves a clear imprint, immediately causing an explosion. Everything around shatters. Everyone is terrified, panicking, running around to avoid it. At this moment, the level 3 mage of the Fire Alliance stepped forward. She opened the spell book. Then the droplets of water spiraled and converged in one place. When she shouted, "Water Guardian," A few seconds later, the droplets formed a circle with fierce currents. Finally, it became a shield protecting against the raging force. Seeing this, the girl with the black bun sighed with relief. "Phew, we are saved." The pink-haired girl clapped joyfully and said, "It's the level 3 mage of the Fire Alliance. We can be at ease now." And the guy in the t-shirt next to her also spoke up. "You scared me to death. Just now I was thinking I would die in the gym." Does the priest help us come back to life at this moment with a serious expression from the level 3 mage of the Fire Alliance? She pondered while using her hand to turn each page of the spellbook. She guessed that a fierce battle would occur today. The Fire Alliance had already assessed that the defensive magic level would reach level 7 before the opening match. The level 7 shield is enough to withstand the full-force bombardment from a peak level 2 mage. But then she paused, holding the spellbook and still lost in thought. A skill of Chu Yi's full-scale bombardment. This is something that hasn't happened in 100 years. It seems that my country has another ultimate genius. The honor of the Middle and Lower Kingdoms. The honor of humanity. At this moment, a foot came to a halt. The four of them stood still with shocked expressions when they saw the fierce lightning. A moment later, Lam Vien Viem Tio appeared. Its face was fierce, full of killing intent. It gritted its teeth and breathed fire with each puff. It thought, damn it, relying only on the power of the light and ice elements, swimming in its own blood, constantly sabotaging its own recovery power. Damn humanity, damn holy light. Then, in anger, it slammed both hands down onto the ground, causing the ground to crack, and exclaimed, "How can the great evil be killed here?" Immediately, Chu Yi punched it hard in the face. His body was smaller than Lam Vien Viem Tu's, but his punch was very strong, causing it to fall backward. Then it screamed. Just a second later, he lunged at it with his foot and shouted, "Die!" Chu Yi delivered a powerful kick, making it lose its balance and fall backward. At this moment, golden binding light fell down and fragments of earth flew in the air. Suddenly, a bird and a lion appeared, roaring fiercely. Then a voice rang out, causing Tongfeng and Tonqiu to be frightened and sweat. "Surrender or continue!" Then Tonqiu closed her eyes, withdrew her magic, and slowly replied, "We." Her voice echoed throughout the arena. "Surrender." At this moment, Dean To sighed with relief, and old Chu smiled in satisfaction. Shortly after, the surveillance camera emitted an encouraging voice. "The winner of this team match is Tohang University. Let's congratulate Tohang University for winning the championship. Let's cheer for player Chu Yi." Without his turnaround, we would not have witnessed such an exciting battle. Everywhere rejoiced, shouting, "Chu Yi God." And he continued, 10 universities and colleges, 45 matches have all concluded. Now I declare the final rankings of this team match. First place is Tohang University. Second place is Mado University. Third place is Qingjing University. All the audience excitedly shouted, "Tohang University!" Chu Yi God. Suddenly, a brown-haired commentator exclaimed, "It's hard to imagine Chu Yi is only 18 years old, and his fighting strength is already so strong. In the future, in the pinnacle career of Zhongxia country, Chu Yi will definitely be a name to remember." After that, he returned to his old state, tired and sweaty. In the recent match, a white-haired person's voice suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Chu Yi is actually Zhang Shunian." She ran over to ask him, "How do you feel now using the celestial body transformation?" Immediately, the orange-haired person hurriedly pulled the cameraman to capture this scene. "Hurry up, the camera is on the couple. My viewership depends on this couple." The online screen displayed the number of viewers watching the live stream, 50,000 people. At this moment, he gently rubbed her head and softly said, "Sorry for making you worry." Although he still felt a bit weak, his actions due to leveling up excited the viewers. They commented, "Indeed, a couple I absolutely cannot be mistaken." One person commented, "Please stop showing sweet moments, my heart can't take it anymore." "God is for everyone." Another person sighed, "Neon Fairy is so beautiful." Suddenly, a hand covered the screen and coughed lightly, "Ahem!" And then a series of comments appeared. "Who is blocking the screen?" "Just when I saw the highlights, can the streamer handle this?" "Streamer, deal with this person. I will give you a big rocket." That was Ngo Mang. He gripped tightly, breaking the camera, but his mouth still looked very cheerful. He said, "After the match ends, no live streaming is allowed. This rule do you not understand? Let me teach you." Instantly, the faces of the two turned pale, unable to squeeze out a drop of blood. After that, he turned to Chu Yi and said, "Go back to the villa first. I will explain the final survival match to everyone." A voice echoed at the villa later. The survival match is the final event of the team match. All the contestants from 10 universities and colleges will enter the dungeon freely exploring. Ngo Mang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, solemnly continuing to speak to everyone. Unlike the simulated dungeon of the second half of the fourth round, the individual dungeon of the survival game is a truly open-style dungeon. Therefore, in the survival game, everyone will encounter many unexpected situations. Even those with very strong abilities can have bad luck and get eliminated right at the start. He simulated a person. After defeating many monsters, the accumulated points will be plus 100. The rules of the game are also very simple. Killing monsters of a different level may earn you accumulated points. Next is a person waving a surrender flag. The accumulated points are reduced by 500, while the opponent's accumulated points are increased by 500. He continued that contestants from other schools will gain half of the opponent's accumulated points for 7 days. The school with the most accumulated points will win. Next, he spoke about the map in the Secret Realm. The scope of the Secret Realm dungeon is extremely vast. Each day, contestants can only search in a specific area. As the game progresses, the area available for searching will gradually shrink. Everyone must enter the new searching area within the specified time. Otherwise, they will be automatically eliminated. There is one more point you all need to remember. The entrance to the Secret Realm dungeon is random. Once you encounter the void area of the border, leave immediately. At this moment, a hint of sadness appeared in Ngo Mang's eyes as he spoke. The void area spans countless spatial cracks that can kill a third transition profession in an instant. Immediately after, everyone understood in unison. A moment later, on a night, a pair of feet were slowly approaching. The person walking was Dean To. He arrived at a base. Then the door opened automatically. The atmosphere inside became heavy. A prolonged silence where one could hear the breathing of others. At this moment, a voice rose. "Dean To, you have finally arrived." He walked to the table while asking. Aside from all the instructors leading the team from Tohang University gathering together, "What are your plans?" The dean calmly replied, "Dean To, if nothing unexpected happens, Tohang University will be the first in the survival game." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Are you willing? Transitioning to another place." At this moment, a girl with blue hair was casting magic. Above, there was a camera broadcasting live and the voice of the announcer. "Ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the National College and University Freshman Exchange Competition. The survival game is about to start. Therefore, this game will last a total of 7 days and 7 nights. Thus, the audience's venue will not be arranged, but will be transformed into a continuous live stream on the app. Please allow me to introduce the Secret Realm dungeon of this survival game." Then a sturdy-looking stone object gradually emerged from the smoke. An encouraging voice sounded. It was not an ordinary dungeon. "According to reliable news, this is a battlefield relic of the Beast Clan. Its name is..." Immediately, the gate gradually appeared. The MC continued. "The Beast Emperor's Gate." Seeing the gate, all the players were filled with excitement. A voice spoke up. "No need to check when this Beast Clan battle took place. The month and year are irrelevant. But we can be sure it is full of the unknown and danger. In the wilderness lurk fierce magical beasts not of low rank. Their sharp claws and fangs are always ready to welcome the challenge of anyone daring to enter." He continued. "Every inch of land, every piece of lava has the potential to conceal forgotten divine weapons. It could also bury rare treasures. Only those who are smart and brave enough can unearth its secrets." Someone heard this and joyfully exclaimed, "If I could obtain the divine weapon and rare treasure, would that mean I could succeed?" The black-haired man heard him and frowned, thinking to himself, "What school is so naive? This dungeon allows free exploration. It must have already been thoroughly searched by the military. How could there be any treasures left?" At this moment, the door began to open slowly, and the encouragement spoke up. "Contestants, please take your weapons. Trust in yourselves. Courageously face the challenge. We will await the legends from all of you." The black-haired man suddenly grew anxious upon seeing Chu Yi. "I hope I don't encounter him too soon in the dungeon." One could see that the shoulders of the man in the t-shirt exuded an aura of majesty. At the same time, another figure appeared, revealing only a long cloak that fell near the ankles. It gave off a luxurious and powerful feeling. It was Chu Yi and Wei Hei standing back to back. At this moment, Chu Yi was deep in thought. Even if their bodies came into contact, there was no way to teleport together. It seems that finding them will require some time. While lost in thought, he heard Wei Hei's footsteps leaving and immediately turned his head. Instantly, he used his strength to accelerate his movement, disappearing in an instant. He said casually, "You fool, is your accumulation point okay now? Can I make a move against you?" Then he created a hammer with a wicked expression and exclaimed, "Of course a rabbit must be fattened before it can be killed." At that moment, in another part of the forest, there was a green light shining. It was Ha-Lan. She was silently concentrating with her eyes closed when suddenly a red shadow moved on the tree. She maintained her position and calculated the location of the other person, determining that they were 1,000 meters to the north while the south was indeterminable. At this moment, Ha-Lan opened one eye, drew back her bow, aimed, and pondered, "If it were Chu Ni." Then the arrow shot away. The other person saw the arrow coming towards him and quietly guessed, a spirit arrow. The next second, Nui Hop quickly dodged and said, "Ha-Lan is one of us." His sharp gaze fixed straight ahead, and immediately the arrow stopped. At this moment, Ha-Lan said, "Good thing you spoke up in time." "Right. Why were you in such a hurry?" Hearing her words, he lightly touched his face and hesitated to reply, "Oh, did you meet someone from Suhang University?" Then he thought to himself, "I can't just say I should relax, I can directly use the shield transfer skill." Both of them moved together. She walked while saying, "Without the plant empathy skill, I can only search within a 10-mile radius. Moreover, in areas with covered vegetation, you are the only one who entered my line of sight to search." He understood and replied, "Oh, based on that promise, we will set off together. It seems like a good idea." She answered, "Okay." Elsewhere, a black-haired guy was observing the match through a tablet, bewilderedly voicing, "One Mado University, one Qingjing University, why choose to team up?" Hearing that he, wearing glasses and lying on the bed, slowly responded while reading, "The levels of the players are not significantly different. Everyone is wary of each other, which is why they are not taking action. Furthermore, the secret realm dungeons are perilous and just beginning. Choosing to cooperate is the smart way to go. The survival match becomes more exciting as it progresses. This is just the first day. By the 7th day, the machines that the players bring will reveal the locations of others. Eliminating other players is called thrilling." Hearing those words, he nodded, "So that's how it is." At that moment in the battle, a series of monsters from different species charged aggressively. Shungai used his abilities, lowered 2 fingers, and declared, "Fell in a heartbeat." He took down all of them. After that, he received continuous points, accumulating 100 points. A while later, in another place, ferocious green monsters charged and said, "This wild brat dares to invade my territory. Kill him, kill him." The next second, Chunengi's right arm glowed with blue energy, and he spoke with a wave. In a heartbeat, those monsters were frozen, unable to move. Then he snapped his fingers and walked away, the ice immediately shattered. Next, he eliminated the gigantic spiders, accumulating 500 points, then continuously added 50 points. At this moment, Chunhee swung the hammer behind him at the spider, taking it down easily. The system announced accumulated points increased by 200. After a while, he had defeated the monsters. Chunhee smiled with satisfaction and touched the blue ring, thinking, "Dealt with a tough opponent. Let's see how many accumulated points I have now." He looked at the information and considered, a mechanist can march alone using a probing robot to avoid high-level beasts, search for low-level magical beasts, and can also split forces to hunt down multiple paths simultaneously. No wonder Dean Ingo said before the survival match that it was the stage for mechanists and summoners to shine. The system displays the first rank Chunki 15792 accumulated points. Rank 2. Vung Hien Nam 940 Fei. Accumulated points. Rank 5. Li Mong Trek Hai 940 Vei. Accumulated points. Then Chungi pointed at the information silently thinking, the ranking of Tionyin. Halan's spiritual insights were all within her predictions. The information displayed rank 9 Kung Sunyin Tai, So 49 accumulated points. Rank 10 Vung Hiet Tum Hai, Sangsume Te accumulated points. Rank 11. Halan 2 002 accumulated points. Tradun suddenly stopped, confused. Chung-Yi's eyes narrowed, unable to believe what he saw. Dam V and Trung Cheat. Although their levels and combat abilities were not as good as those of the top students, were still average among the participating students in the match. Why were their accumulated points rankings so low? The bulletin displayed rank 72 Dam V 940 accumulated points, rank 81 470 accumulated points. At this moment, his hand suddenly froze. Chung-Hee's expression was filled with surprise and confusion. Has Dam V been eliminated? The bulletin updated rank 72. Dam V 940 accumulated points, eliminated rank 81. Trung Chit 420 accumulated points. After that, he pondered about the elimination. There were only 3 possibilities: Secret Realm Magical Beast and that other contestants had not arrived yet. The time for the round to close didn't allow for elimination in the special area due to the Secret Realm. Chung-Yi recalled the resilient appearance when fighting a ferocious giant snake and contemplated. Although Dam Vi was a reserve contestant, it didn't mean that his strength was lacking compared to other contestants in the match. Dam Vi could absolutely be considered of mid to upper level. He worked carefully and would not easily take risks if faced with a stronger opponent. Magical beasts could completely escape. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition. Could it be that other contestants are teaming up? Then Chung-Yi thought of those collaborating with malicious smiles in the Secret Realm. He needed to be cautious not only of magical beasts and individual contestants. Team 5, being weaker for the greatest benefit, would use cooperation, taking the opportunity to act and seek chances to eliminate members of other teams. It's possible to randomly enter the teleportation position of the Secret Realm. At the beginning, members of each team would be in an isolated state. Basically, no cooperation would form. Therefore, such situations might only occur in later stages. At this moment, the host spoke up. Contestants, please pay attention. The range of the Secret Realm is about to be reduced. Please reach the safe area within 3 hours. Otherwise, it will be considered a failed challenge. Hearing this, he was taken aback. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Secret Realm, something was moving in the canyon at lightning speed. The person exclaimed, "What terrible luck!" That was Chung-Yi. He quickly ran to a certain place, pondering as he ran. For the first time, the range was reduced to an unusual extent. You must put all your strength into running to reach the safe area in the allotted time. The matter of Dam V must be set aside for now. Suddenly, a beam of green light appeared at the mountain's peak. Then he turned in another direction. Chung-Yi used his skills to run to the mountaintop. At this moment, Donglin He was using magic to attack the orange-haired girl Tui Tien. Suddenly, Ngo Kang appeared weapon in hand and ambushed her. Donglin He turned around in panic. He launched a powerful strike and exclaimed, "Annoying like a woman." She quickly created a shield to block the attack. In the next moment, she executed a counterattack with Thak Chui. Then a giant spiked ball appeared above his head. The ball fell and crushed Ngo Kang. He stared, wide-eyed, mouth agape. Donglin He frowned in annoyance and said, "Squeak, squeak, this is really bothersome. Didn't your teacher teach you not to underestimate any opponent? Furthermore, do you think my memory is that poor?" At that moment, Lok Thang jumped up, seemingly attacking her unexpectedly. Donglin He assumed an attack position and said, "Do you think I would forget about you two?" Then she slammed her staff hard onto the ground. Just as she was about to strike, suddenly stones of various sizes flew towards Thak Lin Phúc. After that, Lok Thang was covered in stones, forming a sphere, and Ngo Kang was crushed as well. Both were immobilized and unable to resist. At this moment, Donglin He was taking deep breaths. She spoke up, "Will you surrender voluntarily, or should I seriously injure you first?" Suddenly, a hand clapped loudly. Donglin He was startled to see Li Qin hiding in the corner. Can you believe there was one more person hiding? He also saw her and exclaimed in disbelief that such an outstanding elemental mage existed in Tohang University. It seems a pity that Miss Dung has always been concealed in her team's brilliance. Just as he finished speaking, the hounds beside him immediately rushed toward her, and she loudly replied, using water arrow to deal with those hounds. In that moment, unexpectedly, a hound appeared behind Donglin Hai and bit her hand. Li Qin saw this and excitedly shouted, "Good opportunity, bite her arm off!" He thought to himself that without the staff, her speed and spell power would greatly diminish. She was already at a disadvantage and couldn't possibly be my opponent. Undaunted Donglin Hai smiled wickedly and said, "Good opportunity. You must seize it too." As soon as she finished speaking, a magic circle suddenly appeared beside her. This made Li Qin panic and shout, "Without a staff, how can you do this?" Consequently, a large explosion occurred. The force of the explosion knocked Li Jian away, and even his 2 hunting dogs were blown to pieces. After the explosion, the system immediately displayed a notification indicating that contestant Li Jian from Chingchun University was severely injured in a coma and could no longer participate in the match. This notification announced that contestant Li Jian was eliminated. Contestant Duong Linghai gained 1050 accumulated points. At the same time, Duong Lin He lay gasping on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "This is bad, my magic power has been depleted." Then one of the attackers in the crowd saw this and took the opportunity to try to finish her off. Ngo Kang threw a sharp knife at her decisively. Suddenly, a foot appeared out of nowhere. This scene shocked him, and he thought, who is blocking the path of his knife? It was none other than Chu Ni. He raised his leg and angrily shouted, "Seeking death!" Just one kick from him caused a huge explosion. At this moment, Duong Lin He tried to call out to Chu. She used her last bit of strength to call out his name and then fainted. Afterwards, the match review system announced that contestant Ngo Kang from Nakki University was severely injured in a coma and could no longer participate in the match. Contestant Ngo Kang was eliminated. Contestant Chu Ni gained 1,240 accumulated points. Suddenly, while Chu Ni was treating Duong Lin He glanced over at someone. It turned out to be looking at the guy named Lok Thang. Planning to sneak attack, his murderous gaze startled Lok Thang, and the system then announced that contestant Lok Thang from Trio Duong University forfeited. Contestant Duong Lin Hai gained 1,860 accumulated points. After those 3 notifications, Chu Ni believed that these 3 were clearly not from the same school participating in the match to eliminate Lin Hai. This was not a coincidental collaboration that could achieve such results. After a while, he helped Duong Lin He to another place to rest. Suddenly, his bracelet sent a notification, rank 69. Chapter to 680 accumulated points eliminated. Even Duong Lin Hai received the same notification, rank 69, chapter to 680 accumulated points eliminated. This made her angrily exclaim, "Chapters, he must have been surrounded and attacked. Those despicable, shameless people." Then she turned to express her confusion to Chun Hee. "Ni Ge, this whole situation is very strange." The entrance to the secret realm was clearly completely random. How did they manage to gather so quickly on the first day and accurately locate our people to launch a siege? No. He voiced his thoughts on this. "I suspect they used some special method to track the positions of others." This made her furious, shouting, "This is cheating in a nationwide competition. How dare they do such a thing?" However, he added, if this is a special skill possessed by one of the members, then it would be difficult to determine that it is cheating according to the rules. But if they use methods that cannot be seen by others... His eyes were filled with fierce determination as he declared, "I will make them lose everything." Suddenly, Tang Lingxi said sadly, "Sister Nian, they are still scattered everywhere. It is very likely that they have been surrounded and attacked. I'm scared." Upon hearing this, Chu Ni gently comforted her. "The 9 leaders have joined forces. They must be trying to weaken my power. 6 days ago it was them. Then on the last day they targeted me. Little people. It is true that they encountering an ambush is unavoidable. Moreover, I confidently assert that in the face of absolute power, any schemes or tricks are useless. Today, everything they do 6 days from now, I will make them pay back double." His pride made her blush with embarrassment, and she secretly called out, "Big brother." Once she calmed down, he quickly took up his sword and left, but not before reminding her, "Do not get angry. Your wounds have not completely healed yet. Drink some potion. Stay here and rest tonight. I will go deal with the magical beasts around here." A few days later, the official announcement of the battle stated, November 20th, year 20614, the last day of the survival battle, the exchange battle of new students from universities and colleges nationwide. Today, 74 contestants will carry out the final slaughter, selecting the final rankings of the survival battle. The location information of each contestant will be displayed on the wristbands of the contestants. Let's wait together to witness the emergence of the strong. The audience began to buzz with excitement about the last day of the slaughter battle. The last day of the survival battle is truly something to look forward to. Suhang University has fought for 6 days, leaving only Chun Yi Tang Ling Si and Kung So Nyin. Isn't that right? The 9 leaders have a total of 71 people. The advantage of their numbers is too obvious. I wonder if Chun He can withstand the joint attack of the 9 leaders. At this moment, the reconnaissance plane reported the location inside the vast desert. A group of people is waiting for someone. One of them spoke up, saying, "Chunyi and Tang Lingxi are heading towards us." Ngui Hop looked at the map and quickly commanded, "Kung So Nien is in the northwest. Her strength is not bad, but it doesn't reach the level of a prodigy like Chunyi. Moreover, there are more than 10 people still close to her position. Halan, you take 5 people and join up with those over there. We must eliminate Kung So Nien. We have 47 people here. Let's deal with Chunyi together," Halan replied without hesitation. Right after the orders were given, Ngui Hop shouted to motivate the other contestants. "Based on Chunyi's speed, he will probably be here in about an hour. This battle is related to the final rankings in our exchange battle. Everyone must regain their spirits 100% and prepare fully." In another place, a sharp slash cut through the air. Kung So Nien easily knocked away the other competitors. Anyone who charged at her was met with a beating. Halan was also present and said, "Little Nien, it has been a long time since we had a serious match." She pulled her bow towards Kung So Nien and stated, "This time consider it me taking advantage of my strength over the weak. After the match ends, we will settle it fairly." Her words made Kung So Nien scoff and reply, "Little Lan, why wait until later?" Her power began to surge and she proudly declared, "In the past, Chunyi always worked hard to make you think I was easy to bully. Today I will show you all something new." Halan was shocked to see her transformation, recognizing it as the full effect of the enchanting transformation. She couldn't believe it. Little Nien had mastered the bloodline enchantment like this. This battle, even with 24 people, would require all their strength. So she quickly shot arrows to support the other competitors attacking Kung So Nien and loudly commanded, "Go!" In the desert, 2 monsters were fiercely fighting, but suddenly a massive force appeared, causing both to flee. Ngui Hop and Vung Hien patiently waited. Suddenly, a shockwave appeared. Debris flew everywhere, prompting Ngui Hop to call out to Chunyi. Just as he finished saying, "They're here," a giant approached. On the head of this giant were 2 people, Chunyi and Dung Lin He. Upon seeing him, Ngui Hop smugly said, "Chunyi, you must feel very honored." He revealed that to deal with him, they had gathered 47 top competitors from universities and colleges. His words made Chunyi scoff and ask sarcastically, 47 competitors? And he bluntly criticized them as just a motley crew. His insult touched the self-esteem of the competitors, causing them to angrily shout, "Arrogant, too arrogant!" And however, Chunyi showed no fear. On the contrary, he arrogantly asked them, "What's wrong? Am I wrong? Is there anyone here who isn't one of my defeated subordinates?" Then he pointed at them and challenged, "With the advantage of numbers, you managed to eliminate more than half of my Tohang University competitors, and now you unite to confront me. If it weren't for your numerical advantage, you wouldn't even have the courage to stand in front of me. Come here, you weaklings. Even if you join forces, it will be useless." His contemptuous words made them extremely furious. While he remained calm, he declared, "I will let you know a swarm of ants cannot kill a great dragon." Without hesitation, the battle began with Vung Hien being the first to activate HX Taikwit, followed by his 2 other friends, recklessly following my summoning, blazing fire sword technique. This was followed by others joining in. Chunyi jumped down from the giant's shoulder and loudly told Dung Lin Hai, "Wait for me there." At the same time, the system panel displayed a series of notifications, "Courage Bestowal." Moments later, he landed heavily on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward with his weapon in hand, and the skill system panel appeared, Blessing of Lei Min. One strike from him easily took down countless other contestants. With every swing, another group of contestants fell. His abilities made one contestant exclaim, "His speed is really something." However, another contestant thought that his strength was just that of a newcomer. How can a newcomer possibly fight against 47 people? At that moment, in front of Chunyi were the summoned monsters. Without hesitation, he charged towards them. One monster reached out to him. Its fist collided with his, and then his strength shattered that monster. The contestants at that time still did not stop. Angel attacks defensive stances. The Light Guardian shield was activated, and layers of magical defense were opened. Chunyi's power shattered one layer of defense, but not all of it. 3 pink-haired contestants saw this and smugly said, "There are still 6 layers of defense. I can handle it." Their words made Chunyi find it amusing. He responded, "Handle it." Then he pointed at them and proudly said, "This is just the beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic hand descended from the sky. This hand appeared and made Vung Hien pale with fear. The other contestants were no exception. They were so scared that they froze. But then they quickly reacted and shouted to each other, "Quick! Dodge, run, fast! Get out of the way or you'll die!" Unlike everyone else who was running away, Vung Hien stood his ground, ready to fight. Ngui Hop saw this and yelled, "Vung Hien, what do you want to do?" Despite the system sending red notifications, extremely dangerous, Vung Hien resolutely said, "Even if the chance of success is almost zero, I still want to give it a try." He stated that this was the strategy I thought of during the match. The iron plates were assembled together along with his analysis. In that match when I fought you, I observed it hundreds of times. The strength, the impact range of your divine hands. While trying to assemble the iron plates together, he explained, "The hand of the god looks incredibly solid, but in reality it is dispersed. If we can concentrate all the machinery we can, create a dispersed defensive screen that can withstand force. Perhaps it can withstand a critical strike." The moment Vung Hien finished assembling the iron protective barrier, Chu Ni's divine hand was about to reach it. Without any fear, Vung Hien shouted loudly, "Come here!" Thus, the divine hand collided with the protective barrier, and that hand easily pressed down on the barrier. It pressed down until the ground's shattered dust clouds filled the sky. Chungi, in a godlike posture from above, loudly questioned, "Your lives are in my hands. Surrender or be killed." Ngui Hop still refused to back down. He shouted your name and launched an attack. Chungi, one strike from him, rushed toward you with a shout that spread like a whirlwind. After delivering that blow, Ngui Hop panted heavily exhausted and thought, as long as Chungi can withstand this strike, he doesn't need to worry about what comes next. Shortly after, other contestants rushed in one after another. Talented wind/Thangun sword unsheathed. Seeing them ganging up on Chungi, Ngui Hop felt confident. Our people are ready. Even if we can't eliminate Chungi in one go, we can still severely injure him. Watching the group advance toward him, Chungi sighed. He said, "I'm finally going to use one hand." While deflecting attacks, he shouted, "I've been too merciful to you all." Without hesitation, he struck at each member of the Kwang Chi team. Punishing Vung Hien after being defeated, he felt regret. He thought that he had become stronger than before. Initially, he believed it would be a fierce battle, but unexpectedly, it was still one-sided. If I had known this earlier, there would have been no need to ally with 9 universities and colleges. He looked at the system board. "Do you want to surrender?" Then he sadly thought that this time he would become a laughingstock nationwide. Then Ngo Mang laughed loudly with satisfaction. He looked up at the screen displaying the battle and exclaimed, "The 9-School Alliance Dean Trin must have put in a lot of effort to deal with Su-Hang University." Hearing this, Dean Trin appeared oblivious. He replied, "Dean No, did you say that I don't understand?" Then Ngo Mang, annoyed by this attitude, said, "There are no outsiders here. Stop pretending." After that, he listed a series of names participating in this gang-up and concluded, Ngui Hop from Mado Halan, from St. Classics, Li Qian, from Than Thuong Ngo Kang, from Nyak Ki Lak Thang, from Chao Duong. If they aren't fools, they should be able to see what you all are scheming. Moreover, he posed a question that was more assertive than interrogative. Ordinary universities do not have the courage for this. Mado University, standing firm in second place, does not need to get involved in this muddy water unless it is Than Kin University. Who else could have the capability to unite the 9 universities and colleges? At this moment, Dean Trin was worried, thinking Than Kin University had the advantage in this competition, yet was still being beaten so terribly. In order to salvage its reputation, it could only resort to this desperate measure. Back to the day they met to find a way to deal with Chungi, he loudly questioned Principal To. If Tohang University ranks first in the 3 major categories of the exchange competition, where will that leave the reputation of other colleges? What will other colleges have to show for it? Principal To is not afraid to respond. Principal Trin, don't use these words as an excuse. My Mado University has ranked 3rd in previous years. This year, being able to get 2nd place is already satisfying. I don't have the time to fight for 1st place. Hearing this, Principal Trin immediately offered a good condition to entice cooperation. As long as you join Thankin University, I am willing to contribute 1 part of the S-level resources to your schools. This was naturally a show of sincerity for this collaboration. Taking this opportunity, my principal demanded 2 points less. Without discussing it any further, Principal Trin had to agree. He exclaimed, "It's settled." At this point, he shared the plan with the principals present at the meeting to ensure that their students wouldn't have to compete against those from other schools. They should strive to cooperate. It would be best to eliminate all competitors from Tohang University. Except for Chunyi, if you encounter him, run away immediately. Wait for everyone to gather and then deal with him together. Back in reality, Ngomang asked the principals if they were going to participate in this plan. You normally are considered prominent figures, so why is everyone silent now? He then turned to call Principal Feng Hak. Upon hearing his name, he quickly replied, "Huh!" He seriously considered Principal Feng Hak to be virtuous and esteemed. You always have a way to participate in this glorious matter without fearing to tarnish your honor, do you? He did not hesitate at all and craftily replied to Principal Ngo, "Why say that? Cooperating in this competition is indeed a reasonable strategy. We are not breaking any rules." His attitude made the principal snort in displeasure. Suddenly, Ngomang's voice became stern as he questioned, "Do you think that a few tricks can stop Chunyi from winning the championship? That's truly ridiculous." He confidently asserted that Chunyi's strength was evident. He is not someone that your tricks can deal with. True powerhouses never fear challenges. No matter who they face, they can still take first place against Tohang University. On the other side, a competitor pressed the teleportation button, but the system sent a red alert, "Cannot teleport. Please wait patiently." This caused Vung Hien to panic and shout loudly, "What?" At the same time, outside, the contestants defeated by Chunyi were all crying out, "It hurts too much, I surrender." "I surrender. Let me go back, I need a healer." "Why can't we teleport? It seems like Wang Xian has sensed that something is wrong. It's broken." At that moment, a strange space appeared in the void. A pair of gigantic eyes appeared from behind Chu Yi. At the same time, the deans saw this through the screens. Wu Mong wondered in confusion, "Why is it appearing in the secret realm?" Dean Cheng quickly ordered, "Hurry, forcefully teleport all the students back." At the teleportation gate, something strange suddenly happened. The person in charge of the teleportation gate anxiously reported, "The time and space are unstable. I can't open the teleportation magic." This statement caused all the deans to panic and fearfully voice, "The students in the secret realm are the most elite warriors of our Jia nation in the future. If there are losses here, it would be a huge blow to the nation. This is a nationwide live stream. If other countries see it, the honor of our nation will definitely decrease. Right, no matter what method, we must rescue all the students outside." Even Wu Mong was equally worried, wondering, can Chu Yi return safely? Suddenly, the screen experienced interference. The signal went dead. "Please reconnect." This startled the deans into a commotion. "What happened?" And they shouted to each other in panic, "We're at a critical moment. What is going on?" "Did you just see a strange beast appear behind Chu Yi?" "Huh, I didn't see." Upon hearing the warning, he immediately turned to look at the beast in the void. It brushed past him, so he quickly summoned his weapon and struck it hard. However, it suddenly vanished, leaving him confused. He told himself, "It's nowhere to be seen." At that moment, on the ground, Wang Xian's robot had landed. He stood safely on the ground. Immediately, Chu Yi asked, "What do you know?" The moment he landed in front of him, he mentioned that the beast was called the Void Beast. Moreover, he revealed that it had always been sealed in the secret realm, having not appeared for about 15 years, only existing in the stories of the previous generation of professionals, born in the endless void, transcending normal perception, freely traversing time in the time-space. Cracks between reality and illusion changing form, moving like a ghost, extremely difficult to catch. Its most terrifying ability is to tear apart space, creating chaotic time and space. Once caught in it, there is absolutely no way to survive. Just as he was asking how to break the seal of the secret realm, a loud scream suddenly echoed. The appearance of the Void Beast caused the contestants to scream in fear. "What kind of monster is that? Run away!" So Chu Yi prepared to punch it. This punch of his was extremely powerful. Facing it, the Void Beast felt the pressure of this strike and immediately opened its eyes. It suddenly appeared in front of Chun Yi and then delivered 2 slashes to his legs, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Just then another spatial door opened, and that portal sucked Chun Yi inside. He was not panicked at all, and prepared to counterattack his strike aimed directly into the spatial portal. Just as he was straining to fight this portal, he slipped, and the Void Beast prepared to attack him from the spatial portal. After a minute of hesitation, he unleashed his move and shouted loudly, "Holy power!" The attack carried terrifying power that ripped through the atmosphere. It charged straight horizontally like a furious lightning bolt. Each vibrant pink bolt was completely controlled by the Void Beast. In just half a moment, Sun Yin hurriedly hugged Chang'e to escape the shockwave from the fierce attack. Under the tremendous pressure, both crashed into the cold ground and were thrown quite far away. Halan tightly held her bow and loudly shouted, "Ngoi Hop, gather everyone to attack the demon hand!" Amidst the thick white smoke, Sun Yin gently supported herself to sit up. On Chang'e, the expression of the young man below clearly showed fatigue from the dire situation he had just experienced. With great difficulty, he managed to ask about the situation. "Chang'e, why are you here?" She simply replied lightly, "Luckily, I arrived just in time." Then she calmly explained the whole situation. "I discovered that the others couldn't retreat from the secret realm. I guess there must have been an unexpected incident, so I came here." However, just then, Chang'e unexpectedly noticed a dangerous abnormality. The target of the Void Beast seemed to have shifted to a new subject. Fortunately, a beam of golden power timely intervened. As a result, a tremendous explosion erupted, causing the entire ground to crack apart. Halan, unfortunately standing nearby, was directly caught up in it. Sun Yin immediately panicked and called out the names of her teammates, Halan Chang'e, taking the opportunity he assigned a task to her. "Chang'e, I've been poisoned and need time to remove the toxin. Please try to protect the other students." The Void Beast, taking advantage of the situation, became even more rampant. Facing it now was only Himkeet. The moment its sharp claws descended, Sun Yin successfully arrived to create a defensive layer just in time. Stepping back, the young man helplessly stammered a few indistinct words. I did not stop there. The other giant hand of the beast suddenly swept across, clearly showing no intention of letting go of its prey. In a critical situation, a familiar voice suddenly appeared. "Prepare to activate the power. Get out of the way." The skill of enchanting sound made Kiet's body suddenly lean back, violently escaping from that deadly blow. At the decisive moment, the Void Beast angrily swore continuously, "You worthless trash don't know your own limits." Trung Sam could only dodge time and again before the enemy, who had an overwhelming advantage in size and strength. Where did this thing come from? He struggled to hold on, even though he knew the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. A terrifying aura rolled through the space. Along with that was a savage laugh mixed with contempt. "Ha ha ha! You're basically not my opponent, a bunch of ants thinking they can challenge the god of time and space." At this moment, Chang'e was activating two skills, Gradual Healing and Resist Death, on himself. The skill of the Void Beast was too bizarre. Just getting close would immediately open a rift in space, preventing anyone from approaching. If it was attacked from a distance once discovered, it would flee. The battlefield had now turned into a scene of utter chaos. A crowd of players gathered but could do nothing against that fierce monster. Among the group in trouble, Olivia suddenly found herself wrapped in a pink rope that shot towards her unexpectedly. The one who came to the rescue was none other than Sun Yin. After entrusting her to Lin Hai, he immediately rushed in the opposite direction. Lin Hai took care of the injured student. She quickly agreed, of course. At that moment, Olivia suddenly went crazy and screamed loudly, I'm done for!" Then Lin Hai tried to handle the opponent's frozen arm. "Calm down a bit so I can seal your wound." Her face suddenly darkened with fear. "It's over, we can't save him anymore. We're all going to die here. It shouldn't be like this," she softly reassured, seemingly holding great faith in Chang'e. "Cheer up a bit, Ngi is very capable. He will save everyone." However, it basically fell on deaf ears. "This isn't like what the teacher said," Lin Hai said indignantly, gripping Olivia's uninjured arm tightly. "What do you know?" At this point, she was in such a panic that her speech was becoming increasingly frantic. It's not the same, it's not the same. How can it not be the same? It shouldn't be like this." What she expressed next truly left her speechless. It seemed as though the entire world suddenly plunged into a dark, gloomy color. The battle between the Void Beast and the contestants continued fiercely. In the distant battlefield, countless lights from various attacks flickered across the front lines. The more Lin Hai listened, the more her expression revealed extreme tension. Her eyes widened, unable to hide her horror. A sharp slash came flying from a distance without hesitation, cutting the innocent victim's body in half. She didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately turned away, hoping to salvage the precarious situation. The battle reached its climax as Sonian now lay trapped in the mouth, completely ensnared by the sharp teeth of the Void Beast. By the time Chung-yi, Ha-lan, and Lin Hai realized the truth, it was already too late. Before he could regain his composure, it continuously delivered powerful shock blows to prevent the enemy's advance. Chung-yi risked everything to rush toward the black hole, pulling in everything from afar. Tun-yin and Lin Hai behind hurriedly called out, "Brother Nyi!" She tried to explain the situation. "The principal of the Thanthung Academy has placed a tracer on us. In the case of the female monster, using a special method can locate someone within thousands of miles." This was followed by conclusions drawn from the clues mentioned above. Therefore, the contestants from the 9 universities and colleges could quickly gather together. His sudden turn back startled Wung Hin. He immediately clarified, "I don't know about this. I think it's a coincidence." Lin Hai continued to explain. "Except for the tracer being a semi-sentient beast of the Void Beast, that's why we encountered it in the secret realm. It misunderstood us as thieves and constantly attacked Tun-yin. I'm afraid the situation is more dire than we think." Chung-yi intently looked at his glowing hand while secretly devising a plan. "Lin Hai, help me with something. Find the monster eggs of everyone, including the female monster." Upon hearing this, she began to imagine what the other party was about to propose. "You want my entire body to be enveloped by overflowing life force as if every cell is awakening simultaneously. I won't protect Tun-yin well. As long as I can find her, even if it means flattening the secret realm and traversing the void, I wouldn't hesitate." Those golden eyes clearly knew nothing of deceit. On the contrary, they were filled with a burning determination. "Let me become the bait." Just then another voice unexpectedly interrupted their conversation. "Chung-yi, I have a way to subdue the Void Beast." Ton-kyo struggled to speak while trying to get up. "The Tone family has a very special sealing technique. Even when facing beings far beyond one's level, it has the ability to seal. Great power always comes with unpredictable risks. However, the sealing technique, once activated, will instantly drain all the caster's magical energy. If one cannot withstand the backlash of the drained magical energy and doesn't survive the life and death moment, there will only be one path to death." The look in Ton-kyo's eyes revealed a distinct sadness as he expressed his helplessness. "But I can't do it." Lin Hai shouted angrily again, "Then why are you talking about this?" But everything has come to this dead end. Chung-yi had no choice but to desperately cling to the last thread of hope. "Let me say, tell me how to proceed with the method provided by Ton-kyo." Chung-yi immediately took action. Lindeep gently explored the egg mountain with a mysterious light. Almost in an instant, several eggs exploded. As the dust began to settle, the space before him, suddenly cracked by the wish being fulfilled, so he tightened his fist even more. He was ready to face the challenge in another form. Chung-yi is not a summoner. If he wants to use it, he can only borrow props, and the summoner himself is a special and the best prop. Finally, he calmly made a decision. "I will concentrate all my magical power into this orb to make it a summoning prop." Chung-yi swung the hammer wildly, fiercely sweeping while saying, "You take it! It can activate the sealing secret technique." Seeing that little brat still standing firm, the Void Beast began to waver. "What else can fight me for so long?" However, it was always blindly confident, even sighing for him. "Unfortunately, trying to meet me is just in vain." Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth, slamming into its body, then causing its golden hair to fly wildly. The Void Beast, hit by the terrifying attack, was in complete panic. "How can you—" Chung-yi continued to swing the hammer, raising his voice in threat. "Don't go!" It immediately burst out laughing. "Fool, haven't you realized it yet? You can't catch me at all." As soon as it finished speaking, the crack quickly closed. Even though it was boasting, it was still nervously watching every movement. Yet he completely caught up, making it horrified exclaim, "Not good."